Preface of Clarissa or the History of a Young Lady. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bob Gilham, Betws Bledrws, Lampeter, Wales. Clarissa or the History of a Young Lady by Samuel Richardson. Comprehending the most important concerns of private life, and particularly showing the distress that may attend the misconduct of both parents and children. Preface. The following history is given in a series of letters, written principally in a double, yet separate correspondence, between two young ladies of virtue and honour, bearing an inviolable friendship for each other, and writing not merely for amusement, but upon the most interesting subjects in which every private family, more or less, may find itself concerned, and between two gentlemen of free lives, one of them glorying in his talents for stratagem and invention, and in communicating to the other, in confidence, all the secret purposes of an intriguing head and resolute heart. But here it will be proper to observe, for the sake of such as may apprehend hurt to the morals of youth, from the more freely written letters, that the gentlemen, though professed libertines as to the female sex, and making it one of their wicked maxims to keep no faith with any of the individuals of it who are thrown into their power, are not, however, either infidels or scoffers, nor yet such as think themselves freed from the observance of those other moral duties which bind man to man. On the contrary, it will be found in the progress of the work that they very often make such reflections upon each other, and each upon himself and his own actions, as reasonable beings must make, who disbelieve not a future state of rewards and punishments, and who one day propose to reform, one of them actually reforming, and by that means giving an opportunity to censure the freedoms which fall from the gayer pen and lighter heart of the other. And yet that other, although in unbosoming himself to a select friend he discovers wickedness enough to entitle him to general detestation, preserves a decency, as well in his images as in his language, which is not always to be found in the works of some of the most celebrated modern writers, whose subject and characters have less warranted the liberties they have taken. In the letters of the two young ladies, it is presumed, will be found not only the highest exercise of a reasonable and practicable friendship between minds endowed with the noblest principles of virtue and religion, but occasionally interspersed such delicacy of sentiments, particularly with regard to the other sex, such instances of impartiality, each freely, as a fundamental principle of their friendship, blaming, praising, and setting right the other, as are strongly to be recommended to the younger part, more especially, of female readers. The principle of these two young ladies is proposed as an exemplar to her sex, nor is it any objection to her being so, that she is not in all respects a perfect character. It was not only natural, but it was necessary that she should have some faults, were it only to show the reader how laudably she could distrust and blame herself, and carry to her own heart, divested of self-partiality, the censure which arose from her own convictions, and that even to the acquittal of those, because revered characters, whom no one else would acquit, and to whose much greater faults her errors were owing, and not to a weak or reproachable heart. As far as it is consistent with human frailty, and as far as she could be perfect, considering the people she had to deal with, and those with whom she was inseparably connected, she is perfect. To have been impeccable must have left nothing for the divine grace and a purified state to do, and carried our ideal of her from woman to angel. As such is she often esteemed by the man whose heart was so corrupt that he could hardly believe human nature capable of the purity which on every trial or temptation shone out of hers. Besides the four principal persons, several others are introduced whose letters are characteristic, and it is presumed that there will be found in some of them, but more especially in those of the chief characters among the men, and the second character among the women, such strokes of gaiety, fancy, and humour as will entertain and divert, and at the same time both warm and instruct. All the letters are written while the hearts of the writers must be supposed to be wholly engaged in their subjects, the event at the time generally dubious, so that they abound not only in critical situations, but with what may be called instantaneous descriptions and reflections, proper to be brought home to the breast of the youthful reader, as also with affecting conversations, many of them written in the dialogue or dramatic way. Much more lively and affecting, says one of the principal character, must be the style of those who write in the height of a present distress, the mind tortured by the pangs of uncertainty, the events then hidden in the womb of fate, than the dry, narrative, and animated style of a person relating difficulties and dangers surmounted can be. The relator perfectly at ease, and if himself unmoved by his own story, not likely greatly to affect the reader. What will be found to be more particularly aimed at in the following work is to warn the inconsiderate and thoughtless of the one sex against the base parts and designs of specious contrivers of the other, to caution parents against the undue exercise of their natural authority over women in the great article of marriage, and to warn children against preferring a man of pleasure to a man of probity, upon that dangerous but too commonly received notion that a reformed rake makes the best husband. But above all, to investigate the highest and most important doctrines not only of morality but of Christianity, by showing them thrown into action in the conduct of the worthy characters, while the unworthy, who set the doctrines at defiance, are condignly, and as may be said, consequentially punished. From what has been said, considerate readers will not enter upon the perusal of the piece before them, as if it were designed only to divert and amuse. It will probably be thought tedious to all such as dip into it, expecting a light novel or transitory romance, and look upon story in it, interesting as that is generally allowed to be, as its sole end, rather than as a vehicle to the instruction. Different persons, as might be expected, have been of different opinions in respect to the conduct of the heroine in particular situations, and several worthy persons have objected the general catastrophe and other parts of the history. Whatever is thought material of these shall be taken notice of by way of postscript at the conclusion of the history. For this work being addressed to the public as a history of life and manners, those parts of it which are proposed to carry with them the force of an example ought to be as unobjectionable as is consistent with the design of the whole, and with human nature. Names of the principal persons. Miss Clarissa Harlowe, a young lady of great beauty and merit. Robert Lovelace, Esquire, her admirer. James Harlowe, Esquire, father of Clarissa. Mrs. Harlowe, his lady. James Harlowe, their only son. Arabella, their elder daughter. John Harlowe, Esquire, elder brother of James Harlowe, Senior. Anthony Harlowe, third brother. Roger Soames, Esquire, an admirer of Clarissa, favoured by her friends. Mrs. Harvey, half-sister of Mrs. Harlowe. Miss Dolly Harvey, her daughter. Mrs. Judith Norton, a woman of great piety and discretion who had a principal share in the education of Clarissa. Colonel William Morden, a near relation of the Harlowes. Miss Howe, the most intimate friend, companion, and correspondent of Clarissa. Mrs. Howe, her mother. Charles Hickman, Esquire, an admirer of Miss Howe. Lord M., uncle to Mr. Lovelace. Lady Sarah Sadlier, Lady Betty Lawrence, half-sisters of Lord M. Miss Charlotte Montague, Miss Patty Montague, nieces of the same nobleman. Dr. Lewin, a worthy divine. Mr. Elias Brand, a pedantic young clergyman. Dr. H., a humane physician. Mr. Goddard, an honest and skilful apothecary. John Belford, Esquire, Mr. Lovelace's principal intimate and confidant. Richard Mowbray, Thomas Dolman, James Tourville, Thomas Belton, Esquires, libertine friends of Mr. Lovelace. Mrs. Moore, a widow keeping a lodging-house at Hampstead. Miss Rawlins, a notable young gentlewoman there. Mrs. Bevis, a lively young widow of the same place. Mrs. Sinclair, the pretended name of a private brothel-keeper in London. Captain Tomlinson, the assumed name of a vile pander to the debaucheries of Mr. Lovelace. Sally Morton, Polly Horton, assistants of and partners to the infamous Sinclair. Dorcas Wykes, an artful servant of the vile house. End of Preface. Letter 1. Of Clarissa, or the History of a Young Lady. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bob Gilham, Betws Bledrws, Lampeter, Wales. Clarissa, or the History of a Young Lady, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 1. Miss Anna Howe to Miss Clarissa Harlowe, January the 10th. I am extremely concerned, my dearest friend, for the disturbance that have happened in your family. I know how it must hurt you to become the subject of the public talk, and yet upon occasion so generally known, it is impossible but that whatever relates to a young lady whose distinguished merits have made her the public care, should engage everybody's attention. I long to have the particulars from yourself, and of the usage I am told you receive upon an accident you could not help, and in which, as far as I can learn, the sufferer was the aggressor. Mr. Diggs, the surgeon for whom I sent to the first hearing of the rencounter to inquire for your sake how your brother was, told me that there was no danger from the wound, if there were none from the fever, which it seems has been increased by the perturbation of his spirits. Mr. Wyerley drank tea with us yesterday, and though he is far from being partial to Mr. Lovelace, as it may well be supposed, yet both he and Mr. Sims blame your family for the treatment they gave him when he went in person to inquire after your brother's health, and to express his concern for what had happened. They say that Mr. Lovelace could not avoid drawing his sword, and that either your brother's unskilfulness or passion left him from the very first pass entirely in his power. This, I am told, was what Mr. Lovelace said upon it, retreating as he spoke. Have a care, Mr. Harlowe. Your violence puts you out of your defence. You give me too much advantage. For your sister's sake, I will pass by everything if. But this the more provoked his rashness to lay himself open to the advantage of his adversary, who, after a slight wound given him in the arm, took away his sword. There are people who love not your brother, because of his natural imperiousness and fierce and uncontrollable temper. These say that the young gentleman's passion was abated on seeing his blood gush plentifully down his arm, and that he received the generous offices of his adversary, who helped him off with his coat and waistcoat, and bound up his arm till the surgeon could come, with such patience as was far from making a visit afterwards from that adversary to inquire after his health, either appear insulting or improper. Be this as it may, everybody pities you. So steady, so uniform in your conduct, so desirous, as you always said, of sliding through life to the end of it unnoticed, and, as I may add, not wishing to be observed even for your silent benevolence, sufficiently happy in the noble consciousness which attends it, rather useful than glaring, your deserved motto, though now, to your regret, pushed into blaze, as I may say, yet blamed at home for the faults of others. How must such a virtue suffer on every hand! Yet it must be allowed that your present trial is but proportioned to your prudence. As all your friends without doors are apprehensive that some other unhappy event may result from so violent a contention, in which it seems the family of both sides are now engaged, I must desire you to enable me on the authority of your information to do you occasional justice. My mother, and all of us, like the rest of the world, talk of nobody but you on this occasion, and of the consequences which may follow from the resentments of a man of Mr. Lovelace's spirit, who, as he gives out, has been treated with high indignity by your uncles. My mother will have it that you cannot now with any decency either see him or correspond with him. He is a great deal prepossessed by your uncle Antony, who occasionally calls upon us, as you know, and on this rencounter has represented to her the crime which it would be in a sister to encourage a man who is to wade into her favour, this was his expression, through the blood of a brother. Write to me, therefore, my dear, the whole of your story from the time that Mr. Lovelace was first introduced into your family, and particularly the account of all that passed between him and your sister, about which there are different reports, some people scrupling not to insinuate that the younger sister has stolen a lover from the elder. And pray write in so full a manner as may satisfy those who know not so much of your affairs as I do. If anything unhappy should fall out from the violence of such spirits as you have to deal with, your account of all things previous to it will be your best justification. You see what you call upon yourself by excelling all your sex. Every individual of it who knows you or has heard of you seems to think you answerable to her for your conduct in points so very delicate and concerning. Every eye, in short, is upon you, with the expectation of an example. I wish to heaven you were at liberty to pursue your own methods. All would then, I dare say, be easy and honourably ended. But I dread your directors and directresses, for your mother, admirably well qualified as she is to lead, must submit to be led. Your sister and brother will certainly put you out of your course. But this is a point you will not permit me to expatiate upon. Pardon me, therefore, and I have done. Yet why should I say, pardon me, when your concerns are my concerns, when your honour is my honour, when I love you as never woman loved another, and when you have allowed of that concern and of that love, and have for years, which in persons so young may be called many, ranked in the first class of your friends. Yours ever and affectionate, Anna Howe. Will you oblige me with a copy of the preamble to the clauses in your grandfather's will in your favour, and allow me to send it to your Aunt Harmon? She is very desirous to see it, yet your character has so charmed her that though a stranger to you personally, she assents to the preference given to you in that will, before she knows the testator's reason for giving you that preference. End of Letter 1.
Letter 2 of Clarissa, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ben Dutton, Lampeter, Wales. Clarissa Harlowe, or The History of a Young Lady, Volume 1, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 2. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, Harlowe Place, January the 13th. How you oppress me, my dearest friend, with your politeness! I cannot doubt your sincerity, but you should take care that you give me not reason from your kind partiality to call in question your judgment. You do not distinguish that I take many admirable hints from you, and have the art to pass them upon you for my own. For in all you do, in all you say, nay, in your very looks, so animated, you give lessons to one who loves you and observes you, as I love you and observe you, without knowing that you do. So pray, my dear, be more sparing of your praise for the future, lest after this confession we should suspect that you secretly intend to praise yourself, while you would be thought only to commend another. Our family has indeed been strangely discomposed. It has been in tumults ever since the unhappy transaction, and I have borne all the blame, yet should have had too much concern for myself, had I been more justly spared by every one else. For whether it be owing to a faulty impatience, having been too indulgently treated to be inured to blame, or to the regret I have to hear those censured on my account, whom it is my duty to vindicate, I have sometimes wished that it had pleased God to have taken me in on my last fever, when I had everybody's love and good opinion; but oftener that I have never been distinguished by my grandfather as I was, since that distinction has estranged from me my brother's and sister's affections, at least has raised a jealousy with regard to the apprehended favour of my two uncles, that now and then overshadows their love. My brother, being happily recovered of his fever, and his wound in a hopeful way, although he has not yet ventured abroad, I will be as particular as you desire in the little history you demand of me. But Heaven forbid that any thing should ever happen which may require it to be reproduced for the purpose you mention. I will begin, as you command, with Mr. Lovelace's address to my sister, and be as brief as possible. I will recite facts only, and leave you to judge of the truth of the report raised, that the younger sister has robbed the elder. It was in pursuance of a conference between Lord M. and my uncle Antony, that Mr. Lovelace, my father and mother not forbidding, paid his respect to my sister Arabella. My brother was then in Scotland, busying himself in view the condition of the considerable estate which was left him there by his generous godmother, together with one and a considerable in Yorkshire. I was also absent at my dairy house, as it is called, busied in the accounts relating to the estate which my grandfather had the goodness to devise to me, and which once a year was left to my inspection, although I have given the whole into my father's power. My sister made me a visit there the day after Mr. Lovelace had been introduced, and seemed highly pleased with the gentleman. His birth, his fortune in possession, a clear 2000 a year, as Lord M. had assured my uncle, presumptive heir to that nobleman's large estate, his great expectations from Lady Sarah Sadleir and Lady Betty Lawrance, who with his uncle interested themselves very warmly, he being the last of his line, to see him married. So handsome a man! O her beloved Clary! For then she was ready to love me dearly, from the overflowing of her good humour on his account. He was but too handsome a man for her. Were she but as amiable as somebody, there would be a probability of holding his affections. For he was wild, she heard, very wild, very gay, loved intrigue. But he was young, a man of sense, would see his error, could she but have the patience with his faults, if his faults were not cured by marriage. Thus she ran on, and then wanted me to see the charming man, as she called him, again concerned that she was not handsome enough for him, with a sad thing that the man should have the advantage of the woman in that particular. But then, stepping to the glass, she complimented herself, that she was very well, that there were many women deemed passable who were inferior to herself, that she was always thought comely, and comeliness, let her tell me, having not so much to lose as beauty had, would hold, when that would evaporate or fly off, nay, for that matter. And again she turned to the glass. Her features were not irregular, her eyes not at all amiss, and I remember they were more than usually brilliant at that time. Nothing, in short, to be found fault with, though nothing very engaging, she doubted, was there, Clary. Excuse me, my dear, I was never thus particular before. No, not to you. Nor would I now have written thus freely of a sister, but that she makes a merit to my brother of disowning that she ever liked him, as I shall mention hereafter, and then you will always have to give me your minute descriptions, nor suffer me to pass by the air and manner in which things are spoken that are to be taken notice of, rightly observing that air and manner often express more than the accompanying words. I congratulated her upon her prospects. She received my compliments with a great deal of self-complacency. She liked the gentleman still more at his next visit, and yet he made no particular address to her, although an opportunity was given him for it. This was wondered at, as my uncle has introduced him into our family declaredly as a visitor to my sister. But as we are ever ready to make excuses when in good humour with ourselves for the perhaps not unwilful slights of those whose approbation we wish to engage, so my sister found out a reason much to Mr. Lovelace's advantage for his not improving the opportunity that was given him. It was bashfulness, truly, in him. Bashfulness in Mr. Lovelace, my dear. Indeed, gay and lively as he is not the look of an impudent man. But I fancy it is many, many years ago since he was bashful. Thus, however, could my sister make it out. Upon her word, she believed Mr. Lovelace deserved not the bad character he had as to women. He was really, to her thinking, a modest man. He would have spoken out, she believed, but once or twice, as he seemed to intend to do so, he was under so agreeable a confusion, such a profound respect he seemed to shew her, a perfect reverence, she thought. She loved dearly that a man in courtship should shew a reverence to his mistress. So indeed we all do, I believe, and with reason, since if I may judge from what I have seen in many families, there is little enough of it shewn afterwards. And she told my aunt Hervey that she would be a little less upon the reserve next time he came. She was not one of those flirts, not she, who would give pain to a person that deserved to be well treated, and the more pain for the greatness of his value for her. I wish she had not somebody whom I love in her eye. In his third visit, Bella governed herself by this kind and considerate principle, so that, according to own account of the matter, the man might have spoken out. But he was still bashful. He was not able to overcome his unreasonable reverence. So this visit went off as the former. But now she began to be dissatisfied with him. She compared his general character with his particular behaviour to her, and having never been courted before, owned herself puzzled how to deal with so odd a lover. What did the man mean, she wondered? Had not her uncle brought him declaredly as a suitor to her? It could not be bashfulness, now she thought of it, since he might have opened his mind to her uncle, if he wanted courage to speak directly to her. Not that she cared much for the man either, but it was right, surely, that a woman should be put out of doubt early as to a man's intentions in such a case as this, from his own mouth. But truly she had begun to think that he was more solicitous to cultivate her mamma's good opinion than hers. Everybody, she owned, admired her mother's conversation, but he was mistaken if he thought respect to her mother only would do it with her. And then, for his own sake, surely he should put it into her power to be as complaisant to him, if he gave her reason to approve of him. This distant behaviour, she must take upon herself to say, was the more extraordinary, as he continued his visits, and declared himself extremely desirous to cultivate a friendship with the whole family, and as he could have no doubt about her sense, if she might take upon her to join her own with the general opinion, he having taken great notice of and admired so many of her good things as they fell from her lips. Reserves were painful, she must needs say, to open and free spirits like hers, and yet she must tell my aunt, to whom all of this was directed, that she should never forget what she owed to her sex and to herself, were Mr. Lovelace as unexceptionable in his morals as in his figure, and were to he urge his suit ever so warmly. I was not of her counsel. I was still absent, and it was agreed upon between my aunt Hervey and her, that she was to be quite solemn and shy in his next visit, if there were not a peculiarity in his address to her. But my sister, it seems, has not considered the matter well. This was not the way, as it proved, to be taken for matters of mere omission, with a man of Mr. Lovelace's penetration, nor with any man, since if love has not taken root deep enough to cause it to shoot out in declaration, if an opportunity to be fairly given of it, there is little room to expect that the blighting winds of anger or resentment will bring it forward. Then my poor sister is not naturally good-humoured. This is too well known a truth for me to endeavour to conceal it, especially from you. She must therefore, I doubt, have appeared to great disadvantages when she aimed to be worse tempered than ordinary. How they managed it in their next conversation I know not. One would be tempted to think by the issue that Mr. Lovelace was ungenerous enough to seek the occasion given, and to improve it. Yet he thought fit to put the question too. But, she says, it will not till, by some means or other, she knew not how, he had wrought her upon to such a pitch of displeasure with him, that it was impossible for her to recover herself at the instant. Nevertheless, he re-urged his question, as expecting a definitive answer, without waiting for the return of her temper, or endeavouring to mollify her, so that she was under a necessity of persisting in her denial, yet gave him reason to think she did not dislike his address, only the manner of it, his court being rather made to her mother than to herself, as if he was sure of her consent at any time. A good, encouraging denial, I must own, as was the rest of her plea, to wit, a disinclination to change her state. Exceedingly happy as she was, she could never be happier, and such like consenting negatives, as I may call them, and not intend a reflection upon my sister. For what can any young creature in the like circumstances say, when she is not sure but a too ready consent may subject her to the slights of a sex that generally values a blessing either more or less as it is obtained with difficulty or ease? Miss Biddulph's answer to a copy of verse from a gentleman, reproaching our sex as acting in disguise, is not a bad one, although you may perhaps think it too acknowledging for the female character. Ungenerous sex, to scorn us if we're kind, and yet upbraid us if we seem severe. Do you, the encourage us to tell our mind, yourselves put off disguise, and be sincere. You talk of coquetry, your own false hearts compel our sex to act dissembling parts. Here I am obliged to lay down my pen. I will soon resume it. End of Letter II. Letter III of Clarissa, Volume I. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ben Dutton, Lampeter, Wales. Clarissa Harlowe, or The History of a Young Lady, Volume I, by Samuel Richardson. Letter III. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, January the 13th and 14th. And thus, as Mr. Lovelace thought fit to take it, had he his answer from my sister. It was with very great regret, as he pretended, I doubt the man is a hypocrite, my dear, that he acquiesced in it. So much determinedness, such a noble firmness in my sister, that there was no hope of prevailing upon her to alter sentiments she had adopted on full consideration. He sighed, as Bella told us, when he took his leave of her, profoundly sighed, grasped her hand and kissed it with such an ardour, withdrew from such an air of solemn respect, she could almost find it in her heart, although he had vexed her, to pity him. A good intentional preparative to love, this pity, since at the time she little thought that he would not renew his offer. He waited on my mother after he had taken leave of Bella, and reported his ill success in so respectful a manner, as well as with regard to my sister, as to the whole family, and with so much concern that he was not accepted as a relation to it, that it left upon them all, my brother being then, as I have said, in Scotland, impressions in his favour, and a belief that this matter would certainly be brought on again. But Mr. Lovelace, going up directly to town, where he stayed a whole fortnight, and meeting there with my uncle Antony, to whom he regretted his niece's cruel resolution not to change her state, it was seen that there was a total end of the affair. My sister was not wanting to herself on this occasion. She made a virtue of necessity, and the man was quite another man with her. A vain creature, too well knowing his advantages, yet those not what she had conceived them to be, cool and warm by fits and starts, an ague-like lover, a steady man, a man of virtue, a man of morals, was worth 1,000 of such gay flutterers. Her sister Clary might think it worth her while perhaps to try and engage such a man. She had patience, she was a mistress of persuasion, and indeed, to do the girl justice, had something of a person. But as for her, she would not have a man whose heart she could not be sure for one moment. No, not for the world, and most sincerely glad was she that she had rejected him. But when Mr. Lovelace returned into the country, he thought fit to visit my father and mother, hoping, as he told them, that however unhappy he had been in the rejection of the wished-for alliance, he might be allowed to keep up an acquaintance and friendship with a family which he should always respect. And then, unhappily, as I may say, was I at home and present. It was immediately observed that his affection was fixed on me. My sister, as soon as he was gone, in a spirit of bravery, seemed desirous to promote his address, should it be tendered. My aunt Hervey was there, and was pleased to say, we should make the finest couple in England, if my sister had no objection. No, indeed, with a haughty toss, was my sister's reply. It would be strange if she had, after the denial she had given him upon full deliberation. My mother declared that her only dislike of his alliance with either daughter was on account of his reputed faulty morals. My uncle Harlowe, that his daughter Clary, as he delighted to call me from childhood, would reform him if any woman in the world could. My uncle Antony gave his approbation in high terms, but referred, as my aunt had done, to my sister. She repeated her contempt of him, and declared that, were there no other man in England, she would not have him. She was ready, on the contrary, she could assure them, to resign her pretensions under hand and seal, if Miss Clary were taken with his tinsel, and if every one else approved of his address to the girl. My father, indeed, after a long silence, being urged by my uncle Antony to speak his mind, said that he had had a letter from his son, on his hearing of Mr. Lovelace's visit to his daughter Arabella, which he had not shewn to any body but my mother, that treaty being at an end when he received it, that in this letter he expressed great dislike to an alliance with Mr. Lovelace on the score of his immoralities, that he knew, indeed, there was an old grudge between them, but that, being desirous to prevent all occasions of disunion and animosity in his family, he would suspend the declaration of his own mind till his son arrived, and till he had heard his further objections, that he was the more inclined to make his son the compliment, as Mr. Lovelace's general character gave but too much ground for his son's dislike of him, adding, that he had to hear, so he supposed, had every one, that he was a very extravagant man, that he had contracted debts in his travels, and indeed, he was pleased to say, he had the air of a spendthrift. These particulars I had partly from my aunt Hervey, and partly from my sister, for I was called out as soon as the subject was entered upon. When I returned, my uncle Antony asked me, how I should like Mr. Lovelace? Everybody saw, he was pleased to say, that I had made a conquest. I immediately answered, that I did not like him at all. He seemed to have too good an opinion both on his person and parts, to have any regard to his wife, let him marry whom he would. My sister particularly was pleased with this answer, and confirmed it to be just, with a compliment to my judgment, for it was hers. But the very next day Lord M. came to Harlowe Place. I was then absent, and his nephew's name made a proposal in form, declaring, that it was the ambition of all his family to be related to ours, and he hoped his kinsman would not have such an answer on the part of the younger sister, as he had on that of the older. In short, Mr. Lovelace's visits were admitted as those of a man who had not deserved disrespect from our family, but as to his address to me, with a reservation, as above, on my father's part, that he would determine nothing without his son. My discretion, as to the rest, was confided in, for still I had the same objections as to the man, nor would I, when we were better acquainted, hear anything but general talk from him, giving him no opportunity of conversing with me in private. He bore this with a resignation little expected from his natural temper, which is generally reported to be quick and hasty, and used, it seems, from childhood to check or control. A case too common in considerable families, where there is an only son, and his mother never had any other child. But, as I have heretofore told you, I could perceive, notwithstanding this resignation, that he had so good an opinion of himself as not to doubt that his person and accomplishments would insensibly engage me, and could that be once done, he told my aunt Hervey, he should hope, from so steady a temper, that his hold in my affections would be durable; while my sister accounted for his patience in another manner, which would perhaps have had more force if it had come from a person less prejudiced, that the man was not fond of marrying at all, that he might perhaps have half a score mistresses, and that delay might be as convenient for his roving as for my well-acted indifference. That was her kind expression. Whatever was his motive for a patience so generally believed to be out of his usual character, and where the object of his address was supposed to be of fortune considerable enough to engage his warmest attention, he certainly escaped many mortifications by it. For while my father suspended his approbation till my brother's arrival, Mr. Lovelace received from every one of those civilities which were due to his birth; and although we heard from time to time reports to his disadvantage with regard to morals, yet could we not question him upon them without giving him greater advantages in his own opinion than the situation he was in with us would justify to prudence, since it was much more likely that his address would not be allowed of than that it would. And thus was he admitted to converse with our family almost upon his own terms. For while my friends saw nothing in his behaviour but what was extremely respectful, and observed in him no violent importunity, they seemed to have taken a great liking to his conversation, while I considered him only as a common guest when he came, and thought myself no more concerned in his visits, not at his entrance and his departure, than any other of the family. But this indifference on my side was the means of procuring him one very great advantage, since upon it was grounded that correspondence by letters which succeeded, and which, had it been to begun when the family animosity broke out, would never have been entered into on my part. The occasion was thus. My uncle Hervey has a young gentleman entrusted to his care, whom he has thoughts of sending abroad a year or two hence, to make the grand tour, as it is called, and finding Mr. Lovelace could give a good account of every thing necessary for a young traveller to observe upon such an occasion, he desired him to write down a description of the courts and countries he had visited, and what was most worthy of curiosity in them. He consented, on condition that I would direct his subjects, as he called it, and as every one has heard his manner of writing commended, and thought his narratives might be agreeable amusements in winter evenings, and that he could have no opportunity particularly to address me directly in them, since they were to be read in full assembly before they were given to the young gentleman. I made the less scruple to write, and to make observations, and put questions for our further information. Still the less, perhaps, as I love writing, and those who do are fond, you know, of occasions to use the pen. And then, having ever one's consent, and my uncle Hervey's desire that I would write, I thought that if I had been the only scrupulous person, it would have shown a peculiarity that a vain man might construe to his advantage, and which my sister would not fail to animadvert upon. You have seen some of these letters, and have been pleased with this account of persons, places, and things, and we have both agreed that he was no common observer upon what he had seen. My sister allowed that the man had a tolerable knack of writing and describing, and my father, who had not been abroad in his youth, said that his remarks were curious, and showed him to be a person of reading, judgment, and taste. Thus was a kind of correspondence begun between him and me, with general approbation, while every one wondered at, and was pleased with, his patient veneration of me, for so they called it. However, it was not doubted but he would soon be more importunate, since his visits were more frequent, and he acknowledged to my aunt Hervey a passion for me, accompanied with an awe that he had never known before, to which he attributed what he called his but seeming acquiescence with my father's pleasure, and the distance I kept him at. And yet, my dear, this may be his usual manner of behaviour to our sex, for had not my sister at first all his reverence? Meantime, my father, expecting his importunity, kept in readiness the reports he had heard in his disfavour, to charge them upon him then, and so many objections to his address. And it was highly agreeable to me that he did so. It would have been strange if it were not, since the person who could reject Mr. Wyerley's address for the sake of his free opinions must have been inexcusable, had she not rejected another for his freer practices. But I should own that in the letters he sent me upon the general subject, he more than once enclosed a particular one, declaring his passionate regards for me, and complaining with fervour enough of his reserves. But of these I took not the least notice, for as I had not written to him at all, but upon a subject so general, I thought it was but right to let what he wrote upon one so particular pass off as if I had never seen it, and the rather, as I was not then at liberty, from the approbation his letters met with, to break off the correspondence, unless I had assigned the true reason for doing so. Besides, with all his respectful assiduities, it was easy to observe, if it had not been his general character, that his temper is naturally haughty and violent, and I had seen too much of that untractable spirit in my brother to like it in one who hoped still more to be nearly related to me. I had a little specimen of this temper of his upon the very occasion I have mentioned, for after he had sent me a third particular letter with the general one, he asked me the next time he came to the Harlowe place, if I had not received such a one from him. I told him I should never answer one so sent, and that I had waited for such an occasion as he had now given me to tell him so. I desired him, therefore, not to write again on the subject, assuring him, that if he did, I would return both, and never write another line to him. You can't imagine how saucily the man looked, as if, in short, he was disappointed that he had not made a more sensible impression upon me, nor, when he recollected himself, as he did immediately, what a visible struggle it cost him to change his haughty airs for more placid ones. But I took no notice of either, for I thought it best to convince him, by the coolness and indifference with which I repulsed his forward hopes, at the same time intending to avoid the affection of pride or vanity, that he was not considerable enough in my eyes to make me take over ready offence at what he said, or at his haughty looks. In other words, that I had not value enough for him to treat him with peculiarity either by smiles or frowns. Indeed, he had a cunning enough to give me, undesignedly, a piece of instruction which taught me this caution: for he had said in conversation once, that if a man could not make a woman in courtship own herself pleased with him, it was as much and oftentimes more to his purpose to make her angry with him. I must break off here, but will continue the subject the very first opportunity. Meantime, I am your most affectionate friend and servant, Clarissa Harlowe. End of Letter 3. Letter 4 of Clarissa, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ben Dutton, Lampeter, Wales. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 1, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 4. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe. January the 15th. Such, my dear, was the situation Mr. Lovelace and I were in when my brother arrived from Scotland. The moment Mr. Lovelace's visits were mentioned to him, he, without either hesitation or apology, expressed his disapprobation of them. He found great flaws in his character, and took the liberty to say in so many words that he wondered how it came into the heads of his uncles to encourage such a man for either of his sisters. At the same time, returning his thanks to my father for declining his consent till he arrived in such a manner, I thought, as a superior would do, when he commended an inferior for having well performed his duty in his absence. He justified his avowed inveteracy by common fame, and by what he had known of him at college, declaring that he had ever hated him, ever should hate him, and would never own him for a brother, or me for a sister, if I married him. That early antipathy I have heard encountered for in this manner. Mr. Lovelace was always noted for his vivacity and courage, and no less, it seems, for the swift and surprising progress he made in all parts of literature. For diligence in his studies, in the hours of studies, he had hardly his equal. This, it seems, was his general character at the university, and it gained him many friends among the more learned, while those who did not love him feared him, by reason of the offence his vivacity made him too ready to give, and of the courage he showed in supporting the offence when given, which procured him as many followers as he pleased amongst the mischievous sort. No very amiable character, you'll say, upon the whole. But my brother's temper was not more happy. His native haughtiness could not bear a superiority so visible, and whom we fear more than love, we are not far from hating. And having less command of his passions than the other, he was evermore the subject of his perhaps indecent ridicule, so that everybody, either from love or fear, siding with his antagonist, he had a most uneasy time of it, while both continued in the same college. It was the less wonder, therefore, that a young man who is not noted for his gentleness of his temper should resume an antipathy early begun and so deeply rooted. He found my sister, who waited but for the occasion, ready to join him in his resentments against the man he hated. She utterly disclaimed all manner of regard for him, never liked him at all. His estate was certainly much encumbered. It was impossible it should be otherwise, so entirely devoted as he was to his pleasures. He kept no house, had no equipage. Nobody pretended that he wanted pride. The reason, therefore, was easy to be guessed at. And then did she boast of, and my brother praised her for, refusing him, and both joined on all occasions to depreciate him, and not seldom made the occasions. Their displeasure against him causing every subject to run into this, if it not began with it. I was not solicitous to vindicate him when I was not joined in their reflection. I told them I did not value him enough to make a difference in the family on his account. And as he was supposed to have given much cause for their ill opinion of him, I thought he ought to take the consequence of his own faults. Now and then, indeed, when I observed that their vehemence carried them beyond all bounds of probability in their charges against him, I thought but it justice to put in a word for him. But this only subjected me to reproach, as having a prepossession in his favour which I would not own. So that, when I could not change the subject, I used to retire either to my music or to my closet. Their behaviour to him, when they could not help seeing him, was very cold and disobliging, but as yet not directly affrontive, for they were in hopes of prevailing upon my father to forbid his visits. But as there was nothing in his behaviour that might warrant such a treatment of a man of his birth and fortune, they succeeded not. And then they were very earnest with me to forbid them. I asked, what authority I had to take such a step in my father's house, and when my behaviour to him was so distant that he seemed to be as much the guest of any other person of the family, themselves expected, as in mine. In revenge, they told me, that it was cunning management between us, and that we both understood one another better than we pretended to. And at last they gave such a loose to their passions, all of a sudden, as I may say, that instead of withdrawing, as they used to do when he came, they threw themselves in his way purposely to affront him. Mr. Lovelace, you may believe, very ill brooked this, but nevertheless contented himself to complain of it to me, in high terms, however, telling me, that but for my sake my brother's treatment of him was not to be borne. I was sorry for the merit this gave him, in his own opinion with me, and the more as some of the affronts he received were too flagrant to be excused. But I told him that I was determined not to fall out with my brother, if I could help it, whatever faults he had, and since they could not see one another with temper, should be glad that he would not throw himself in my brother's way, and I was sure my brother would not seek him. He was very much mettled in this answer, but said, he must bear his affronts if I would have it so. He had been accused himself of violence in his temper, but he hoped to show on this occasion that he had a command of his passions which few young men, so highly provoked, would be able to show, and doubted not but it would be attributed to proper motive by a person of my generosity and penetration. My brother had just before, with the approbation of my uncles, employed a person related to discharged bailiff or steward of Lord M., who had the management of some part of Mr. Lovelace's affairs, from which he was also dismissed by him, to inquire into his debts, after his companions, into his amours, and the like. My aunt Hervey, in confidence, gave me the following particulars of what the man had said of him: that he was a generous landlord, that he spared nothing for solid and lasting improvements upon his estate, and that he looked into his own affairs, and understood them, that he had been very expensive when abroad, and contracted a large debt, for he made no secret of his affairs, yet chose to limit himself to an annual sum, and to decline equipage, in order to avoid being obliged to his uncle and aunts, from whom he might have what money he pleased, but that he was very jealous of their control, had often quarrels with them, and treated them so freely that they were all afraid of him. However, that his estate was never mortgaged, as my brother had heard it was. His credit was always high, and the man believed he was by this time near upon, if not quite, clear of the world. He was a sad gentleman, he said, as to women. If his tenants had pretty daughters, they chose to keep them out of his sight. He believed he kept no particular mistress, for he had had newly, that was the man's word, was every thing with him. But for his uncles and aunts' teasings, the man fancied he would not think of marriage. He was never known to be disguised with liquor, but was a great plotter and a great writer. That he lived a wild life in town, by what he had heard, had 6 or 7 companions as bad as himself, whom now and then he brought down with him, and the country was always glad when they went up again. He would have it, that although passionate, he was good-humoured, loved as well to take a jest as to give one, and would rally himself upon occasion the freest of any man he ever knew. So this was his character from an enemy, for, as my aunt observed, every thing the man said commendably of him came grudgingly, with a must-needs say, to do him justice, etc., while the contrary was delivered with a free good will. And this character, as a worse was expected, though this was bad enough, not answering the end of inquiring after it, my brother and sister were more apprehensive than before, that his address would be encouraged, since the worst part of it was known, or supposed, when he was first introduced to my sister. But with regard to myself, I must observe in his disfavour, that notwithstanding the merit he wanted to make with me for his patience upon my brother's ill treatment of him, I owed him no compliments for trying to conciliate with him. Not that I believe it would have signified any thing if he made ever such court either to him or to my sister. Yet one might have expected from a man of his politeness, and from his pretensions, you know, that he would have been willing to try. Instead of which, he shewed such a contempt both of my brother and my sister, especially my brother, as he was construed into a defiance of them. And for me to have hinted at an alteration in his behaviour to my brother was an advantage I knew it would have been proud of, and which, therefore, I had no mind to give him. But I doubted not that having so very little encouragement from any body, his pride would soon take fire, and he would of himself discontinue his visits, or go to town, where, till he came acquainted with our family, he used chiefly to reside. And in his letter case he had no reason to expect that I would receive, much less answer, his letters, the occasions which had led me to receive any of his being by this time over. But my brother's antipathy would not permit him to wait for such an event, and after several excesses, which Mr. Lovelace still returned with contempt, and a haughtiness too much like that of the aggressor, my brother took upon himself to fill up the doorway once when he came, as if to oppose his entrance, and upon his asking for me, demanded what was his business with his sister. The other, with a challenging air, as my brother says, told him, he would answer a gentleman any question, but he wished that Mr. James Harlowe, who had of late given him high airs, would remember that he was now not at college. Just then the good Dr. Lewen, who frequently honours me with a visit of conversation, as he is pleased to call it, and had parted with me in my own parlour, came to the door, and hearing the words interposed, both having their hands upon their swords, and telling Mr. Lovelace where I was, he burst by my brother to come to me, leaving him chafing, he said, like a hunted boar at bay. This alarmed us all. My father was pleased to hint to Mr. Lovelace that he wished he would discontinue his visits for the peace sake of the family, and I, by his command, spoke a great deal plainer. But Mr. Lovelace is not a man easily brought to give up his purpose, especially in a point wherein he pretends his heart is so much engaged, and no absolute prohibition having been given, things went on for a while as before, for I saw plainly that to have been denied himself to his visits, which however I declined receiving as often as I could, was to bring forward some desperate issue between the two. Since the offence, so readily given on one side, was brooked by the other, only out of consideration to me. And thus did my brother's rashness lay me under an obligation, where I would least have owed it. The intermediate proposals of Mr. Simms and Mr. Mullins, both, in turn, encouraged by my brother, induced him to be more patient for a while, as nobody thought me over forward in Mr. Lovelace's favour, for he hoped that he should engage my father and uncles to approve of the one or the other in opposition to the man he hated. But when he found that I had interest enough to disengage myself from the addresses of those gentlemen, as I had, before he went to Scotland, and before Mr. Lovelace visited here, of Mr. Wyerley's, he then kept no measures, and first set himself to upbraid me for his supposed prepossession, which he treated as if it were criminal, and then to insult Mr. Lovelace in person, at Mr. Edward Symes, the brother of the other Symes, 2 miles off, and no good Dr. Lewen being there to interpose, the unhappy rencounter followed. My brother was disarmed, as you have heard, and on being brought home, and given us ground to suppose that he was much worse hurt than he really was, and a fever ensuing, every one flamed out, and all was laid at my door. Mr. Lovelace, for 3 days together, sent twice each day to inquire after my brother's health, and although he received rude and even shocking returns, he thought fit, on the 4th day, to make in person the same inquiries, and he received still greater incivilities from my 2 uncles, who happened to be both there. My father also was held by force from going to him with his sword in his hand, although he had the gout upon him. I fainted away with terror, seeing every one so violent, and hearing Mr. Lovelace swear that he would not depart till he had made my uncles ask his pardon for the indignities he had received at their hands. A door being held fast locked between him and them. My mother all the time was praying and struggling to withhold my father in the great parlour. Meanwhile my sister, who had treated Mr. Lovelace with virulence, came in to me, and insulted me as fast as I recovered. But when Mr. Lovelace was told how ill I was, he departed, nevertheless vowing revenge. He was ever a favourite with our domestics. His bounty to them, and having always something facetious to say to each, had made them all his party, and on this occasion they privately blamed everybody else, and reported his calm and gentlemanly behaviour, till the provocations given him ran very high, in such favourable terms, that those reports, and my apprehensions of the consequence of this treatment, induced me to read a letter he sent me that night, and, it being written in the most respectful terms, offering to submit the whole to my decision, and to govern himself entirely by my will, to answer it in some days after. To this unhappy necessity was owing our renewed correspondence, as I may call it. Yet I did not write, till I had informed myself from Mr. Symes's brother, that he was really insulted into the act of drawing his sword by my brother's repeatedly threatening, upon his excusing himself out of regard to me, to brand me if he did not. And, by all the inquiry I could make, that he was again the sufferer from my uncles in a more violent manner than I have related. The same circumstances were related to my father and the other relations by Mr. Sims, but they had gone too far in making themselves parties to the quarrel either to retract or forgive, and I was forbidden to correspond with him, or to be seen in a moment in his company. One thing, however, I can say, but that in confidence, because my mother commanded me not to mention it, that, expressing her apprehension of the consequences of the indignities offered to Mr. Lovelace, she told me she would leave it to my prudence to do all I could to prevent the impending mischief on one side. I am obliged to break off, but I believe I have written enough to answer very fully all that you have required of me. It is not for a child to seek to clear her own character, or to justify her actions, at the expense of the most revered ones. Yet, as I know that the account of all those further proceedings by which I may be affected will be interesting to so dear a friend, who will communicate to others no more than what is fitting, I will continue to write, as I have opportunity, as minutely as we are used to write to each other. Indeed, I have no delight, as I have often told you, equal to that which I take in conversing with you by letter, when I cannot in person. Meantime, I cannot help saying, that I am exceedingly concerned to find that I may become so much the public talk you tell of me I am. Your kind, your precautionary regard for my fame, and the opportunity you have given me to tell my own story previous to any new accident, which Heaven avert, is so like the warm friend I have ever found in my dear Miss Howe, that, with redoubled obligation, you bind me to be your ever grateful and affectionate Clarissa Harlowe. Copy of the requested preamble to the clauses in her grandfather's will, enclosed in the preceding letter. As the particular estate I have mentioned and described above is principally of my own raising, as my 3 sons have been uncommonly prosperous and are very rich, the eldest by means of the unexpected benefits he reaps from his new-found mines, the second by what has unexpectedly fallen into him on the deaths of several relations of his present wife, the worthy daughter by both sides of very honourable families, over and above the very large portion which he received with her in marriage, my son Antony, by his East India traffic and successful voyages. As furthermore my grandson James will be sufficiently provided for by his grandmother Lovel's kindness to him, who, having no near relations, hath assured me that she hath, as well by deed of gift as by will, left him both her Scottish and English estates. For never was there a family more prosperous in all its branches, blessed be God therefore. and as my said son James will very probably make it up to my granddaughter Arabella, to whom I intend no disrespect, nor have reason, for she is a very hopeful and dutiful child, and as my sons, John and Antony, seem not inclined to a married life, so that my son James is the only one who has children, or is likely to have any. For all these reasons, and because my dearest and beloved granddaughter Clarissa hath been from her infancy a matchless young creature in her duty to me, and admired by all who know her, as a very extraordinary child, I must, therefore, take the pleasure of considering her as my own peculiar child, and this without intending offence, and I hope it will not be taken as any, since my son James can bestow his favours accordingly, and in greater proportion upon his son James, and upon his daughter Arabella. These, I say, are the reasons which move me to dispose of the above described estate in the precious child's favour, who is the delight of my old age, and I verily think has contributed, by her amiable duty and kind and tender regards, to prolong my life. Wherefore it is my express will and commandment, and I enjoy my said 3 sons, John, James, and Antony, and my grandson James, and my granddaughter Arabella, as they value my blessing, and will regard my memory, and would wish their own last wills and desires to be fulfilled by their survivors, that they will not impugn or contest the following bequests and devises in favour of my said granddaughter Clarissa, although they should not be strictly conformable to law or to the forms thereof, nor suffer them to be controverted or disputed on any pretence whatsoever, and in this confidence, etc., etc., etc. End of Letter 4. Letter 5 of Clarissa, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ben Dutton, Lampeter, Wales. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 1, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 5. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, January the 20th. I have been hindered from my prosecuting my intention. Neither nights nor mornings have been my own. My mother has been very ill, and would have no other nurse but me. I have not stirred from her bedside, for she has kept her bed, and 2 nights I had the honour of sharing it with her. Her disorder was a very violent colic. The contentions of these fierce, these masculine spirits, and the apprehension of mischiefs that may arise from the increasing animosity which all here have against Mr. Lovelace, and his too well known resenting and intrepid character, she cannot bear. Then the foundations laid, as she dreads, for jealousy and heart-burnings in her own family, late so happy and so united, afflict exceedingly a gentle and sensible mind, which has from the beginning, on all occasions, sacrificed its own inward satisfaction to outward peace. My brother and sister, who used very often to jar, are now so entirely one, and are so much together. Caballing was the word that dropped from my mother's lips, as if unawares, that she is very fearful of the consequences that may follow, To my prejudice, perhaps, is her kind concern, since she sees that they behave to me every hour with more and more shyness and reserve. Yet, would she but exert that authority which the superiority of her fine talents gives her, all these family feuds might perhaps be extinguished in their yet beginnings, especially as she may be assured that all fitting concessions shall be made by me, not only as my brother and sister are my elders, but for the sake of so excellent and so indulgent a mother. For, if I may say to you, my dear, what I would not to any other person living, it is my opinion, that she had been of a temper that would have borne less, she would have had 10 times less to bear than she has had. No commendation, you'll say, of the generosity of those spirits which can turn into its own disquiet so much condescending goodness. Upon my word, I am sometimes tempted to think we may make the world allow for us and respect us as we please, if we can but sturdy in our wills, and set out accordingly. It is but being the less beloved for it, that's all. And if we have power to oblige those we have to deal with, it will not appear to us that we are. Our flatterers will tell us any thing sooner than our faults, or what they know we do not like to hear. Were there not truth in this observation, it is possible that my brother and sister could make their very failings, their vehemences, of such importance to all the family. How will my son, how will my nephew, take this or that measure? What will he say to it? Let us consult him about it. Our references always previous to every resolution taken by his superiors, whose will ought to be his. Well may he expect to be treated with this difference by other person, when my father himself, generally so absolute, constantly pays it to him; and the more, since my godmother's bounty has given him independence to a spirit that was before under too little restraint. But whither may these reflections lead me? I know you do not love any of us but my mother and me; and, being above all disguises, make me sensible that you do not oftener than I wish. Ought I then to add force to your dislikes of those whom I wish you to like, of my father especially? For he, alas, has some excuse for his impatience of contradiction. He is not naturally an ill-tempered man, and in his person an air, and in his conversation too, when not under the torture of gouty paroxysm, everybody distinguishes the gentleman born and educated. Our sex, perhaps, must expect to bear a little, uncourtliness shall I call it, from the husband, whom as the lover they let know the preference their hearts gave him to all other men, say what they will of generosity being a manly virtue. But upon my word, my dear, I have ever yet observed that it is not to be met with in that sex 1 time in 10, that it is to be found in ours. But my father was soured by the cruel distemper I have named, which seized him all at once in the very prime of his life, in so violent a manner as to take from the most active of minds, as his was, all power of activity, and that in all appearances of life, it imprisoned, as I may say, his lively spirits in himself, and turned the edge of them against his own peace. His extraordinary prosperity adding to his impatiency. Those, I believe, who want the fewest earthly blessings, most regret that they want any. But my brother, what excuse can be made for his haughty and morose temper? He is really, my dear, I am sorry to have occasion to say it, an ill-tempered young man, and treats my mother sometimes. Indeed he is not dutiful, but possessing every thing, he has the vice of age, mingled with the ambition of youth, and enjoys nothing but his own haughtiness and ill temper, I was going to say. Yet again I am adding force to your dislikes of some of us. Once, my dear, it was perhaps in your power to have moulded him as you pleased. Could you have been my sister, then had I a friend in a sister. But no wonder that he does not love you now. Who could nip in the bud, and with the disdain, let me say, too much of kin to his haughtiness, a passion that would not have wanted a fervour worthy of the object, and which possibly would have made him worthy? But no more of this. I will prosecute my former intention in my next, which I will sit down to as soon as breakfast is over, dispatching this by the messenger whom you have so kindly sent to inquire after us on my silence. Meantime, I am your most affectionate and obliged friend and servant, Clarissa Harlowe. End of Letter V. Letter VI of Clarissa, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ben Dutton, Lampeter, Wales. Clarissa Harlowe, or The History of a Young Lady, Volume 1, by Samuel Richardson. Letter VI. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe. Harlowe Place, January the 20th. I will now resume my narrative of proceedings here. My brother, being in a good way, although you may be sure that his resentments are rather heightened than abated by the galling disgrace he has received, my friends, my father and uncles, however, if not my brother and sister, begin to think that I have been treated unkindly. My mother been so good as to tell me this since I sent away my last. Nevertheless, I believe they all think that I receive letters from Mr. Lovelace. But Lord M. being inclined rather to support than to blame his nephew, they seem to be so much more afraid of Mr. Lovelace, that they do not put it to me whether I do not or not. Conniving, on the contrary, as it would seem, at the only method left to allay the vehemence of a spirit which they have so much provoked, for he still insists upon satisfaction from my uncles, and this possibly, for he wants not art, as the best way to be introduced again with some advantage into our family. And indeed my aunt Hervey has put it to my mother, whether it were not best to prevail upon my brother to take a turn to his Yorkshire estate, which he was intending to do before, and to stay there till it is all blown over. But this is very far from being his intention, for he has already begun to hint again, that he shall never be easy or satisfied till I am married, and finding neither Mr. Simms nor Mr. Mullins will be accepted, has proposed Mr. Wyerley once more, on the score of his great passion for me. This I have again rejected, and but yesterday he mentioned one who has applied to him by letter, making high offers. This is Mr. Solmes, Rich Solmes, you know they call him. but this application has not met with the attention of one single soul. If none of his schemes of me getting married take effect, he has thoughts, I am told, of proposing to me to go to Scotland, that as the compliment is, I may put his house there in such order as our own is in. But this my mother intends to oppose for her own sake, because, having relieved her, as she is pleased to say, of the household cares, for which my sister, you know, has no turn, they must again devolve upon her if I go. And if she did not oppose it, I should. For believe me, I have no mind to be his housekeeper, and I am sure, were I to go with him, I should be treated rather as a servant than a sister. Perhaps not the better, because I am his sister. And if Mr. Lovelace should follow me, things might be worse than they are now. But I have besought of my mother, who is apprehensive of Mr. Lovelace's visits, and for fears of whom my uncles never stir out without arms and armed servants, my brother also being near well enough to go abroad, to procure me permission to be your guest for a fortnight or so. Will your mother, think you, my dear, give me leave? I dare not ask to go to my dairy house, as my good grandfather would call it, for I am now afraid of being thought to have a wish to enjoy that independence to which his will has entitled me. And as matters are situated, such a wish would be imputed to be my regard to the man to whom they have now so great an antipathy. And indeed, could I be as easy and happy here as I used to be, I would defy that man and all his sex, and never repent that I have given the power of my fortune into my father's hands. Just now my mother has rejoiced me with the news that my requested permission is granted. Every one thinks it best that I should go to you, except my brother. But he was told that he must not expect to rule in every thing. I am to be sent for into the great parlour, where are my two uncles and my aunt Hervey, and to be acquainted with this concession in form. You know, my dear, that there is a good deal of solemnity amongst us. But never was there a family more united in its different branches than ours. Our uncles consider us as their own children, and declare that it is for our sakes that they live single, so that they are advised with upon every article relating to us, or that may affect us. It is therefore the less wonder, at a time when they understand that Mr. Lovelace is determined to pay us an amicable visit, as he calls it, but which I am sure cannot end amicably, that they should both be consulted upon the permission I had desired to attend you. I will acquaint you with what has passed at the general leave given to me to be your guest. And yet I know that you will not love my brother the better for my communication. But I am angry with him myself, and cannot help it. And besides, it is proper to let you know the terms I go upon, and their motives for permitting me to go. Clary, said my mother, as soon as I entered the great parlour, your request to go to Miss Howe's for a few days has been taken into consideration and granted. Much against my liking, I assure you, said my brother, rudely interrupting her. Son James, said my father, and knit his brows. He was not daunted. His arm was in a sling. He often has the mean art to look upon that, when anything is hinted that may be supposed to lead toward the least favour to or reconciliation with Mr. Lovelace. Let the girl then, I am often the girl with him, be prohibited seeing that vile libertine. Nobody spoke. Do you hear, sister Clary? Taking their silence for approbation of what he had dictated. You are not to receive visits from Lord M.'s nephew. Every one still remained silent. Do you so understand the licence you have, miss? Interrogated he. I would be glad, sir, said I, to understand that you are my brother, and that you would understand that you are the only one my brother. Oh, the fond, fond heart! With a sneer of insult, lifting up his hands. Sir, said I to my father, to your justice I appeal. If I have deserved reflection, let me not be spared. But if I am to be answerable for the rashness— No more! No more of either side, said my father. You are not to receive the visits of that Lovelace, though, nor are you, son James, to reflect upon your sister. She is a worthy child. Sir, I have done, replied he, and yet I have her honour at heart, as much as the honour of the rest of the family. And hence, sir, retorted I, your unbrotherly reflections upon me. Well, but you observe, miss, said he, that it is not I, but your father that tells you, that you are not to receive the visits of that Lovelace. Cousin Harlowe, said my aunt Hervey, allow me to say, that my cousin Clary's prudence may be confided in. I am convinced it may, joined my mother. But, aunt, but, madam, put in my sister, there is no hurt, I presume, in letting my sister know the condition she goes to Miss Howe upon, since, if he gets a knack of visiting her there— You may be sure, interrupted my uncle Harlowe, he will endeavour to see her there. So would such an impudent man here, said my uncle Antony, and 'tis better done there than here. Better nowhere, said my father. I command you, turning to me, on pain of displeasure, that you see him not at all. I will not, sir, in any way of encouragement, I do assure you, not at all, if I can properly avoid it. You know with what indifference, said my mother, she has hitherto seen him. Her prudence may be trusted to, as my sister Hervey says. With what apparent indifference, drawled my brother. Son James, said my father sternly. I have done, sir, said he, but again in a provoking manner he reminded me of the prohibition. Thus ended the conference. Will you engage, my dear, that the hated man shall not come near your house? But what an inconsistency is his, when they consent to my going, thinking his visits here no otherwise to be avoided. But if he does come, I charge you never to leave us alone together. As I have no reason to doubt a welcome from your good mother, I will put every thing in order here, and be with you in 2 or 3 days. Meantime, I am your most affectionate and obliged Clarissa Harlowe. End of Letter VI. Letter VII of Clarissa, Volume I. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ben Dutton, Lampeter, Wales. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume I, by Samuel Richardson. Letter VII. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, after her return from her. Harlowe Place, February 20th. I beg your excuse for not writing sooner. Alas, my dear, I have sad prospects before me. My brother and sister have succeeded in all their views. They have found out another lover for me, a hideous one, yet he is encouraged by everybody. No wonder that I was ordered home so suddenly, at an hour's warning. No other notice, you know, than what was brought with the chariot that was to carry me back. It was for fear, as I have been informed, an unworthy fear, that I should have entered into any consort with Mr. Lovelace, had I known their motive for commanding me home, apprehending, 'tis evident, that I should dislike the man they had to propose to me. And well might they apprehend so. For who do you think he is? No other than that Solmes. Could you have believed it? And they are all determined too, my mother with the rest. Dear excellence, how could she be thus brought over, when I am assured that on his first being proposed, she was pleased to say, that had Mr. Solmes the Indies in his possession, and would endow me with them, she should not think him deserving of her Clarissa. The reception I met with at my return, so different from what I used to meet with on every little absence, and now I had been from them for 3 weeks, convinced me that I was to suffer for the happiness I had had in your company, and the conversation for that most agreeable period. I will give you an account of it. My brother met me at the door, and gave me his hand when I stepped out of the chariot. He bowed very low. Pray, miss, favour me. I thought it in good humour, but found it afterwards mock respect. And so he led me in great form, I prattling all the way, inquiring of every body's health, although I was so soon to see them, and there was hardly time for answers, into the great parlour, where were my father, mother, my 2 uncles, and sister. I was struck all of a heap as soon as I entered, to see a solemnity which I had been so little used to on the like occasions in the countenance of every dear relation. They all kept their seats. I ran to my father, and kneeled, then to my mother, and met from both a cold salute. From my father a blessing but half pronounced. My mother indeed called me child, but embraced me not with her usual indulgent ardour. After I had paid my duty to my uncles, and my compliments to my sister, which she received with solemn and stiff form, I was bid to sit down. But my heart was full, and I said it became me to stand, if I could stand, upon a reception so awful and unusual. I was forced to turn my face from them, and pull out my handkerchief. My unbrotherly accuser hereupon stood forth, and charged me with having received no less than 5 or 6 visits at Miss Howe's from the man they had all so much reason to hate. That was his expression, notwithstanding the commands I had had to the contrary. And he bid me deny it if I could. I had never been used, I said, to deny the truth, nor would I now. I owned I had in the 3 weeks past seen the person I presumed he meant oftener than 5 or 6 times. Pray hear me, brother, said I, for he was going to flame out. But he always asked for Mrs. or Miss Howe when he came. I proceeded, that I had reason to believe, that both Mrs. Howe and Miss, as matters stood, would much rather have excused his visits, but they had more than once apologized, that having not the same reason my papa had to forbid him their house, his rank and fortune entitled him to civility. You see, my dear, I made not the pleas I might have made. My brother seemed ready to give a loose to his passion. My father put on the countenance which always portends a gathering storm. My uncles mutteringly whispered, and my sister aggravatantly held up her hands, while I begged to be heard out, and my mother said, let the child, that was her kind word, be heard. I hoped, I said, that there was no harm done, that it became not me to prescribe to Mrs. or Miss Howe who should be their visitors. that Mrs. Howe was always diverted with the raillery that passed between Miss and him, that I had no reason to challenge her guest for my visitor, as I should seem to have done had I refused to go into their company when he was with them, that I had never seen him out of the presence of one or both of those ladies, and had signified to him once, on his urging a few moments' private conversation with me, that, unless a reconciliation were effected between my family and his, he must not expect that I would countenance his visits, much less give him an opportunity of that sort. I told him further, that Miss Howe so well understood my mind, that she never left me for a moment while Mr. Lovelace was there, that when he came, if I was not below in the parlour, I would not suffer myself to be called to him, although I thought it would be an affectation which would give him an advantage rather than the contrary, if I had left company when he came in, or refused to enter into it when I found out he would stay thus any time. My brother heard me out, with such a kind of impatience as he showed was resolved to be dissatisfied with me, say what I would. The rest, as the event has proved, behaved as if they would have been satisfied, had they not further points to carry by intimidating me. All this made it evident, as I mentioned above, that they themselves expected not voluntary compliance, and was a tacit confession of the disagreeableness of the person they had to propose. I was no sooner silent than my brother swore, although in my father's presence, swore, unchecked either by eye or countenance, that for his part he would never be reconciled to that libertine, and that he would renounce me for a sister, if I encouraged the addresses of a man so obnoxious to them all. A man who had like to have been my brother's murderer, my sister said, with a face even bursting with restraint of passion. The poor Bella has, you know, a plump high-fed face, if I may be allowed the expression. I know, you will forgive me for this liberty of speech sooner than I can forgive myself. Yet how can one be such a reptile as not to turn when trampled upon? My father, with vehemence both of action and voice, my father has, a terrible voice when he is angry, told me that I had met with too much indulgence in being allowed to refuse this gentleman, and the other gentleman, and it was now his turn to be obeyed. Very true, my mother said, and hoped his will would not now be disputed by a child so favoured. To show they were all of a sentiment, my uncle Harlowe said, he hoped his beloved niece only wanted to know her father's will, to obey it. And my uncle Antony, in his rougher manner, added, that surely I would not give them reason to apprehend, that I thought my grandfather's favour to me had made me independent of them all. If I did, he would tell me, the will could be set aside, and should. I was astonished. You must needs think, whose addresses now, thought I, is this treatment preparative to? Mr. Wyerley's again? Or whose? And then, as high comparisons, where self is concerned, sooner than low, come into young people's heads, be it for whom it will, this is wooing as the English did for the heiress of Scotland in the time of Edward VI. But that it could be for Solmes, how should it enter into my head? I did not know, I said, that I had been given occasion for this harshness. I hoped I should always have a just sense of every one's favour to me, superadded to the duty I owed as a daughter and a niece, but that I was so much surprised at a reception so unusual and unexpected, that I hoped my papa and mamma would give me leave to retire, in order to recollect myself. No one gainsaying, I made my silent compliments and withdrew, leaving my brother and sister, as I thought, pleased, and as if they wanted to congratulate each other on having occasioned so severe a beginning to be made with me. I went up to my chamber, and there with my faithful Hannah deplored the determined face which the new proposal it was plain they had to make me wear. I had not recovered myself when I was sent down for tea. I begged my maid to be excused attending, but on the repeated command went down with as much cheerfulness as I could assume, and had a new fault to clear myself of. For my brother, so pregnant a thing is determined ill will, by intimations equally rude and intelligible, charged my desire of being excused coming down to sullens, because a certain person had been spoken against, upon whom, as he supposed, my fancy ran. I can easily answer you, sir, said I, as such a reflection deserves, but I forbear. If I do not find a brother in you, you shall have a sister in me. Pretty meekness, Bella whisperingly said, looking at my brother, and lifting up her lip in contempt. He, with an imperious air, bid me deserve his love, and I should be sure to have it. As we sat, my mother, in her admirable manner, expatiated upon brotherly and sisterly love, indulgently blamed my brother and sister for having taken up displeasure too lightly against me, and politically, if I may say so, answered for my obedience to my father's will. It would be all well, my father was pleased to say. Then they should dote upon me, was my brother's expression. Love me as well as ever, was my sister's, and my uncle's, that I then should be the pride of their hearts. But, alas, what a forfeiture of all these I must make! This was the reception I had on my return from you. Mr. Solmes came in before we had done tea. My uncle Antony presented him to me as a gentleman he had particular friendship for. My uncle Harlowe in terms equally favourable for him. My father said, Mr. Solmes is my friend, Clarissa Harlowe. My mother looked at him, and looked at me, now and then, as he sat near me, I thought with concern. I at her, with eyes appealing for pity; at him, when I could glance at him, with disgust little short of affrightment; while my brother and sister Mr. Solmes'd him, and sirr'd, yet such a wretch! But I will at present only add my humble thanks and duty to your honoured mother, to whom I will particularly write to express the grateful sense I have of her goodness to me, and that I am your ever obliged Clarissa Harlowe. End of Letter VII. Letter VIII of Clarissa. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ben Dutton, Lampeter, Wales. Clarissa by Samuel Richardson. Letter VIII. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, February the 24th. They drive on here at a furious rate. The man lives here, I think. He courts them, and is more and more a favourite. Such terms! Such settlements! That's the cry. Oh, my dear, that I had not reason to deplore the family fault, immensely rich as they all are. But this I may the more unreservedly say to you, as we have often joined in the same concern. I, for a father and uncles, you for a mother, in every other respect, faultless. Hitherto I seem to be delivered over to my brother, who pretends as great a love to me as ever. You may believe I have been very sincere with him, but he affects to rally me, and not to believe it possible that one so dutiful and discreet as my sister Clary can resolve to disoblige all her friends. Indeed, I tremble at the prospect before me, for it is evident that they are strangely determined. My father and mother industriously avoid giving me opportunity of speaking to them alone. They ask not for my approbation, intended, as it would seem, to suppose me into their will, and with them I shall hope to prevail, or with nobody. They have not the interest in compelling me, as my brother and sister have. I say less, therefore, to them, reserving my whole force for an audience of my father, if he will permit me a patient ear. How difficult it is, my dear, to give a negative where both duty and inclination join to make one wish to oblige. I have already stood the shock of 3 of this man's particular visits, besides my share in his general ones, and find it is impossible I should ever endure him. He has but a very ordinary share of understanding, is very illiterate, knows nothing but the value of estates, and how to improve them, and what belongs to land-jobbing and husbandry. Yet I am as one stupid, I think. They have begun so cruelly with me, that I have not spirit enough to assert my own negative. They had endeavoured, it seems, to influence my good Mrs. Norton before I came home. So intent are they to carry their point. And her opinion not being to their liking, she has been told that she would do well to decline visiting here for the present. Yet she is the person of all the world, next to my mother, the most likely to prevail upon me, whether measures they are engaged in reasonable measures, or such as she could think so. My aunt, likewise, having said that she did not think her niece could ever be brought to like Mr. Solmes, has been obliged to learn another lesson. I am to have a visit from her to-morrow. And since I have refused so much as to hear from my brother and sister what the noble settlements are to be, she is to acquaint me with the particulars, and to receive from me my determination. For my father, I am told, will not have patience but to suppose that I shall stand in opposition to his will. Meantime, it has been signified to me, that it will be acceptable if I do not think of going to church next Sunday. The same signification was made for me last Sunday, and I obeyed. They are apprehensive that Mr. Lovelace will be there, with design to come home with me. Help me, my dear Mrs. Howe, to your little of your charming spirit. I never more wanted it. The man, this Solmes, you may suppose, has no reason to boast of his progress with me. He has not the sense to say any thing to the purpose. His courtship, indeed, is to them, and my brother pretends to court me as his proxy. Truly, I utterly, to my brother, reject his address, but thinking a person so well received and recommended by all my family, entitled to good manners, all I say against him is affectedly attributed to coyness. And he, not being sensible of his own imperfections, believes that my avoiding him when I can, and the reserves I express, are owing to nothing else. For, as I said, all his courtship is to them, and I have no opportunity of saying no, to one who asks me not the question. And so, with an air of mannish superiority, he seems rather to pity the bashful girl, than to apprehend that he shall not succeed. February the 25th. I have had the expected conference with my aunt. I have been obliged to hear the man's proposals from her, and have been told also what their motives are for espousing his interest with so much warmth. I am even loath to mention how equally unjust it is for him to make such offers, or for those I am bound to reverence to accept of them. I hate him more than before. One great estate is already obtained at the expense of the relations to it, though distant relations, my brothers I mean, by his godmother, and this has given the hope, however chimerical that hope, of procuring others, and that my own at least may revert to the family. And yet, in my opinion, the world is one great family. Originally it was so. What then is this narrow selfishness that reins us in, but relationship remembered against relationship forgot? But here upon my absolute refusal of him, upon any terms, have I had a signification made me that wounds me to the heart. How can I tell it to you? Yet I must. It is, my dear, that I must not for a month to come, or till license obtained, correspond with any body out of the house. My brother, upon my aunt's report, made, however, as I am informed, in the gentlest manner, and even given remote hopes, which he had no commission from me to give, brought me, in authoritative terms, the prohibition. Not to Miss Howe? Said I. No, not to Miss Howe, madam, tauntingly, for have you not acknowledged that Lovelace is a favourite there? See, my dear Miss Howe. And do you think, brother, this is the way? Do you look to that? But your letters will be stopped, I can tell you. And away he flung. My sister came to me soon after. Sister Clary, you are going on in a fine way, I understand. But as there are people who are supposed to be hardened against your duty, I am to tell you, that it will be taken well if you avoid visits or visiting for a week or two, till further order. Can this be from those who have authority? Ask them. Ask them, child, with a twirl of her finger. I have delivered my message. Your father will be obeyed. He is willing to hope you to be all obedience, and would prevent all incitements to refractoriness. I know my duty, said I, and hope I shall not find impossible condition annexed to it. A pert young creature, vain and conceited, she called me. I was the only judge, in my own wise opinion, of what was right and fit. She, for her part, had long seen into my specious ways, and now I should shew everybody what I was at bottom. Dear Bella, said I, hands and eyes lifting up, why all this? Dear Bella, why? None of your dear Bellas to me. I tell you, I see through your witchcrafts. That was her strange word. And away she flung, adding, as she went, and so will everybody else, very quickly, I dare say. Bless me, said I to myself, what a sister have I! How have I deserved this? Then I again regretted my grandfather's too distinguishing goodness to me. February the 25th, in the evening. What my brother and sister have said against me, I cannot tell. But I am in heavy disgrace with my father. I was sent down for tea. I went with a very cheerful aspect, but had occasion soon to change it. Such a solemnity in everybody's countenance. My mother's eyes were fixed upon the teacups, and when she looked up, it was heavily, as if her eyelids had weights upon them, and then not to me. My father sat half aside in his elbow-chair, that his head might be turned from me, his hands clasped and waving, as it were, up and down. his fingers, poor dear gentleman, in motion, as if angry to the very ends of them. My sister was swelling. My brother looked at me with scorn, having measured me, as I may say, with his eyes as I entered, from head to foot. My aunt was there, and looked upon me as if with kindness restrained, bending coldly to my compliment to her as she sat, and then cast an eye first on my brother, then on my sister, as if to give the reason, so I am willing to construe it, of her unusual stiffness. Bless me, my dear, that they should choose to intimidate rather than invite a mind, till now, not thought either unpersuadable or ungenerous. I took my seat. Shall I make tea, madam, to my mother? I always used to, you know, my dear, to make tea. No. A very short sentence, in one very short word, was the expressive answer, and she was pleased to take the canister in her own hands. My brother bid the footman, who attended, leave the room. I, he said, will pour out the water. My heart was up in my mouth. I did not know what to do with myself. What is to follow? Thought I. Just after the second dish, out stepped my mother. A word with you, sister Hervey, taking in her hand. Presently my sister dropped away. Then my brother. So I was left alone with my father. He looked so very sternly, that my heart failed me as twice or thrice I would have addressed myself to him. Nothing but solemn silence on all hands having pressed before. At last I asked, if it were his pleasure that I should pour him out another dish. He answered me with the same angry monosyllable which I had received from my mother before, and then arose and walked out of the room. I arose too, with intent to throw myself at his feet, but was too much overawed by his sternness even to make such an expression of my duty to him as my heart overflowed with. At last, as he supported himself, because of his gout, on the back of a chair, I took a little more courage, and approaching him, besought him to acquaint me in what I had offended him. He turned from me, and in a strong voice, Clarissa Harlowe, said he, know that I will be obeyed. God forbid, sir, that you should not. I have never yet opposed your will. Nor I your whimsies, Clarissa Harlowe, interrupted he. Don't let me run the fate of all who show indulgence to your sex, to be the more contradicted for mine to you. My father, you know, my dear, has not, any more than my brother, a kind opinion of our sex, or there is not a more condescending wife in the world than my mother. I was going to make protestations of duty. No protestations, girl, no words. I will not be prated to. I will be obeyed. I have no child. I will have no child, but an obedient one. Sir, you never had reason, I hope. Tell me not what I never had, but what I have, and what I shall have. Good sir, be pleased to hear me. My brother and sister, I fear. Your brother and sister shall not be spoken against, girl. They have a just concern for the honour of my family. And I hope, sir, hope nothing. Tell me not of hopes, but of facts. I ask nothing of you but what is in your power to comply with, and what is your duty to comply with. Then, sir, I will comply with it. But yet I hope from your goodness. No expostulations, no buts, girl, no qualifyings. I will be obeyed, I tell you, and cheerfully too, or you are no child of mine. I wept. Let me beseech you, my dear and ever-honoured papa, and I dropped down on my knees, that I may have only yours and my mamma's will, and not my brother's to obey. I was going on, but he was pleased to withdraw, leaving me on the floor, saying, that he would not hear me thus by subtlety and cunning aiming to distinguish away my duty, repeating, that he would be obeyed. My heart is too full, so full, that it may endanger my duty, were I to try and to unburden it to you on this occasion. So I will lay down my pen. But yet positively, I will lay down my pen. End of Letter VIII. Letter IX of Clarissa. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ben Dutton, Lampeter, Wales. Clarissa by Samuel Richardson. Letter IX. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe. February the 26th. In the morning. My aunt, who stayed here last night, made me a visit this morning as soon as it was light. She tells me that I was left alone with my father yesterday on purpose, that he might talk with me on my expected obedience, but that he owned he was put beside his purpose by reflecting on something my brother had told him in my disfavour, and by his impatience but to suppose that such a gentle spirit as mine had hitherto seemed to be, should presume to dispute his will in a point where the advantage of the whole family was to be so greatly promoted by my compliance. I find, by a few words which dropped unawares from my aunt, that they have in all absolute dependence upon what they suppose to be meekness in my temper. But in this they may be mistaken, for I verily think, upon a strict examination of myself, that I have almost as much in me of my father's as of my mother's family. My uncle Harlowe, it seems, is against driving me upon extremities, but my brother has engaged, that the regard I have for my reputation and my principles will bring me round to my duty. That's the expression. Perhaps I shall have reason to wish I had not known this. My aunt advises me to submit for the present to the interdicts they have laid me under, and indeed to encourage Mr. Solmes's address. I have absolutely refused the latter, let what will, as I have told her, be the consequence. The visiting prohibition I will conform to. But as to that of not corresponding with you, nothing but the menace that our letters shall be intercepted can engage my observation of it. She believes that this order is from my father, and that my mother has not been consulted upon it. She says that it is a given, as she has reason to think, purely in consideration to me, lest I should mortally offend him. And this, from the incitements of other people, meaning you and Miss Lloyd, I make no doubt, rather than by my own will. For still, as she tells me, he speaks kind and praiseful things of me. Here is clemency, here is indulgence, and so it is, to prevent a headstrong child, as a good prince would wish to deter disaffected subjects from running into rebellion, and so forfeiting everything. But this is allowing to the younger man's wisdom of my brother, a plotter without a head, and a brother without a heart. How happy might I have been with any other old brother in the world but James Harlowe, and with any other sister but his sister! Wonder not, my dear, that I, who used to chide you for these sort of liberties with my relations, now am more undutiful than you ever were unkind. I cannot bear the thought of being deprived of the principal pleasure of my life. For such is your conversation by person and by letter. And who, besides, can bear to be made the dupe of such low cunning, operating with such high and arrogant passions? But can you, my dear Miss Howe, condescend to carry on a private correspondence with me? If you can, there is only one way I have thought of by which it may be done. You must remember the green lane, as we call it, that runs by the side of the wood-house and the poultry-yard where I kept my bantams, pheasants, and pea-hens, which generally engaged my notice twice a day. The more my favourites because they were my grandfather's, and recommended to my care by him, and therefore brought hither from my dairy-house since his death. The lane is lower than the floor of the wood-house, and in the side of the wood-house the boards are rotted away down to the floor for half an ell together in several places. Hannah can step into the lane, and make a mark with chalk where a letter or parcel may be pushed in, under some sticks, which may be so managed as to be an unsuspected cover for the written deposits from either. I have been just now to look at the place, and find it will answer. So your faithful Robert may, without coming near the house, and as only passing through the green lane which leads 2 or 3 farmhouses, out of the livery if you please, very easily take from thence my letters and deposit yours. This place is the more convenient, because it is seldom resorted to but by myself or Hannah on the above-mentioned count. For it is the general storehouse for firing, the wood for constant use being nearer the house. One corner of this being separated off for the roosting place of my little poultry, either she or I shall never want a pretence to go thither. Try, my dear, the success of a letter this way, and give me your opinion and advice what to do in this disgraceful situation, as I cannot but call it, and what you think of my prospects, and what you would do in my case. But beforehand I will tell you, that your advice must not run in favour of this Solmes. And yet it is very likely they will endeavour to engage your mother, in order to induce you, who have such an influence over me, to favour him. Yet, on second thoughts, if you incline to that side of the question, I would have you write your whole mind. Determined, as I think I am, and cannot help it, I would at least give a patient hearing to what may be said on the other side. For my regards are not much so engaged, upon my word they are not, I know not myself if they be, to another person as some of my friends suppose, and as you, giving way to your lively vein upon his last visits, affected to suppose. What preferable favour I may have for him to any other person, is owing more to the usage he has received, and for my sake borne, than to any personal consideration. I write a few lines of grateful acknowledgment to your good mother for her favours to me in the late happy period. I fear I shall never know such another. I hope she will forgive me, that I did not write sooner. The bearer, if suspected and examined, is to produce that as the only one he carries. How do needless watchfulness and undue restraint produce artifice and contrivance? I should abhor these clandestine correspondences were they not forced upon me. They have so mean, so low an appearance to myself, that I think I ought not to expect that you should take part in them. But why, as I have so expostulated with my aunt, must I be pushed into a state, which I have no wish to enter into, although I reverence it? Why should not my brother, so many years older, and so earnest to see me engaged, be first engaged? And why should not my sister be first provided for? But here I conclude these unavailing expostulations, with the assurance that I am, and ever will be, your affectionate Clarissa Harlowe. End of Letter IX.
Letter 10 of Clarissa or the History of a Young Lady. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bob Gilham, Betws Bledrws, Lampeter, Wales. Clarissa Harlowe by Samuel Richardson. Letter 10. Miss Howe to Miss Clarissa Harlowe, February 27. What odd heads some people have! Miss Clarissa Harlowe to be sacrificed in marriage to Mr. Roger Soames? Astonishing! I must not, you say, give my advice in favour of this man. You now convince me, my dear, that you are nearer of kin than I thought you to the family that could think so preposterous a match, or you would never have had the least notion of my advising in his favour. Ask for his picture. You know I have a good hand at drawing an ugly likeness, but I'll see a little further first, for who knows what may happen, since matters are in such a train, and since you have not the courage to oppose so overwhelming a torrent. You ask me to help you to a little of my spirit. Are you in earnest? But it will not now, I doubt, do you service. It will not sit naturally upon you. You are your mother's girl. Think what you will, and have violent spirits to contend with. Alas, my dear, you should have borrowed some of mine a little sooner. That is to say, before you had given the management of your estates into the hands of those who think they have a prior claim to it. What though a father's? Has not the father 2 elder children? And do they not both bear more of his stamp and image than you do? Pray, my dear, call me not to account for this free question, lest your application of this meaning, on examination, prove to be as severe as that. Now I have launched out a little. Indulge me one word more in the same strain. I will be decent, I promise you. I think that you might have known that avarice and envy are 2 passions that are not to be satisfied, the one by giving, the one other by the envied persons continuing to deserve and excel. Fuel both, all the world over, to flames insatiate and devouring. But since you ask for my opinion, you must tell me all you know or surmise of their inducements. And if you will not forbid me to make extract from your letters for the entertainment of my aunt and cousin in the little island, who long to hear more of your affairs, it will be very obliging. But you are so tender of some people who have no tenderness for anybody but themselves, that I must conjure you to speak out. Remember that a friendship like ours admits of no reserves. You may trust my partiality. It would be an affront to your own judgment if you did not. For do you not ask my advice, and have you not taught me that friendship should never give a bias against justice? Justify them, therefore, if you can. Let us see if there be any sense, whether sufficient reason or not, in their choice. At present I cannot, and yet I know a great deal of your family, have any conception how all of them, your mother and your Aunt Hervey in particular, can join with the rest against judgments given. As to some of the others, I cannot wonder at anything they do or attempt to do, where self is concerned. You ask, why may not your brother be first engaged in wedlock? I'll tell you why. His temper and his arrogance are too well known to induce woman he would aspire to receive his addresses, notwithstanding his great independent acquisitions and still greater prospects. Let me tell you, my dear, those acquisitions have given him more pride than reputation. To me he is the most intolerable creature that I have ever conversed with. The treatment you blame he merited from one whom he addressed with the air of a person who presumes he is about to confer a favour rather than to receive one. I ever loved to mortify proud and insolent spirits. What, think you, makes me bear Hickman near me, but that the man is humble, and knows and keeps his distance. As to your question, why your elder sister may not first be provided for, I answer, because she must have no man, but one who has a great and clear estate. That's one thing. Another is, because she has a younger sister. Pray, my dear, be so good as to tell me what man of a great clear estate would think of that elder sister, while the younger were single. You are all too rich to be happy, child, for must not each of you, by the constitutions of a family, marry to be still richer? People who know in what their main excellence consists are not to be blamed, are they, for cultivating and improving what they think most valuable? Is true happiness any part of your family view? So far from it, that none of your family but yourself could be happy were they not rich. So let them fret on, grumble and grudge and accumulate, and wondering what ails them that they have not happiness when they have riches. Think the cause is want of more, and so go on heaping up, till death, as greedy an accumulator as themselves, gathers them into his garner. Well then, once more I say, do you, my dear, tell me what you know of their avowed and general motives, and I will tell you more than you will tell me of their failings. Your Aunt Hervey, you say, has told you. Why must I ask you to let me know them, when you condescend to ask my advice on the occasion? They that prohibit your corresponding with me is a wisdom I neither wonder at nor blame them for, since it is an evidence to me that they know of their own folly, and if they do, is it strange that they should be afraid to trust one another's judgment upon it? I am glad you have found out a way to correspond with me. I approve it much. I shall more, if this first trial of it proves successful. But should it not, and fall it into their hands, I would not concern me but for your sake. We have heard before you wrote, that all was not right between your relations and you at your coming home, that Mr. Solmes visited you, and that with a prospect of success. But I concluded the mistake lay in the person, and that his address was to Miss Arabella. And, indeed, had she been as good-natured as your plump ones generally are, I should have thought her too good for him by half. This must certainly be the thing, thought I, and my beloved friend is sent for to advise and assist in her nuptial preparations. Who knows, said I to my mother, but that when the man has thrown aside his yellow full-buckled peruke and his broad-brimmed beaver, both of which I suppose were Sir Oliver's best of long standing, he may cut a tolerable figure, dangling to church with Miss Bell. The woman, as she observed, should excel the man in features, and where can she match so well for a foil? I indulged in this surmise against rumour, because I could not believe that the absurdest people in England could be so very absurd as to think of this man for you. We heard, moreover, that you received no visitors. I could assign no reason for this, except that the preparations for your sister were to be private, and the ceremony sudden, for fear this man should, as another man did, change his mind. Miss Lloyd and Miss Biddulph were with me to inquire what I knew of this, and of your not being in church either morning or afternoon the Sunday after your return from us, to the disappointment of a little hundred of your admirers, to use their words. It was easy for me to guess the reason to be what you confirm, their apprehensions that Lovelace would be there, and attempt to wait on you home. My mother takes very kindly your compliments in your letter to her. Her words upon reading it were, Miss Clarissa Harlowe is an admirable young lady. Wherever she goes she confers a favour. Whomever she leaves she fills with regret. And the little comparative reflection, Oh, my Nancy, that you had a little of her sweet obligingness. No matter. The praise was yours. You are me, and I enjoyed it. The more enjoyed it because, shall I tell you the truth? Because I think myself as well as I am. Were it but for this reason, that had I 20 brother Jameses, and 20 sister bells. Not one of them, nor all of them joined together, would dare treat me as yours presume to treat you. The person who will bear much shall have much to bear, all the world through. It is your own sentiment, grounded upon the strongest instance that can be given in your own family, though you have so little improved by it. The result is this, that I am fitter for this world than you for the next than me. That is the difference. But long, long for my sake, and for hundreds of sakes, may be it before you quit us for company more congenial to you and more worthy of you. I communicated to my mother the account you give of your strange reception, also what a horrid wretch they have found out for you, and the compulsory treatment they give you. It only set her on magnifying her lenity to me, on my tyrannical behaviour, as she will call it. Mothers must have their own way, you know, my dear, to the man whom she so warmly recommends, against whom it seems there can be no just exception, and expatiating upon the complaisance I owe her for her indulgence. So I believe I must communicate to her nothing farther, especially as I know she would condemn the correspondence between us, and that between you and Lovelace, as clandestine and undutiful proceedings, and divulge our secret besides, for duty implicit is her cry. And moreover, she lends a pretty open ear to the preachments of that starch old bachelor, your uncle Antony, and for an example to her daughter would be more careful how she takes your part, be the cause ever so just. Yet this is not the right policy neither, for people who allow nothing will be granted nothing. In other words, those who aim at carrying too many points will not be able to carry any. But can you divine, my dear, what the old preachment-making, plump-hearted soul, your uncle Antony, means by his frequent amblings hither? There's such smirking and smilings between my mother and him, such mutual praises of economy, and that is my way, and this I do, and I'm glad it is your apprehension, sir, and you look into everything, madam. Nothing would be done if I did not. Such exclamations against servants, such exaltings of self, and dear heart, and good lack, and lass a day, and now and then their conversation sinkering into whispering accent, if I come across them. I'll tell you, my dear, I don't half above like it. Only that these old bachelors usually take as many years to resolve upon matrimony as they can expect to live, or I should be ready to fire upon his visits, and to recommend Mr. Hickman to my mother's acceptance as a more eligible man, for what he wants in years he makes up in gravity, and if you will not chide me, I will say there is a primness in both, especially when the man has presumed too much with me upon my mother's favour for him, and is under discipline on that account, as makes them seem near of kin, and then in contemplation of my sauciness, and what they both fear from it, they sigh away, and seem so mightily to compassionate each other, that if pity be but one remove from love, I am in no danger, while they in both in a great deal, and don't know it. Now, my dear, I know you upon me with your grave airs, so in for the lamb, as the saying is, in for the sheep, and do yourself look about you, for I'll have a pull with you, by way of being aforehand. Hannibal, we read, always advised to attack the Romans upon their own territories. You are pleased to say, and upon your word too, that your regards, a mighty quaint word for affections, are not so much engaged as some of your friends suppose, to another person. What need do you give one to imagine, my dear, that the last month or two has been a period extremely favourable to that other person, whom it has made an obliger of the niece for his patience with the uncles? But to pass that by, so much engaged, how much, my dear? Shall I infer some of my friends suppose a great deal? You may seem to own a little. Don't be angry, it is all fair, because you have not acknowledged to me that little. People, I have heard you say, who affect secrets, always excite curiosity. But you proceed with a kind of drawback upon your vehement, as if recollection had given you a doubt. You know not yourself if they be so much engaged. Was it necessary to say this to me, and to say it upon your word too? But you know best. Yet you don't neither, I believe. For a beginning love is acted by a subtle spirit, and oftentimes discovers itself to a bystander, when the person possessed, why should I not call it possessed, knows not it has such a demon. But further you say, what preferable favour you may have for him to any other person is owing more to the usage he has received, and for your sake borne, than to any personal consideration. This is generously said, it is in character, but, oh my friend, depend upon it, you are in danger. Depend upon it, whether you know it or not, you are a little in for it. Your native generosity and greatness of mind endanger you. All your friends, by fighting against him with impolitic violence, fight for him. And Lovelace, my life for yours, notwithstanding all his veneration and assiduities, has seen further than that veneration and those assiduities, so well calculated to your meridian. Well, let him own he has seen, in short, that his work is doing for him more effectually than he could do it for himself. And have you not before now said that nothing is so penetrating as the eye of a lover who has vanity, and who says Lovelace wants vanity? In short, my dear, it is my opinion that from the easiness of his heart and behaviour, that he has seen more than I have seen, more than you think could be seen, more than I believe you yourself know, or else you would let me know it. Already, in order to restrain him from resenting the indignities he has received, and which are daily offered him, he has prevailed upon you to correspond with him privately. I know he has nothing to boast of from what you have written, but is not him inducing you to receive his letters and to answer them a great point gained? By your insisting that he should keep the correspondence private, it appears there is one secret which you do not wish the world should know, and he is master of that secret. He is himself, as I may say, that secret. What intimacy does this beget for the lover? How is it distancing the parent? Yet who, as things are situated, can blame you? Your condescension has no doubt hitherto prevented great mischiefs. It must be continued for the same reason while the cause remains. You are drawn in by a perverse feint against inclination, but custom, with such laudable purposes, will reconcile the inconveniency and make an inclination, and I would advise you, as you would wish to manage on an occasion so critical with that prudence which covers all your actions, not to be afraid of entering upon a close examination into the true springs and grounds of this your generosity to that happy man. It is my humble opinion, I tell you frankly, that on inquiry it will come out to be love. Don't start, my dear. Has not your man himself had natural philosophy to observe already to your Aunt Hervey that love takes the deepest root in the steadiest minds? The deuce take his sly penetration, I was going to say, for this was 6 or 7 weeks ago. I have been tinctured, you know, nor on the coolest reflection could I account how and when the jaundice began, but had been over head and ears, as the saying is, but for some advice from you, which I now return to you. Yet my man was not half so. So what, my dear? To be sure, Lovelace is a charming fellow, and where he only... But I will not make you glow as you read, upon my word I will not. Yet, my dear, don't you find at your heart somewhat unusual make it go throb, 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 as you read just here? And if you do, don't be ashamed to own it. It is your generosity, my love, that's all. But, as the Roman augur said, Caesar beware the Ides of March. Adieu, my dearest friend. Forgive, and very speedily, by the new-found expedient. Tell me that you forgive. Your ever affectionate Anna Howe. End of Letter 10.
Letter 11 of Clarissa. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ben Dutton, Lampeter, Wales. Clarissa by Samuel Richardson. Letter 11. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe. Wednesday, March the 1st. You both nettled and alarmed me, my dearest Miss Howe, by the concluding part of your last. At first reading it, I did not think it was necessary, said I to myself, to guard against a critic, when I was writing to so dear a friend. But then, recollecting myself, is there not more in it, said I, than the result of a vein so naturally lively? Surely I must have been guilty of an inadvertence. Let me enter into the close examination of myself, which my beloved friend advises. I do so, and cannot own of any of the glow, any of the throbs you mention. Upon my word, I will repeat, I cannot. And yet the passages in my letter, upon which you are so humorously severe, lay me fairly open to your agreeable raillery. I own they do, and I cannot tell what turn my mind had taken to dictate so oddly to my pen. But pray now, is it saying so much when one, who has no very particular regard to any man, says, there are some who are preferable to others? And is it blamable to say, they are the preferable, who are not well used by one's relations? Yet dispense with that usage out of regard to oneself, which they would otherwise resent. Mr. Lovelace, for instance, I may be allowed to say, is a man to be preferred to Mr. Solmes, and that I do prefer him to that man. But surely this may be said without its being a necessary consequence that I must be in love with him. Indeed, I would not be in love with him, as it is called, for the world. First, because I have no opinion of his morals, and I think it in fault in which our whole family, my brother excepted, has had a share, that he was permitted to visit us with a hope, which, however being distant, did not, as I have observed heretofore, entitle any of us to call him to account for such of his immoralities as came to our ears. Next, because I think him to be a vain man, capable of triumphing, secretly at least, over a person whose heart he thinks he has engaged. And thirdly, because the assiduities and veneration which you impute to him seem to carry a haughtiness in them, as if he thought his address had a merit in it, that would be more than equivalent to a woman's love. In short, his very politeness, notwithstanding the advantages he must have had from his birth and education, appear to be constrained, and, with the most remarkable, easy, and genteel person, something, at times, seems to be behind in his manner that is too studiously kept in. Then, good-humoured as he is thought to be in the main to other people's servants, and this even to familiarity, although, as you have observed, a familiarity that has dignity in it not unbecoming to a man of quality, he is apt sometimes to break out into a passion with his own. An oath or a curse follows, and such looks from those servants as plainly show terror, and that they should have fared worse had they not been in my hearing, with a confirmation in the master's looks of a surmise too well justified. Indeed, my dear, this man is not the man. I have great objections to him. My heart throbs not after him. I glow not, but with indignation against myself, for having given room for such an imputation. But you must not, my dearest friend, construe common gratitude into love. I cannot bear that you should. But ever I should have the misfortune to think it love, I promise you upon my word, which is the same as upon my honour, that I will acquaint you with it. You bid me to tell you very speedily, and by the new-found expedient, that I am not displeased with you for your agreeable raillery. I dispatch this, therefore, immediately, postponing to my next the account of the inducements which my friends have to promote with so much earnestness the address of Mr. Solmes. Be satisfied, my dear, meantime, that I am not displeased with you. Indeed, I am not. On the contrary, I give you my hearty thanks for your friendly premonitions, and I charge you, as I have often done, that if you observe any thing in me so very faulty as would require from you to others in my behalf the palliation of friendly and partial love, you acquaint me with it. For methinks I would so conduct myself as not to give reason even for an adversary to censure me. And how shall so weak and so young a creature avoid the censure of such, if my friend will not hold a looking-glass before me to let me see my imperfections? Judge me then, my dear, as any indifferent person, knowing what you know of me, would do. I may be at first a little pained, may glow a little perhaps, to be found less worthy of your friendship than I wish to be, but assure yourself, that your kind correction will give me reflection that shall amend me. If it do not, you will have a fault to accuse me of, that will be utterly inexcusable. A fault, let me add, that should you not accuse me of it, if in your opinion I am guilty, you will not be so warmly my friend as I am yours, since I have never spared you on the like occasions. Here I break off to begin another letter to you, with the assurance, meantime, that I am, and ever will be, your equally affectionate and grateful Clarissa Harlowe. End of Letter XI.
Letter XII. Of Clarissa, or the History of a Young Lady. This is LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bob Gilham, Bettis Bledrws, Lampeter, Wales. Clarissa Harlowe by Samuel Richardson. Book 1, Letter 12. Miss Howe to Miss Clarissa Harlowe, Thursday morning, March the 2nd. Indeed, you would not be in love with him for the world. Your servant, my dear. Nor would I have you. For I think, with all the advantages of person, fortune, and family, he is not by any means worthy of you. And this opinion I give as well from the reasons you mention, which I cannot but confirm, as from what I have heard of him but a few hours ago from Mrs. Fortescue, a favourite of Lady Betty Lawrance, who knows him well. But let me congratulate you, however, on your being the first of your sex, who ever I heard of, who has been able to turn that lion Love into her own pleasure into a lapdog. Well, but if you have not the throbs and the glows, you have not, and are not in love. Good reason why? Because you would not be in love, and there's no more to be said. Only, my dear, I shall keep a good look-out upon you, and so I hope you will upon yourself, for it is no manner of argument that because you would not be in love, you therefore are not. But before I part entirely with this subject, a word in your ear, my charming friend. It is only by way of caution, and in pursuance of the general observation that a stander-by is often a better judge of a game than those at play. May it not be that you have had and have such cross creatures and such odd heads to deal with as have not allowed you to attend to the throbs,
or if you had them a little now and then, whether having had two accounts to place them to, you have not by mistake put them to the wrong one. But whether you have a value for Lovelace or not, I know you'll be impatient to hear what Mrs. Fortescue has said of him, nor will I keep you longer in suspense. 100 wild stories she tells of him from childhood to manhood, for, as she observed, having never been subject to contradiction, he was always as mischievous as a monkey. But shall I pass over these whole 100 of his puerile rogueries, though indicative ones, as I may say, to take notice as well of some things you are not quite ignorant of, as of others you know not, and to make a few observations upon him and his ways. Mrs. Fortescue owns, what everybody knows, that he is notoriously, nay, avowedly, a man of pleasure, yet says that in anything he sets his heart upon or undertakes, he is the most industrious and persevering mortal under the sun. He rests, it seems, not above 6 hours in the 24, any more than you. He delights in writing. Whether at Lord M.'s, or at Lady Betty's, or Lady Sarah's, he has always a pen in his fingers when he retires. One of his companions, confirming his love of writing, has told her that his thoughts flow rapidly to his pen, and you and I, my dear, have observed, on more occasions than one, that though he writes even a fine hand, he is one of the readiest and quickest of writers. He must indeed have had early a very docile genius, since a person of his pleasurable turn and active spirit could never have submitted to take long or great pains in attaining the qualifications he is master of, qualifications so seldom attained by youth of quality and fortune, by such especially of those either who, like him, have never known what is to be controlled. He had once, it seems, the vanity, upon being complimented on these talents, and on his surprising diligence for a man of pleasure, to compare himself to Julius Caesar, who performed great actions by day and wrote them down at night, and valued himself that he only wanted Caesar's outsetting to make a figure among his contemporaries. He spoke of this, indeed, she says, with an air of pleasantry, for she observed, and so have we, that he has the art of acknowledging his vanity with so much humour that it sets him above the contempt which is due to vanity and self-opinion, and at the same time half persuades those who hear him that he really deserves the exaltation he gives himself. But supposing it to be true that all his vacant nightly hours are employed in writing, what can be his subjects? If, like Caesar, his own actions, he must undoubtedly be a very enterprising and very wicked man, since nobody expects him to have a serious turn, and decent as he is in his conversation with us, his writings are not probably such as would redound either to his own honour or to the benefit of others were they to be read. He must be conscious of this, since Mrs. Fortescue says that in the great correspondence by letters which he holds, he is as secret and as careful as if it were of a treasonable nature, yet troubles not his head with politics, though nobody knows the interests of princes and courts better than he is said to do. That you and I, my dear, should love to write is no wonder. We have always, from the time each could hold a pen, delighted in epistolary correspondencies. Our employments are domestic and sedentary, and we can scribble upon 20 innocent subjects, and take delight in them because they are innocent, though were they to be seen, they might not profit or please others. But that such a gay, lively young fellow as this, who rides, hunts, travels, frequents the public entertainments, and has means to pursue his pleasures, should be able to set himself to write for hours together, as you and I have heard him say he frequently does, that is a strange thing. Mrs. Fortescue says that he is a complete master of shorthand writing. By the way, what inducements could a swift writer as he have to learn shorthand? She says, and we know it as well as she, that he has a surprising memory and a very lively imagination. Whatever his other vices are, all the world, as well as Mrs. Fortescue says, he is a sober man. and among all his bad qualities, gaming, that great waster of time as well as fortune, is not his vice. So that he must have his head as cool and his reason as clear as the prime of youth and his natural gaiety will permit, and by his early morning hours a great portion of time upon his hands to employ in writing, or worse. Mrs. Fortescue says he has one gentleman who is intimate and correspondent than any of the rest. You remember what his dismissed bailiff said of him and his associates. I don't find but that Mrs. Fortescue confirms this part of it, that all his relations are afraid of him, and that his pride sets him above owning obligations to them. She believes he is clear of the world, and that he will continue so. No doubt from the same motive that makes him avoid being obliged to his relations. A person willing to think favourably of him would hope that a brave, a learned, and a diligent man could not be naturally a bad man. But if he be better than his enemies say he is, and if worse he is bad indeed, he is guilty of inexcusable fault in being so careless as he is of his reputation. I think a man can be so but from one of these two reasons: either that he is conscious he deserves the ill spoken of him, or that he takes a pride in being thought worse than he is, both very bad and threatening indications, since the first must show him to be utterly abandoned, and it is but natural to conclude from the other that what a man is not ashamed to have imputed to him, he will not scruple to be guilty of whenever he has an opportunity. Upon the whole, and upon all I could gather from Mrs. Fortescue, Mr. Lovelace is a very faulty man. You and I have thought him too gay, too inconsiderate, too rash, too little hypocrite, to be deep. You see, he would never disguise his natural temper, haughty as it certainly is, with respect to your brother's behaviour to him. Where he think a contempt is due, he pays it to the uttermost, nor has he complaisance enough to spare your uncles. But where he deep, and ever so deep, you would soon penetrate him, if they would leave you to yourself. His vanity would be your clue. Never man had more. Yet, as Mrs. Fortescue observed, never did man carry it off so happily. There is a strange mixture in it of humorous vivacity, since, but for one half of what he says of himself when he is in the vein, any other man would be insufferable. Talk of the devil is an old saying. The lively wretch has made me a visit, and is but just gone away. He is all impatience and resentment at the treatment you meet with, and full of apprehensions too, that they will carry their point with you. I told him, in my opinion, that you will never be brought to think of such a man as Solmes, but that it will probably end in a composition never to have either. No man, he said, whose fortunes and alliances are so considerable, ever had so little favour from a woman for whose sake he had borne so much. I told him my mind as freely as I used to, but whoever was in fault, myself being judge. He complained of spies set upon his conduct, and to pry into his life and morals, and this by your brother and uncles. I told him that this was very hard upon him, and the more so as neither his life nor morals perhaps would stand a fair inquiry. He smiled, and called himself my servant. The occasion was too fair, he said, for Miss Howe, who never spared him, to let it pass. But Lord help the shallow souls of the Harlowes! Would I believe it? They were for turning plotters upon him. They had best take care he did not pay them in their own coin. Their hearts were better turned for such works than their heads. I asked him if he valued himself upon having a head better turned than theirs for such works, as he called them. He drew off, and then ran into the highest professions of reverence and affection for you. The object so meritorious, who can doubt the reality of his professions? Adieu, my dearest, my noble friend. I love and admire you for the generous conclusion of your last more than I can express, though I began this letter with impertinent raillery, knowing that you always loved to indulge my mad vein. yet never was there a heart that more glowed with friendly love than that of your own Anna Howe.
End of
Letter 12.
Letter 13 of Clarissa. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ben Dutton, Lampeter, Wales. Letter 13. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe. Wednesday, March the 1st. I now take up my pen to lay before you the inducements and motive which my friends have to espouse so earnestly the address of this Mr. Solmes. In order to set this matter in a clear light, it is necessary to go a little back, and even perhaps to mention some things which you already know, and so you may look upon what I am going to relate as a kind of supplement to my letters of the 15th and 20th of January last. In those letters, of which I have kept memorandums, I gave you an account of my brother's and sister's antipathy to Mr. Lovelace, and the methods they took, so far as they had come to know my knowledge, to ruin him in the opinion of my other friends. And I told you, that after a very cold, yet not directly affrontive behaviour to him, they all of a sudden became more violent and proceeded to personal insults, which brought on the last the unhappy rencounter between my brother and him. Now you must know, that from the last conversation that passed between my aunt and me, it comes out, that this sudden vehemence on my brother's and sister's parts was owing to stronger reasons than to the college-begun antipathy on his side, or to the slighted love on hers, to wit, to an apprehension that my uncles intended to follow my grandfather's example in my favour, at least in a higher degree than they wished they should. An apprehension founded, it seems, on a conversation between my two uncles and my brother and sister, which my aunt communicated to me in confidence, as an argument to prevail upon me to accept of Mr. Solmes's noble sentiments, urging, that such a seasonable compliance would frustrate my brother's and sister's views, and establish me for ever in the love of my fathers and uncles. I will give you the substance of this communicated conversation, after I have made a brief introductory observation or two, which however I hardly need to make to you, who are so well acquainted with us all, did not the series or thread of the story require it. I have more than once mentioned to you the darling view some of us have had of raising a family, as it is called, a reflection, as I have often thought, upon our own, which is no considerable or upstart one on either side, on my mother's especially, a view too frequently, it seems, entertained by families which, having great substance, cannot be satisfied without rank or title. My uncles had once extended this view to each of us 3 children, urging, that as they themselves intended not to marry, we each of us might be so portioned and so advantageously matched, as that our posterity, if not ourselves, might make a first figure in our country, while my brother, as the only son, thought the 2 girls might be very well provided for by 10 or 15,000 pounds a piece, and that all the real estates in the family, to wit, my grandfather's, father's, and 2 uncles, and the remainder of their respective personal estates, together with what he had an expectation of from his godmother, would make such a noble fortune, and give him such an interest as might entitle him to hope for a peerage. Nothing less would satisfy his ambition. With this view, he gave himself heirs very early, that his grandfather and uncles were his stewards, that no man ever had better, that daughters were but encumbrances and drawbacks upon a family, and this low and familiar expression was often in his mouth, and uttered always with the self-complacence which an imagined happy thought can be supposed to give to the speaker, to wit, that a man who has sons brings up chickens for his own table, though once I made his comparison stagger with him, by asking him, if the sons, to make it hold, were to have their necks wrung off, whereas daughters are chickens brought up for the tables of other men. This, accompanied with the equally polite reflection, that to induce people to take them off their hands, the family stock must be impaired into the bargain, used to put my sister out of all patience, and, although she now seems to think a younger sister only can be an encumbrance, she was then often proposing to me to make a party in our own favour against my brother's rapacious views, as she used to call them, while I was considering the liberties he took of this sort, as the effect of a temporary pleasantry, which, in a young man not naturally good-humoured, I was glad to see, or as a foible that deserved raillery, but no other notice. But when my grandfather's will, of the purport of which in my particular favour, until it was opened, I was as ignorant as they, had lopped off one branch of my brother's expectation, he was extremely dissatisfied with me. Nobody indeed was pleased, for although every one loved me, yet being the youngest child, father, uncles, brothers, sister, all thought themselves postponed, as to matter of right and power, and who loves not power? And my father himself could not bear that I should be made sole, as I may call it, and independent, for such the will as to the estate and the powers it give, unaccountably, as they all said, made me. To obviate, therefore, every one's jealousy, I gave up to my father's management, as you know, not only the estate, but the money bequeathed me, which was a moiety of what my grandfather had by him at his death, the other moiety being bequeathed to my sister, contenting myself to take as from his bounty what he was pleased to allow me, without desiring the least addition to my annual stipend. And then I hoped I had laid all envy asleep. But still my brother and sister, jealous, as now is evident, of my two uncles' favour of me, and of the pleasure I had given my father and them by this act of duty, were every now and then occasionally doing me covert ill offices, of which, however, I took the less notice, when I was told of them, as I thought I had removed the cause of their envy, and I imputed every thing of that sort to the petulance they are both pretty much noted for. My brother's acquisition then took place. This made us all very happy, and he went down to take possession of it, and his absence, on so good an account too, made us happier still. Then followed Lord M.'s proposal for my sister, and this was an additional felicity for the time. I have told you how exceedingly good-humoured it made my sister. You know how that went off. You know what came on in its place. My brother then returned, and we were all wrong again. And Bella, as I observed in my letters above mentioned, had an opportunity to give herself the credit of having refused Mr. Lovelace on the score of his reputed faulty morals. This united my brother and sister in one cause. They set themselves, on all occasions, to depreciate Mr. Lovelace, and his family too, a family which deserves nothing but respect, and this gave rise to the conversation I am leading to, between my uncles and them, of which I now come to give the particulars, after I have observed that it happened before the rencounter, and soon after the inquiry made into Mr. Lovelace's affairs had come out better than my brother and sister hoped it would. They were bitterly inveighing against him, in their usual way, strengthening their invectives with some new stories in his disfavour, when my uncle Antony, having given them a patient hearing, declared that he thought the gentleman behaved like a gentleman, his niece Clary with prudence, and that a more honourable alliance for the family, as he had often told them, could not be wished for, since Mr. Lovelace had a very good paternal estate, and that, by the evidence of an enemy, all clear. Nor did it appear that he was so bad a man as he had been represented to be. Wild, indeed, But it was a gay time of life. He was a man of sense, and he was sure that his niece would not have him, if she had not good reason to think him reformed, or that there was a likelihood that she could not reform him by her example. My uncle then gave one instance, my aunt told me, as a proof of a generosity in Mr. Lovelace's spirit, which convinced him that he was not a bad man in nature, and that he was of a temper, he was pleased to say, like my own, which was, that when he, my uncle, had represented to him that he might, if he pleased, make 300 or 400 a year off his paternal estate, more than he did, he answered, that his tenants paid their rents well, that it was a maxim with his family, from which he would by no means depart, never to rack rent old tenants, or their descendants, and that it was a pleasure to him to see all his tenants look fat, sleek, and contented. I indeed had once occasionally heard him say something like this, and thought he never looked so well as that at time, except once, and that was in an instance given by him on the following incident. An unhappy tenant of my uncle Antony came petitioning to my uncle for forbearance in Mr. Lovelace's presence. When he had fruitlessly withdrawn, Mr. Lovelace pleaded his cause so well that the man was called in again, and had his suit granted. And Mr. Lovelace privately followed him out, and gave him 2 guineas for present relief, the man having declared that, at the time, he had not 5 shillings in the world. On this occasion he told my uncle, but without any airs of ostentation, that he had once observed an old tenant and his wife in a very mean habit at church, and questioning them about it the next day, as he knew they had no hard bargain in their farm, the man said, he had done some very foolish things with a good intention, which had put him behind hand, and he could not have paid his rent, and appear better. He asked him how long it would take him to retrieve the foolish step he acknowledged he had made. He said, perhaps 2 or 3 years. Well then, said he, I will abate you £5 a year for 7 years, provided you will lay it upon your wife and self, that you may make a Sunday appearance like my tenants. Meantime, take this, putting his hand in his pocket and giving him 5 guineas, to put yourselves in present plight, and let me see you next Sunday at church, hand in hand, like an honest and loving couple. And I bespeak you to dine with me afterwards. Although this pleased me when I heard it, as given an instance of generosity and prudence at the same time, not lessening, as my uncle took notice, the yearly value of the farm, yet, my dear, I had no throbs, no glows upon it. Upon my word, I had not. Nevertheless, I own to you, that I could not help saying to myself on the occasion, were it ever to be my lot to have this man, he would not hinder me from pursuing the methods I so much delight to take, with a pity that such a man were not uniformly good. Forgive me this digression. My uncle went on, as my aunt told me, that besides his paternal estate, he was the immediate heir to a very splendid fortunes. That when he was entreating for his niece Arabella, Lord M. told him, my uncle, what great things he and his 2 half-sisters intended to do for him, in order to qualify him for the title which would be extinct at his lordship's death, and which they hoped to procure for him, or a still higher, that of those ladies' father, which had been for some time extinct on failure of heirs male, that it was with this view that his relations were also earnest for his marrying, that, as he saw not where Mr. Lovelace could better himself, so truly he thought there was wealth enough in their own family to build up 3 considerable ones, that, therefore, he must needs say, he was the more desirous of this alliance, as there was a great probability, not only from Mr. Lovelace's descent, but from his fortunes, that his niece Clarissa might one day be a peeress of Great Britain. And upon that prospect, here was the mortifying stroke, he should, for his own part, think it not wrong to make such dispositions as should contribute to the better support of the dignity. My uncle Harlowe, it seems, far from disapproving of what his brother has said, declared that there was but one objection to an alliance with Mr. Lovelace, to wit, his faulty morals, especially as so much could be done for Miss Bella, and for my brother too, by my father, and as my brother was actually possessed of a considerable estate by virtue of the deed of gift and will of his godmother Lovel. Had I known this before, I should the less have wondered at many things I have been unable to account for in my brother's and sister's behaviour to me, and been more on my guard than I imagined there was a necessity to be. You may easily guess how much this conversation affected my brother at the time. He could not, you know, but be very uneasy to hear two of his stewards talk at this rate to his face. He had, from early days, by his violent temper, made himself both feared and courted by the whole family. My father himself, as I have lately mentioned, very often, long before my brother's acquisition had made him still more assuming, gave way to him, as to an only son who was there to build up the name, and augment the honour of it. Little inducement, therefore, had my brother to correct a temper which gave him so much consideration with everybody. "See, sister Bella," said he, in an indecent passion before my uncles, on this occasion I have mentioned, "see how it is. You and I ought to look about us. This little siren is in a fair way to out-uncle, as she already has out-grandfathered us both." From this time, as I now found it plain upon recollection, did my brother and sister behave to me, as to one who stood in their way, and to each other as having but one interest, and were resolved, therefore, to bend all their force to hinder an alliance from taking effect, which they believed was likely to oblige them to contract their views. And how was this to be done, after such a declaration from both my uncles? My brother found out the way. My sister, as I have said, went hand in hand with him. Between them the family union was broke, and every one was made uneasy. Mr. Lovelace was received more and more coldly by all, but not being to be put out of his course by slights only, personal affronts succeeded, defiances next, then the rencounter that, as you have heard, did the business. And now, if I do not oblige them, my grandfather's estate is to be litigated with me. And I, who never designed to take advantage of the independency bequeathed me, am to be as dependent upon my father's will as a daughter ought to be who knows not what it is good for herself. This is the language of the family now. But if I will suffer myself to be prevailed upon, how happy, as they lay it out, shall we be? Such presents I am to have, such jewels, and I cannot tell what, from every one in the family. Then Mr. Solmes's fortunes are so great, and his proposal so very advantageous, no relation whom he values, that there will be abundant room to raise mine upon them, with the high intended favours of my own relations to be quite out of the question. Moreover, it is now, with this view, found out, that I have qualifications which of themselves will be a full equivalent to Mr. Solmes for the settlements he is to make, and still leave him under an obligation to me for my compliance. He himself thinks so, I am told. So very poor a creature is he, even in his own eyes, as well as in theirs. These desirable views answered, how rich, how splendid shall we all three be? And I, what obligation shall I lay upon them all? And that only by doing an act of duty so suitable to my character and manner of thinking, if indeed I am the generous as well as dutiful creature I have hitherto made them believe I am. This is the bright side that is turned to my father and uncle, to captivate them. But I am afraid that my brothers and sisters' design is to ruin me, with them at any rate. Were it otherwise, would they not on return from you have rather sought to court than frighten me into measures which their hearts are so much bent to carry? A method they have followed ever since. Meantime, orders are given to all the servants to show the highest respect to Mr. Solmes. The generous Mr. Solmes is now his character with some of our family. But are not these orders a tacit confession, that they think his own merit will not procure him respect? He is accordingly, in every visit he makes, not only highly caressed by the principals of our family, but obsequiously attended and cringed to by the menials. And the noble sentiments are echoed from every mouth. Noble is the word used to enforce the offers of a man who is mean enough avowedly to hate, and wicked enough to propose to rob of their just expectations his own family, every one of which, at the same time, stands in too much need of his favour, in order to settle all he is worth upon me. And if I die without children, and he has none by any other marriage, upon a family which already abounds. Such are his proposals. But were there no other motive to induce me to despise the upstart man, is not this unjust one to his family enough? The upstart man, I repeat. For he was not born to the immense riches he is now possessed of, riches left by one niggard to another, in injury to the next heir, because that other is a niggard. And should I not be as culpable, do you think, in my acceptance of such unjust settlements, as he is in the offer of them, if I could persuade myself to be a sharer in them, or suffer a visory expectation of possessing them to influence my choice? Indeed, it concerns me not a little, that my friends could be brought to encourage such offers on such motives, as I think of a person of conscience should not presume to begin the world with. But this, it seems, is the only method that can be taken to disappoint Mr. Lovelace, and at the same time to answer all my relations have wished for each of us. And surely I will not stand against such an accession to the family as may happen from marrying Mr. Solmes, since now a possibility is discovered, which such a grasping mind as my brother's can easily turn into a probability, that my grandfather's estate will revert to it, with a more considerable one of the man's own. Instances of estates falling in cases far more unlikely than this, are insisted upon. And my sister says, in the words of an old saw, it is good to be related to an estate. While Solmes, smiling no doubt to himself at a hope so remote, by offers only, obtains all their interests, and doubts not to join to his own estate, I am envied for, which, for the conveniency of its situation between two of his, will it seems to be of twice the value to him that it would be of to any other person, and is therefore, I doubt not, a stronger motive with him than the wife. Those, my dear, seem to me to be the principal inducements of my relations to espouse so vehemently as they do this man's suit. And here, once more, must I deplore the family fault, which gives those inducements such a force as it will be difficult to resist. And thus far, let matters with regard to Mr. Solmes and me come out as they will, my brother has succeeded in his views. That is to say, he has, in the first place, got my father to make the cause his own, and to insist upon my compliance as an act of duty. My mother has never thought fit to oppose my father's will, when once he has declared himself determined. My uncles, stiff, unbroken, highly prosperous bachelors, give me leave to say, though very worthy persons in the main, have as high notions of a child's duty as of a wife's obedience, in the last of which my mother's meekness has confirmed them, and given them greater reason to expect the first. My aunt Hervey, not extremely happy in her own nuptials, and perhaps under some little obligation, is got over, and chooses not to open her lips in my favour against the wills of a father and uncles so determined. This passiveness in my mother and in my aunt, in a point so contrary to their own first judgments, is too strong a proof that my father is absolutely resolved. Their treatment of my worthy Mrs. Norton is a sad confirmation of it. A woman deserving of all consideration for her wisdom, and everybody thinking so, but who, not being wealthy enough to have due weight in a point against which she has given her opinion, and which they seem to be bent upon carrying, is restrained from visiting here, and even from corresponding with me, as I am this very day informed. Hatred to Lovelace, family aggrandizement, and this great motive paternal authority! What a force united must they be supposed to have, when singly each consideration is sufficient to carry all before it! This is the formidable appearance which the address of this disagreeable man wears at present. My brother and my sister triumph. They have got me down, as Hannah overheard them exult. And so they have. Yet I never knew that I was so insolently up. For now my brother will either lay me under an obligation to comply to my own unhappiness, and so make me an instrument of his revenge upon Lovelace, or, if I refuse, will throw me into disgrace with my whole family. Who will wonder at the intrigues and plots carried on by undermining courtiers against one another, when a private family, but three of which can possibly have clashing interests, and one of them, as she presumes to think, above such low motives, cannot be free from them? What at present most concerns me is the peace of my mother's mind. How can the husband of such a wife, a good man too, but oh, this prerogative of manhood, be so positive, so unpersuadable to one who has brought into the family means which they know so well the value of, that methinks they should value her the more for their sake? They do indeed value her, but I am sorry to say she has purchased that value by her compliances, yet has merit for which she ought to be venerated, prudence which ought of itself to be conformed to in every thing. But whither roves my pen? How dare a perverse girl take these liberties with relations so very respectable, and whom she highly respects? What an unhappy situation is that which obliges her, in her own defence as it were, to expose their failings! But you, who know how much I love and reverence my mother, will judge what a difficulty I am under, to be obliged to oppose a scheme which she is engaged in. Yet I must oppose it. To comply is impossible, and must without delay declare my opposition, or my difficulties will increase, since, as I am now just informed, a lawyer has been this very day consulted, would you have believed it, in relation to settlements. Were ours a Roman Catholic family, how much happier for me that they thought a nunnery would answer all their views! How happy had not a certain person slighted somebody! All then would have been probably concluded between them before my brother had arrived to thwart the match. Then had I a sister, which now I have not, and two brothers, both aspiring, possibly both titled, while I should only have valued that in either which is above title, that which is truly noble in both. But by what a long-reaching selfishness is my brother governed! By what remote, exceedingly remote views, which it is in the power of the slightest accident, of a fever for instance, the seeds of which are always vegetating, as I may say, and ready to burst forth in his own impetuous temper, or of the provoked weapon of an adversary to blow up and destroy. I will break off here. Let me write ever so freely of my friends. I am sure of your kind construction, and I confide in your discretion that you will avoid reading to or transcribing for others such passages as may have the appearance of treating too freely the parental, or even the fraternal character, or induce others to censure for a supposed failure in duty to the one, or decency to the other. Your truly affectionate Clarissa Harlowe. End of Letter XIII. Letter XIV of Clarissa. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ben Dutton, Lampeter, Wales. Letter XIV. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe. Thursday evening, March the 2nd. On Hannah's depositing of my long letter, begun yesterday, but by reason of several interruptions not finished till within this hour, she found and brought me yours of this day. I thank you, my dear, for this kind expedition. These few lines will perhaps be time enough deposited to be taken away by your servant with the other letter. Yet they are only to thank you, and to tell you my increasing apprehensions. I must take or seek the occasion to apply to my mother for her meditation. For I am in danger of having a day fixed, and antipathy taken for bashfulness. Should not sisters be sisters to each other? Should not they make a common cause of it, as I may say, a cause of sex, on such occasions as the present? Yet mine, in support of my brother's selfishness, and no doubt in concert with him, has been urging in full assembly, it seems, and that with an earnestness peculiar to herself when she sets upon a thing, that an absolute day be given me, and if I comply not, to be told, that it shall be to the forfeiture of all my fortunes, and of all their love. She need not be so officious. My brother's interest, without hers, is strong enough, for he has found means to confederate all the family against me. Upon some fresh provocation, or new intelligence concerning Mr. Lovelace, I know not what it is, they have bound themselves, or are to bind themselves by a signed paper, to one another. The Lord bless me, my dear, what shall I do? To carry their point in favour of Mr. Solmes, in support of my father's authority, as it is called, and against Mr. Lovelace, as a libertine, and an enemy to the family. And if so, I am sure, I may say against me. How impolitic of them all, to join two people in one interest, whom they wish for ever to keep asunder. What the discharged steward reported of him is surely bad enough. What Mrs. Fortescue said not only confirms that bad, but gives room to think him still worse. And yet the something further which my friends have come at is of so heinous a nature, as Betty Barnes tells Hannah, that it proves him almost to be the worst of men. But hang the man, I had almost said, what is he to me? What would he be, were not this Mr. Oh, my dear, how I hate the man in the light he is proposed to me! All of them, at the same time, are afraid of Mr. Lovelace, yet not afraid to provoke him. How am I entangled! To be obliged to go on corresponding with him for their sakes. Heaven forbid that their persisted in violence should so drive me as to make it necessary for my own. But surely they will yield. Indeed I cannot. I believe the gentlest spirits, when provoked, causelessly and cruelly provoked, are the most determined. The reason may be, that not taking up resolutions lightly, their very deliberation makes them the more immovable, and then when a point is clear and self-evident, how can one with patience think of entering into an argument or contention upon it? An interruption obliges me to conclude myself, in some hurry, as well as fright, what I must ever be, yours more than my own, Clarissa Harlowe. End of Letter XIV.
Letter XV.
Of Clarissa, or the History of a Young Lady.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bob Gilham, Fetus Blettrus, Lampeter, Wales. Clarissa Harlowe by Samuel Richardson. Letter 15. Miss Howe to Miss Clarissa Harlowe, Friday, March the 3rd. I have both your letters at once. It is very unhappy, my dear, since your friends will have you marry, that a person of your merit should be addressed by a succession of worthless creatures who have nothing but their presumption for their excuse. That these presumers appear not in this very unworthy light to some of your friends is because their defects are not so striking to them as to others. And why? Shall I venture to tell you? Because they're nearer to their own standard. Modesty, after all, perhaps there is a concern in it. For how should they think that a niece or sister of theirs, I will not go higher, for fear of incurring your displeasure, should be an angel? But where indeed is the man to be found who has the least share of due diffidence, that dares look up to Miss Clarissa Harlowe with hope or with anything but wishes? Thus the bold and forward, not being sensible of their defects, aspire, while the modesty of the really worthy fills them with too much reverence to permit them to explain themselves. Hence your Sims, your Byrons, your Mullinges, your Wiries, the best of the herd, and your Soameses, in turn invade you. Wretches, that looking upon the rest of your family need not despair of succeeding in an alliance with it. But to you, what an inexcusable presumption! Yet I am afraid all opposition will be in vain. You must, you will, I doubt, be sacrificed to this odious man. I know your family. There will be no resisting such baits as he has thrown out. Oh, my dear, my beloved friend, and are such charming qualities, is such exalted merit, to be sunk in such a marriage? You must not, your uncle tells your mother, dispute their authority. Authority! What a full word that is in the mouth of a narrow-minded person, who happened to be born 30 years before one. Of your uncles I speak. For as to the paternal authority, that ought to be sacred. But should not parents have reason for what they do? Wonder not, however, at your Belle's unsisterly behaviour in this affair. I have a particular to add to the inducements your insolent brother is governed by, which will account for all her driving. You have already owned that her outward eye was from the first struck with the figure and the dress of the man whom she pretends to despise, and who, 'tis certain, thoroughly despises her. But you have not told me that still she loves him of all men. Belle has a meanness in her very pride. That meanness rises with her pride, and goes hand in hand with it, and no one is so proud as Belle. She has owned her love, her uneasy days and sleepless nights, and her revenge grafted upon her love to her favourite Betty Barnes, to lay herself in the power of her servant's tongue. Poor creature! But like little souls will find one another out, and mingle, as well as like great ones. This, however, she told the wench in strict confidence. Thus, by way of the female roundabout, as Lovelace has the sauciness on such another occasion to ridicule our sex, to call it, Betty, pleased to be thought worthy of a secret, and to have an opportunity of inveighing against Lovelace's perfidy, as she would have it to be, told it to one of her confidants. That confidant, with like injunctions of secrecy, to Miss Lloyd's Harriet, Harriet to Miss Lloyd to me, I to you, with leave to make of what you please of it. And now you will not wonder to find Miss Belle an implacable rival, rather than an affectionate sister, and will be able to account for the words witchcraft, siren, and such like thrown out against you, and for her driving on for a fixed day for sacrificing you to Solmes. In short, for her rudeness and violence of every kind. What a sweet revenge will she take as well upon Lovelace as upon you, if she can procure her rival sister to be married to the man that sister hates, and so prevent her having the man who she herself loves, whether she have hope of him or not, and whom she suspects her sister loves. Poisons and poniard have often been set to work by minds inflamed by disappointed love and actuated by revenge. Will you wonder, then, that the ties of relationship in such a case have no force, and that a sister forgets to be a sister? Now I know this to be her secret motive, the more grating to her, as her pride is concerned to make her disavow it, and consider it joined with her former envy, and as strengthened by a brother who has such an ascendant over the whole family, and whose interest, slave to it as he always was, engaged him to ruin you with every one, both possessed of the ears of all your family, and having it as much in their power as in their will to misrepresent all you say, all you do. Such subject also as the recounter, and Lovelace's want of morals to expiation. Your whole family likewise avowedly attached to the odious man by means of the captivating proposals he has made them. When I consider all these things, I am full of apprehensions for you. Oh, my dear, how will you be able to maintain your ground? I am sure, alas, I am too sure, that they will subdue such a fine spirit as yours, unused to opposition, and tell it not in Gath, you must be Mrs. Solmes. Meantime, it is now easy, as you will observe, to guess from what quarter the report I mentioned to you in one of my former came, that the younger sister has robbed the elder of her lover, for Betty whispered it at the same time she whispered the rest. That neither Lovelace nor you had done honourably by their young mistress. How cruel, my dear, in you, to rob the poor Bella of the only lover she only had! And at the instant, too, that she is priding herself that now, at last, she should have it in her power, not only to gratify her own susceptibilities, but to give an example to the flirts of her sex, my worshipped self in her eye, how to govern their man with a silken rein, and without a curb bridle. Upon the whole, I have now no doubt of their persevering in favour of the despicable Solmes, and of their dependence upon the gentleness of your temper, and the regard you have for their favour, and for your own reputation. And now I am more than ever convinced of the propriety of the advice I formerly gave you, to keep in your own hands the estate bequeathed to you by your grandfather. Had you done so, it would have procured you at least an outward respect from your brother and sister, which would have made them conceal the envy and ill will that now are bursting upon you from hearts so narrow. I must harp a little more upon this string. Do you not observe how much your brother's influence has overtopped yours, since he has got into fortune so considerable, and since you have given some of them an appetite to continue in themselves the possession of your estate, unless you comply with their terms? I know your dutiful, your laudable motives, and one would have thought that you might have trusted to a father who so dearly loved you. But had you been actually in possession of that estate, and living up to it and upon it, your youth protected from biting tongues by the company of your prudent Norton, as you had proposed, do you think that your brother, grudging it to you at the time as he did, and look upon it as his right as an only son, would have been practising upon it and aiming at it? I told you some time ago that I thought your trials but proportioned to your prudence. But you will be more than woman if you can extricate yourselves with honour, having such violent spirits and sordid minds in some, and such tyrannical and despotic wills in others to deal with. Indeed, all may be done, and the world be taught further to admire you for your blind duty and will-less resignation, if you can persuade yourself to be Mrs. Solmes. I am pleased with the instances you give me of Mr. Lovelace's benevolence to his own tenants, and with his little gift to your uncles. Mrs. Fortescue allows him to be the best of landlords, I might have told you that, had I thought it necessary to put you into some little conceit of him. He has qualities, in short, that may make him a tolerable creature on the other side of 50. But God help the poor woman to whose lot he shall fall till then. Women, I should say, perhaps, since he may break 6 hearts before that time. But to the point I was upon. Shall we not have reason to commend the tenant's grateful honesty, if we are told that with joy the poor man called out your uncle, and on the spot paid him in part of his debt those 2 guineas? But what shall we say of that landlord, who, though he knew the poor man to be quite destitute, could take it, and saying nothing, while Mr. Lovelace stayed as soon as he was gone, tell of it in praise of the poor fellow's honesty? Were this so, and were it not that that landlord related to my dearest friend, how should I despise such a wretch? But perhaps the story is aggravated. Covetous peoples have every one's ill word, and so indeed they ought, because they are only solicitous to keep that which they prefer to every one's good one. Covetous indeed would they be who deserved neither, yet expected both. I long for your next letter. Continue to be as particular as possible. I can think of no other subject but what relates to you and to your affairs, for I am, and will ever be, most affectionately your own Anna Howe. End of letter 15.
Letter 16 of Clarissa, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ben Dutton, Lampeter, Wales. Clarissa Harlowe, or The History of a Young Lady, Volume 1, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 16. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe. Her proceeding not at that time received. Friday, March the 3rd. O my dear friend, I have had a sad conflict. Trial upon trial, conference upon conference. But what law, what ceremony, can give a man a right to a heart which abhors him more than it does any living creature? I hope my mother will be able to prevail for me, but I will recount it all, though I sit up the whole night to do it, for I have a vast deal to write, and will be as minute as you wish me to be. I concluded my last in a fright. It was occasioned by a conversation that passed between my mother and my aunt, part of which Hannah overheard. I need not give you the particulars, since what I have to relate to you from different conversations that have passed between my mother and me, in the space of a very few hours, will include them all. I will begin then. I went down this morning, when breakfast was ready, with a very uneasy heart, from what Hannah had informed me of yesterday afternoon. Wishing for an opportunity, however, to appeal to my mother, in hopes to engage her interest in my behalf, and proposing to try to find one when she retired to her own apartment after breakfast. But unluckily there was the odious Solmes, sitting a squat between my mother and sister, with so much assurance in his looks. But you know, my dear, that those we love not can do not anything to please us. Had the wretch kept his seat, it might have been well enough, but the bend and broad-shouldered creature must needs arise, and stalk towards a chair, which was just by that which was set for me. I removed it to a distance, as if to make way to my own, and down I sat, abruptly, I believe, what I had heard all in my head. But this was not enough to daunt him. The man is very confident. He is very bold. A staring man. Indeed, my dear, the man is very confident. He took the removed chair, and drew it so near mine, squatting in it with his ugly weight, that he pressed upon my hoop. I was so offended, all I had heard, as I said, in my head, that I removed to another chair. I own I had too little command of myself. It gave my brother and sister too much advantage. I dare say they took it. But I did involuntarily, I think. I could not help it. I knew not what I did. I saw that my father was excessively displeased. When angry, no man's countenance ever shows it so much as my father's. "Clarissa Harlowe," said he with a big voice, and there he stopped. "Sir," said I, trembling and curtsying, for I had not then sat down again, and put my chair nearer the wretch, and sat down, my face, as I could feel, all in a glow. "Make tea, child," said my kind mamma. "Sit by me, love, and make tea." I removed with pleasure to the seat the man had quitted, and being thus indulgently put into employment, soon recovered myself, and in the course of the breakfasting officiously asked 2 or 3 questions of Mr. Solmes, which I would not have done, but to make up with my father. Proud spirits may be brought to. Whisperingly spoke my sister to me, over her shoulder, with an air of triumph and scorn. But I did not mind her. My mother was all kindness and condescension. I asked her once, if she were pleased with the tea. She said softly, and again called me dear, she was pleased with all I did. I was very proud of this encouraging goodness, and all blew over, as I hoped, between my father and me, for he also spoke kindly to me 2 or 3 times. Small accidents these, my dear, to trouble you with, only as they lead to greater, as you shall hear. Before the usual breakfast time was over, my father withdrew my mother, telling her he wanted to speak with her. Then my sister, and next my aunt, who was with us, dropped away. My brother gave himself some airs of insult, which I understand well enough, but which Mr. Solmes could make nothing of, and at last he arose from his seat. "Sister," said he, "I have a curiosity to show you. I will fetch it." And away he went, shutting the door close after him. I saw what all this was for. I arose, the man hemming up for a speech, rising and beginning to set his splay feet. Indeed, my dear, the man in all his ways is hateful to me, in an approaching posture. I will save my brother the trouble of bringing to me his curiosity, said I. I curtsied. Your servant, sir, the man cried. Madam, madam, twice, and looked the fool. But away I went, to find my brother, to save my word. But my brother, indifferent as the weather was gone to walk in the garden with my sister. A plain case, that he had left his curiosity with me, and designed to show me no other. I had but just got into my own apartment, and began to think of sending Hannah to beg an audience of my mother, the more encouraged by her condescending goodness at breakfast, when Shorey, her woman, brought me her commands to attend me in her closet. My father, Hannah told me, was just gone out of it with a positive angry countenance. Then I as much dreaded the audience as I had wished for it before. I went down, however, but apprehending the subjects he intended to talk to me upon, approaching her trembling, and my heart in visible palpitations. She saw my concern, holding out her kind arms as she sat. Come kiss me, my dear, said she, with a smile like a sunbeam breaking through the cloud that overshadowed her naturally benign aspect. Why flutters my jewel so? This preparative sweetness, with her goodness just before, confirmed my apprehensions. My mother saw the bitter pill wanted gilding. "Oh, my mamma," was all I could say, and I clasped my arms round her neck, and my face sunk into her bosom. My child, restrain," said she, "your powers of moving. I dare not else trust myself with you," and my tears trickled down her bosom, as hers bedewed my neck. Oh, the words of kindness, all to be expressed in vain, that flowed from her lips! "Lift up your sweet face, my best child, my own Clarissa Harlowe. O my daughter, best beloved of my heart, lift up a face so ever amiable to me. Why these sobs? Is an apprehended duty so affecting a thing, that before I can speak? But I am glad, my love, you can guess at what I have to say to you. I am spared the pains of breaking to you what was a task upon me reluctantly enough undertaken to break to you." Then rising, she drew a chair near her own, and made me sit down by her, overwhelmed as I was with tears of apprehension of what she had to say, and of gratitude for her truly maternal goodness to me. Sobs still my only language. And drawing her chair still nearer to mine, she put her arms around my neck, and my glowing cheek wet with my tears, close to her own. "Let me talk to you, my child. Since silence is your choice, hearken to me, and be silent. You know, my dear, what I every day forego and undergo for the sake of peace. Your papa is a very good man, and means well, but he will not be controlled, nor yet persuaded. You have sometimes seemed to pity me, that I am obliged to give up every point. Poor man! His reputation the less for it, mine the greater, yet would I not have the credit, if I could not help it, at so dear a rate to him and to myself. You are a dutiful, a prudent, and a wise child," she was pleased to say, "in hope, no doubt, to make me so. You would not add, I am sure, to my trouble. You would not wilfully break that peace which costs your mother so much to preserve. Obedience is better than sacrifice. O my Clary Harlowe, rejoice my heart, by telling me that I have apprehended too much. I see your concern. I see your perplexity. I see your conflict." Loosing her arm, and rising, not willing I should see how much she herself was affected. "I will leave you a moment. Answer me not," for I was essaying to speak, and had, as soon as she took her dear cheek from mine, dropped down on my knees, my hands clasped and lifted up in a supplicating manner. "I am not prepared for your irresistible expostulation," she was pleased to say. "I will leave you to recollection, and I charge you, on my blessing, that all this, my truly maternal tenderness, be not thrown away upon you." And then she withdrew into the next apartment, wiping her eyes as she went from me. As mine overflowed, my heart taking in the whole compass of her meaning. She soon returned, having recovered more steadiness. Still on my knees, I had thrown my face across the chair she had sat in. "Look up at me, my Clary Harlowe. No sulliness, I hope?" "No, indeed, my ever-to-be-revered mamma," and I arose. I bent my knee. She raised me, no kneeling to me, but with knees of duty and compliance. Your heart, not your knees, must bend. It is absolutely determined. Prepare yourself, therefore, to receive your father, when he visits you by and by, as he would wish to receive you. But on this 1/4 of an hour depends the peace of my future life, the satisfaction of all the family, and your own security from a man of violence. And I charge you besides, on my blessing, that you think of being Mrs. Solmes. There went the dagger to my heart, and down I sunk. And when I recovered, found myself in the arms of my Hannah, my sister's Betty, holding open my reluctantly open palm, my laces cut, my linen scented with hartshorn, and my mother gone. Had I been less kindly treated, the hated name still forborne to be mentioned, or mentioned with a little more preparation and reserve, I had stood the horrid sound with less visible emotion. But to be bid, on the blessing of a mother so dearly beloved, so truly reverenced, to think of being Mrs. Solmes, what a denunciation that was! Shorey came in with a message, delivered in her solemn way. Your mamma, miss, is concerned for your disorder. She expects you down again in an hour, and bid me say that she then hopes every thing from your duty. I made no reply, for what could I say? And leaning upon Hannah's arm, withdrew to my own apartment. There you will guess how the greatest part of the hour was employed. Within that time my mother came up to me. I love, she was pleased to say, to come into this apartment. No emotions, child, no flutters. Am I not your mother? Do not discompose me by discomposing yourself. Do not occasion me uneasiness, when I would give you nothing but pleasure. Come, my dear, we will go into your closet. She took my hand, led the way, and made me sit down by her, and after she had inquired how I did, she began in a strain as if she supposed I had made use of the intervening space to overcome all my objections. She was pleased to tell me that my father and she, in order to spare my natural modesty, had taken the whole affair upon themselves. Hear me out, and then speak. He is indeed every thing I wish him to be, but he is a man of probity, and has no vices. No vices, madam? Hear me out, child. You have not behaved much amiss to him. We have seen with pleasure that you have not. O madam, I now speak. I still have done presently. A young creature of your virtuous and pious turn, she was pleased to say, cannot surely love a profligate. You love your brother too well to wish to marry one who had like to have killed him, and who threatened your uncles, and who defies us all. You have had your own way 6 or 7 times. We want to secure you against a man so vile. Tell me, I have a right to know, whether you prefer this man to all others. Yet God forbid that I should know you do, for such a declaration would make us all miserable. Yet tell me, are your affections engaged to this man? I knew not what the indifference would be, if I said they were not. You hesitate. You answer me not. You cannot answer me. Rising, never more will I look upon you with an eye of favour. O madam, madam, kill me not with your displeasure. I would not, I need not, Hesitate one moment. Did I not dread the inference, if I answer you as you wish? Yet be that inference what it will, your threatened displeasure will make me speak. And I declare to you, that I know not my own heart, if it not be absolutely free. And pray, let me ask, my dearest mamma, in what has my conduct been faulty, that, like a giddy creature, I must be forced to marry, to save me from what? Let me beseech you, madam, to be the guardian of my reputation. Let not your Clarissa be precipitated into a state she wishes not to enter into with any man. And this upon a supposition that otherwise she shall marry herself, and disgrace her whole family. Well then, Clary, passing over the force of my plea, if your heart be free, O my beloved mamma, let the usual generosity of your dear heart operate in my favour. Urge not upon me the inference that made me hesitate. I won't be interrupted, Clary. You have seen in my behaviour to you, on this occasion, a truly maternal tenderness. You have observed that I have undertaken the task with some reluctance, because the man is not every thing, and because I know you carry your notions of perfection in a man too high. Dearest madam, this one time excuse me. Is there then any danger that I should be guilty of an imprudent thing for the man's sake you hint at? Again interrupted. Am I to be questioned and argued with? You know this won't do somewhere else. You know it won't. What reason then, ungenerous girl, can you have for arguing with me thus, but because you think from my indulgence to you, you may? What can I say? What can I do? What must that cause be that will not bear being argued upon? Again, Clarissa Harlowe. Dearest madam, forgive me. It was always my pride and my pleasure to obey you. But look upon that man. See the disagreeableness of his person. Now, Clary, do I see whose person you have in your eye. Now is Mr. Solmes, I see, but comparatively disagreeable only as another man has a much more spacious person. But, madam, are not his manners equally so? Is not his person the true representative of his mind? That other man is not, shall not be, any thing to me. Release me from this one man, whom my heart unbidden resists. Condition thus with your father. Will he bear, do you think, to be thus dialogued with? Have I not conjured you, as you value my peace? What is it that I do not give up? This very task, because I apprehended you would not be easily persuaded, is a task indeed upon me. And will you give up nothing? Have you not refused as many as have been offered to you? If you would not have a guess for whom, comply, for comply you must, or be looked upon as in a state of defiance with your whole family. And saying this, she arose and went from me, but at the chamber door stopped, and turned back. I will not say below in what a disposition I leave you. Consider of every thing. The matter is resolved upon. As you value your father's blessing and mine, and the satisfaction of all the family, resolve to comply. I will leave you for a few moments, but I will come up to you again. See that I find you as I wish to find you, and since your heart is free, let your duty govern it. In about half an hour my mother returned. She found me in tears. She took my hand. It is my part, evermore, said she, to be of the acknowledged side. I believe I have needlessly exposed myself to your opposition, by the method I have taken with you. I first began as if I expected a denial, and by my indulgence brought it upon myself. Do not, my dearest mamma, do not say so. Were the occasion for this debate, proceeded she, to have reason from myself, were it in my power to dispense with your compliance, you too well know what you can do with me. Would anybody, my dear Miss Howe, wish to marry who sees a wife of such a temper, and blessed with such an understanding as my mother is noted for, not only deprived of all power, but obliged to be even active in bringing to bear a point of high importance, which she thinks ought not to be insisted upon? When I came to you a second time, proceeded she, knowing that your opposition would avail you nothing, I refused to hear your reasons. And in this I was wrong too, because a young creature who loves to reason, and used to love to be convinced by reason, ought to have all her objections heard. I now, therefore, this third time, see you, and am come resolved to hear all you have to say, and let me, my dear, by my patience engage your gratitude, your generosity, I will call it, because it is to you I speak, who used to have a mind wholly generous. Let me, if your heart be really free, let me see what it will indulge you to do to oblige me, and so as you permit me your usual discretion to govern you, I will hear all you have to say, but with this intimation, that say what you will, it will be of no avail elsewhere. What a dreadful saying is that! But could I engage your pity, madam, it would be somewhat. You have as much of my pity as of my love. But what is a person, Clary, with one of your prudence, and your heart disengaged? Should the eye be disgusted, when the heart is to be engaged? O madam, who can think of marrying when the heart is shocked at the first appearance, and where the disgust must be conformed by every conversation afterwards? This, Clary, is owing to your prepossession. Let me not have cause to regret that noble firmness of mind in so young a creature, which I thought your glory, and which was my boast in your character. In this instance, it would be obstinacy and want of duty. Have you not made objections to several? That was to their minds, to their principles, madam. But this man is an honest man, Clarissa Harlowe. He has a good mind. He is a virtuous man. He an honest man? He's a good mind, madam? He a virtuous man? Nobody denies these qualities. Can he be an honest man, who offers terms that will rob all his own relations of their just expectations? Can his mind be good? You, Clarissa Harlowe, for whose sake he offers so much, are the last person who should make this observation. Give me leave to say, madam, that a person preferring happiness to fortune, as I do, that want not even what I have, and can give up the use of that, as an instance of duty. No more of your merits. You know you will be a gainer by that cheerful instance of your duty, not a loser. You know you have but cast your bread upon the waters, so no more of that. For it is not understood as a merit by everybody, I assure you, though I think it a high one, and so did your father and uncles at the time. At the time, madam, how unworthily do my brother and sister, who are afraid that the favour I was so lately in— I hear nothing against your brother and sister. What family feuds have I in prospect, at a time when I hoped to have most comfort from all? God bless my brother and sister in all their worthy views. You shall have no family feuds if I can prevent them. You yourself, madam, shall tell me what I shall bear with from them, and I will bear it. But let my actions, not their misrepresentations, as I am sure, by the disgraceful prohibitions I have met with, has been the case, speak for me. Just then up came my father, with a sternness in his looks that made me tremble. He took 2 or 3 turns about my chamber, though pained by his gout, and then said to my mother, who was silent as soon as she saw him, "My dear, you are long absent. Dinner is near ready. What you had to say lay in a very little compass. Surely you have nothing to do but to declare your will and my will. But perhaps you may be talking of the preparations. Let us have you soon down, your daughter in your hand, if worthy of the name." And down he went, casting his eye upon me with a look so stern, that I was unable to say one word to him, or even for a few minutes to my mother. Was not this very intimidating, my dear? My mother, seeing my concern, seemed to pity me. She called me her good child, and kissed me, and told me that my father should not know I had made such opposition. "He has kindly furnished us with an excuse for being so long together," said she. "Come, my dear, dinner will be upon table presently. Shall we go down?" And she took my hand. This made me start. What, madam? Go down to let it be supposed we were talking of preparations? O my beloved mamma, command me not to down upon such a supposition. You see, child, that to stay longer together will be owning that you are debating about an absolute duty, and that will not be borne. Did not your father himself some days ago tell you he would be obeyed? I will a 3rd time leave you. I must say something by way of excuse for you, and that you desire not to go down to dinner, that your modesty on the occasion— O madam, say not my modesty on such an occasion, for that there will be to give hope. And design you not to give hope? Perverse girl! Rising and flinging from me, take some more time for consideration. Since it is necessary, take more time, and when I see you next, let me know what blame I have to cast upon myself, or to bear from your father, for my indulgence to you. She made, however, a little stop at the chamber door, and seemed to expect that I would have besought her to make the gentlest construction for me; for, hesitating, she was pleased to say, "I suppose you would not have me make a report." "O madam," interrupted I, "whose favour can I hope for if I lose my mamma's?" To have desired a favourable report, you know, my dear, would have been qualifying upon a point that I was too much determined upon to give room for any of my friends to think I have the least hesitation about it. And so my mother went down stairs. I will deposit thus far, and as I know you will not think me too minute in the relation of particulars so very interesting to one you honour with your love, proceed in the same way. As matters stand, I don't care to have papers so freely written about me. Pray let Robert call every day, if you can spare him, whether I have any thing ready or not. I should be glad you would not send him empty-handed. What a generosity will it be in you to write as frequently from friendship as I am forced to do from misfortune! The letters being taken away will be an assurance that you have them. As I shall write and deposit as I have opportunity, the formality of supper and subscription will be excused. For I need not say how much I am your sincere and ever affectionate Clarissa Harlowe. End of Letter 16. Letter 17 of Clarissa, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ben Dutton, Lampeter, Wales. Clarissa Harlowe, or The History of a Young Lady, Volume 1, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 17. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe. My mother, on her return, which was as soon as she had dined, was pleased to inform me that she had told my father, on his questioning her about my cheerful compliance, for it seemed the cheerful was all that was doubted, that she was willing, on so material a point, to give a child whom she had had so much reason to love, as she had condescended to acknowledge were her words, liberty to say all that was in her heart to say, that her compliance might be the freer, letting him know that when he came up, she was attending to my pleas, for that she found I had rather not marry at all. She told me, that to this my father angrily said, let her take care. Let her take care. That she gave me not ground to suspect her of a preference somewhere else. But, if it be to ease her heart, and not to dispute my will, you may hear her out. So, Clary, said my mother, I am returned in a temper accordingly, and I hope you will not again, by your peremptoriousness, show me how I ought to treat you. Indeed, madam, you did me justice to say, I have no inclination to marry at all. I have not, I hope, made myself so very unuseful in my papa's family as— No more of your merits, Clary. You have been a good child. You have eased me of all the family cares. But do not now give me more than ever you relieved me from. You have been amply repaid in the reputation your skill and management have given you. But now there is soon to be a period to all those assistances from you. If you marry, there will be a natural and, if it to please us, a desirable period, because your own family will employ all your talents in that way. If you do not, there will be a period likewise, but not a natural one. You understand me, child? I wept. I have made inquiry already after a housekeeper. I would have had your good Norton, but I suppose you will yourself wish to have the worthy woman with you. If you desire it, that shall be agreed upon for you. But why, dearest madam, why am I, the youngest, to be precipitated into a state that I am very far from wishing to enter into with any body? You are going to question me, I suppose, why your sister is not thought of for Mr. Solmes. I hope, madam, it will not displease you if I were. I might refer you for an answer to your father. Mr. Solmes has reasons for preferring you. And I have reasons, madam, for disliking him. And why am I— This quickness upon me, interrupted my mother, is not to be borne. I am gone, and your father comes, if I can do no good with you? Oh, madam, I would rather die than— She put her hand to my mouth. No peremptoriness, Clary Harlowe. Once you declare yourself inflexible, I have done. I wept for vexation. This is all my brother's doing, his grasping views. No reflections upon your brother. He has entirely the honour of the family at heart. I would no more dishonour my family, madam, than my brother would. I believe it, but I hope you will allow your father, and me, and your uncles, to judge what you will do it honour, what dishonour. I then offered to live single, never to marry at all, or never but with their full approbation. If you mean to show your duty, and your obedience, Clary, you must show it in our way, not in your own. I hope, madam, that I have not behaved hitherto as to render such a trial of my obedience necessary. Yes, Clary, I cannot but say that you have hitherto behaved extremely well. But you have had no trials till now, and I hope that now you are called to one, you will not fail in it. Parents, proceeded she, when children are young, are pleased with every thing they do. You have been a good child upon the whole, but we have hitherto rather complied with you than you with us. Now that you are grown up to a marriageable years, is the test. Especially as your grandfather has made you independent, as we may say, in preference to those who had prior expectations upon that estate. Madam, my grandfather knew, and expressly mentioned in his will, his desire that my father will more than make it up to my sister. I did nothing but what I thought my duty to procure his favour. It was rather a mark of his affection than any advantage to me. For, do I either seek or wish to be independent? Were I to be the queen of the universe, that dignity should not absolve me from my duty to you and to my father. I would kneel for your blessings, were it in the presence of millions, so that— I am loath to interrupt you, Clary, though you could more than once break in upon me. You are young and unbroken, but with all this ostentation of your duty, I desire to show you a little more deference to me when I am speaking. I beg your pardon, dear madam, and your patience with me on such an occasion as this. If I did not speak with earnestness upon it, I should be supposed to have only maidenly objections against a man I could never endure. Clary Harlowe. Dearest madam, permit me to speak what I have to say, this once. It is hard, it is very hard, to be forbidden to enter into the cause of all these misunderstandings, because I must not speak disrespectfully of one who supposes me in the way of his ambition, and treats me like a slave. Whither, Clary? My dearest mamma, my duty will not permit me so far to suppose my father arbitrarily, as to make a plea of that arbitrariness to you. How now, Clary? O girl! Your patience, my dearest mamma. You are pleased to say, you would hear me with patience. Person in a man is nothing, because I am supposed to be prudent. So my eye is to be disgusted, and my reason not convinced. Girl! Thus are my imputed good qualities to be made my punishment, and I am to be wedded to a monster. Astonishing! Can this, Clarissa, be from you? The man, madam, person and mind, is a monster in my eye. And that I may be induced to bear this treatment, I am to be complimented with being indifferent to all men. Yet, at other times, and to serve other purposes, be thoughtful prepossessed in favour of a man against whose moral character lie just objections? Confined as if, like the giddiest of creatures, I would run away with this man, and disgrace my whole family. O my dearest mamma, who can be patient under such treatment? Now, Clary, I suppose you will allow me to speak. I think I have had patience indeed with you. Could I have thought, but I will put all upon a short issue. Your mother, Clarissa, shall show you an example of that patience you so boldly claim from her, without having any yourself. O my dear, how my mother's condescension distressed me at that time, infinitely more distressed me than rigour could have done. But she knew, she was to be sure aware, that she was put upon a harsh, upon an unreasonable service, let me say, or she would not, she could not, have had so much patience with me. Let me tell you then, proceeded she, that all lies in a small compass, as your father said. You have been hitherto, as you are pretty ready to plead, a dutiful child. You have indeed had no cause to be otherwise. No child was ever more favoured. Whether you will discredit all your past behaviour, whether, at a time and upon an occasion that the highest instance of duty is expected from you, an instance that is to crown all, and when you declare that your heart is free, you will give that instance, or whether, having a view to the independence you may claim, for so, Clary, whatever be your motive, it will be judged, and which any man you favour can assert for you against us all, or rather for himself, in spite of us. Whether, I say, you will break with us all, and stand in defiance of a jealous father, needlessly jealous, I will venture to say, of the prerogatives of his sex, as to me, and still 10 times more jealous of the authority of a father. This is now the point with us. You know your father has made it a point. And did he ever give up one he thought he had a right to carry? Too true, thought I to myself. And now my brother has engaged my father. His fine scheme will walk alone, without needing his leading strings. And it is become my father's will that I oppose, not my brother's grasping views. I was silent. To say the truth, I was just then sullenly silent. My heart was too big. I thought it was hard to be thus given up by my mother, and that she should make a will so uncontrollable as my brother's. Her will, my mother's, my dear, though I must not say so, was not obliged to marry against her liking. My mother loved my father. My silence availed me still less. I see, my dear, said she, that you are convinced. Now, my good child, now, my Clary, do I love you. It shall not be known that you have argued with me at all. All shall be imputed to that modesty which has ever so much distinguished you. You shall have the full merit of your resignation. I wept. She tenderly wiped the tears from my eyes, and kissed my cheek. Your father expects you down with a cheerful countenance, but I will excuse your going. All your scruples, you see, have met with an indulgence truly maternal from me. I rejoice in the hope that you are convinced. This indeed seems to be a proof of the truth of your agreeable declaration, that your heart is free. Did not this seem to border upon cruelty, my dear, in so indulgent a mother? It would be wicked, would it not, to suppose my mother capable of art? But she is put upon it, and obliged to take methods to which her heart is naturally above stooping, and all intended for my good, because she sees that no arguing will be admitted any where else. I will go down, proceeded she, and excuse your attendance at afternoon tea, as I did to dinner, for I know you will have some little reluctances to subdue. I will allow you those, and also some little natural shynesses, and so you shall not come down, if you choose not to come down. Only, my dear, do not disgrace my report when you come to supper. And be sure behave as you used to do to your brother and sister, for your behaviour to them will be one test of your cheerful obedience to us. I advise as a friend, you see, rather than command as a mother. So adieu, my love. And again she kissed me, and was going. Oh, my dear mamma, said I, forgive me. But surely you cannot believe I can ever think of having that man. She was very angry, and seemed to be greatly disappointed. She threatened to turn me over to my father and uncles. She however generously bid me, consider what a handle I gave to my brother and sister, if I thought they had views to serve by making my uncles dissatisfied with me. I, said she, in a milder accent, have early said all that I thought could be said against your present proposal, on a supposition that you, who have refused several other, whom I own to be preferable as to a person, would not approve of it. And could I have not succeeded, you, Clary, had never heard of it. But if I could not, how can you expect to prevail? My great ends in the task I have undertaken are the preservation of the family peace so likely to be overturned, to reinstate you in the affections of your father and uncles, and to preserve you from a man of violence. Your father, you must needs think, will flame out upon your refusal to comply. Your uncles are so thoroughly convinced of the consistency of the measure with their favourite views of aggrandizing the family, that they are as much determined as your father. Your aunt Hervey and your uncle Hervey are of the same party, and it is hard, if a father and mother, and uncles and aunt, all conjoined, cannot be allowed to direct your choice. Surely, my dear, proceeded she, for I was silent all this time, it cannot be that you are the more averse, because the family views will be promoted by the match. This, I assure you, is what every body must think, if you comply not. Nor, while the man, so obnoxious to us all, remains unmarried, and buzzes about you, will the strongest wish to live single be in the least regarded. And well you know, that were Mr. Lovelace an angel, and your father had made it a point that you should not have him, it would be in vain to dispute his will. As to the prohibition laid upon you, much as I will own against my liking, that is owing to the belief that you corresponded by Miss Howe's means with that man, nor do I doubt that you did so. I answered to every article in such a manner as I am sure she would have satisfied her, could she have been permitted to judge for herself, and I then inveighed with bitterness against the disgraceful prohibitions laid upon me. They would serve to show me, she was pleased to say, how much in earnest my father was. They might be taken off, whenever I thought fit, and no harm done, nor disgrace received. But if I were to be contumacious, I might thank myself for all that would follow. I sighed, I wept, I was silent. Shall I, Clary, said she, shall I tell your father that these prohibitions are as unnecessary as I hoped they would be, that you know your duty, and will not offer to controvert his will? What say you, my love? Oh, madam, what can I say to questions so indulgently put? I do indeed know my duty. No creature in the world is more willing to practise it. But pardon me, dearest madam, if I say, that I must bear these prohibitions, if I am to pay so dear to have them taken off. Determined and perverse, my dear mamma called after me, and after walking twice or thrice in anger about the room, she turned to me. Your heart free, Clarissa? How can you tell me your heart is free? Such extraordinary prepossessions to a particular person must be owing to extraordinary prepossessions in another's favour. Tell me, Clary, and tell me truly, do you not continue to correspond with Mr. Lovelace? Dearest madam, replied I, you know my motives. To prevent mischief, I answered his letters. The reasons for our apprehensions of this sort are not over. I own to you, Clary, although now I would not have known it, that I once thought a little qualifying among such violent spirits was not amiss. I did not know but all things would come round again by the mediation of Lord M. and his two sisters. But as they all three think proper to resent us for their nephew, and as their nephew thinks fit to defy us all, and as terms are offered on the other hand that could not be asked, which will very probably prevent your grandfather's estate going out of the family, and may be a means to bring still greater into it, I see not that the continuance of your correspondence with him either can or ought to be permitted. I therefore now forbid it to you, as you value my favour. Be pleased, madam, only to advise me how to break it off, with safety to my brother and uncles, and it is all I wish for. Would to heaven the man so hated had not the pretence to make of having been too violently treated, when he meant peace and reconciliation. It would always have been in my own power to have broke with him. His reputed immoralities would have given me a just pretence at any time to do so. But, madam, as my uncles and my brother will keep no measures, as he has heard what the view is, and his regard for me from resenting their violent treatment of him and his family, what can I do? Would you have me, madam, make him desperate? The law will protect us, child. Offended magistracy will assert itself. But, madam, may not some dreadful mischief first happen? The law asserts not itself, till it is offended. You have made offers, Clary, if you might be obliged to the point in question. Are you really in earnest? Were you to be complied with, to break off all correspondence with Mr. Lovelace? Let me know this. Indeed, I am, and I will. You, madam, shall see all the letters that have passed between us. You shall see I have given him no encouragement independent of my duty. And when you have seen them, you will be better able to direct me how, on the condition I have offered, to break entirely with him. I take you at your word, Clarissa. Give me his letters, and the copies of yours. I am sure, madam, you will keep the knowledge that I write, and what I write. No conditions with your mother. Surely my prudence may be trusted to. I begged her pardon, and besought her to take the key of the private drawer in my escritoire, where they lay, that she herself might see that I had no reserves to my mother. She did, and took all his letters, and the copies of mine. Unconditioned with, she was pleased to say, they shall be yours again, unseen by anybody else. I thanked her, and she withdrew to read them, saying, she would return them, when she had. You, my dear, have seen all the letters that passed between Mr. Lovelace and me, till my last return from you. You have acknowledged that he has nothing to boast of in them. 3 others I have received since, by the private conveyance I told you of. The last I have not yet answered. In these 3, as in those you have seen, after having besought my favour, and in the most earnest manner professed the ardour of his passion for me, and set forth the indignities done him, the defiances my brother throws out against him in all companies, the menaces and hostile appearance of my uncles wherever they go, and the methods they take to defame him, he declares, that neither his own honour, nor the honour of his family, involved as that is in the undistinguishing reflection cast upon him for an unhappy affair, which he would have shunned, but could not, permit him to bear these confirmed indignities; that, as my inclinations, if not favourable to him, cannot be, nor are, to such a man as the newly introduced Solmes, he is interested the more to resent my brother's behaviour, who to every body avows his rancour and malice, and glories in the probability he has, through the address of this Solmes, of mortifying me, and avenging himself on him; that it is impossible he should not think himself concerned to frustrate a measure so directly levelled at him. Had he not a still higher motive for hoping to frustrate it? That I must forgive him if he enter into conference with Solmes upon it? He earnestly insists, upon what he has so often proposed, that I will give him leave, in company with Lord M., to wait upon my uncles, and even upon my father; and he promises patience, if new provocations, absolutely beneath a man to bear, be not given; which, by the way, I am far from being able to engage for. In my answer, I absolutely declare, as I tell him I have often done, that he is to expect no favour from me against the approbation of my friends; that I am sure their consents for his visiting any of them will never be obtained; that I will not be either so undutiful or so indiscreet as to suffer my interests to be separated from the interests of my family, for any man upon earth; that I do not think myself obliged to him for the forbearance I desire one flaming spirit to have with others; that in this desire I require nothing of him, but what prudence, justice, and the laws of his country require; that if he has any expectations of favour from me, on that account, he deceives himself; that I have no inclination, as I have often told him, to change my condition; that I cannot allow myself to correspond with him any longer in this clandestine manner. It is mean, low, undutiful, I tell him, and has a giddy appearance, which cannot be excused; that therefore he is not to expect that I will continue it. To this in his last, among other things, he replies, that if I am actually determined to break off all correspondences with him, he must conclude that it is with a view to become the wife of a man, whom no woman of honour and fortune can think tolerable; and in that case I must excuse him for saying, that he shall neither be able to bear the thoughts of losing for ever a person in whom all his present and all his future hopes are centred, nor support himself with patience under the insolent triumphs of my brother upon it; but that nevertheless he will not threaten either his own life or that of any other man. He must take his resolutions as such a dreaded event shall impel him at the time. If he shall know that it will have my consent, he must endeavour to resign to his destiny; but if it be brought about by compulsion, he shall not be able to answer for the consequence. I will send you these letters for your perusal in a few days. I would enclose them, but that it is possible something may happen, which may make my mother require to reperuse them. When you see them, you will observe how he endeavours to hold me to this correspondence. In about an hour my mother returned. Take your letters, Clary. I have nothing, she was pleased to say, to tax your discretion with, as to the wordings of yours to him. You have even kept up a proper dignity, as well as observed all the rules of decorum, and you have resented, as you ought to resent, his menacing invectives. In a word, I see not, that he can form the least expectations, from what you have written, that you will encourage the passion he avows for you. But does he not avow his passion? Have you the least doubt about what must be the issue of this correspondence, if continued? And do you yourself think, when you know the avowed hatred of one side, and he declared defiances of the other, that this can be, that it ought to be, a match? By no means it can, madam. You will be pleased to observe that I have said as much to him. But now, madam, that the whole correspondence is before you, I beg your commands what to do in a situation so very disagreeable. One thing I will tell you, Clary, but I charge you, as you would not have me question the generosity of your spirit, to take no advantage of it, either mentally or verbally, that I am so much pleased with the offer of your keys to me, made in so cheerful and unreserved a manner, and in the prudence you have shown in your letters, that were it practicable to bring every one, or your father only, into my opinion, I should readily leave all the rest to your discretion, reserving only to myself the direction of approbation of your future letters, and to see that you broke off the correspondence as soon as possible. But as it is not, and as I know your father would have no patience with you, should it be acknowledged that you correspond with Mr. Lovelace, or that you have corresponded with him since the time he prohibited you to do so, I forbid you to continue such a liberty. Yet, as the case is difficult, let me ask you, what you yourself can propose? Your heart, you say, is free. Your own, that you cannot think, as matters circumstanced, that a match with a man so obnoxious as he is to us all, is proper to be thought of. What do you propose to do? What, Clary, are your own thoughts of the matter? Without hesitation, thus I answered. What I humbly propose is this, that I will write to Mr. Lovelace, for I have not yet answered his last, that he has nothing to do between my father and me, that I neither ask his advice nor need it, but that since he thinks he has some pretence for interfering, because of my brother's avowal of the interest of Mr. Solmes in displeasure to him, I will assure him, without giving him any reason to impute the assurances to be in least favourable to himself, that I will never be that man's. And if, proceeded I may never be permitted to give him this assurance, and Mr. Solmes, in consequence of it, be discouraged from prosecuting his address, let Mr. Lovelace be satisfied or dissatisfied, I will go no farther, nor write another line to him, nor ever see him more, if I can avoid it, and I shall have a good excuse for it, without bringing in any of my family. Ah, my love, but what shall we do about the terms Mr. Solmes offers? Those are the inducements with every body. He has even given hopes to your brother that he will make exchanges of estates, or at least that he will purchase the northern one, for you know it must be entirely consistent with the family views that we increase our interest in this country. Your brother, in short, has given a plan that captivates us all, and a family so rich in all its branches, and that has its views to honour, must be pleased to see a very great probability of taking rank one day among the principal in the kingdom. And for the sake of these views, for the sake of this plan of my brother's, am I, madam, to be given in marriage to a man I can never endure? Oh, my dear mamma, save me if you can, from this heavy evil. I had rather be buried alive, indeed I had, than have that man. She chid me for my vehemence, but was so good as to tell me that she would sound my uncle Harlowe, who was then below, and if he encouraged her, or would engage to second her, she would venture to talk to my father herself, and I should hear further in the morning. She went down to tea, and kindly undertook to excuse my attendance at supper. But is it not a sad thing, I repeat, to be obliged to stand in opposition to the will of such a mother? Why, as I often say to myself, why such a man as this Solmes fixed upon? The only man in the world, surely, that could offer so much, and deserve so little. Little indeed does he deserve. Why, my dear, the man has the most indifferent of characters. Every mouth is opened against him for his sordid ways. A foolish man to be so base-minded, when the difference between the obtaining of a frame for generosity and incurring the censure of being a miser will not, prudently managed, cost £50,000 a year. What a name have you got, at a less expense! And what an opportunity had he of obtaining credit at a very small one, succeeding such a wretched creature as Sir Oliver in fortune so vast! Yet has he so behaved, that the common phrase is applied to him, that Sir Oliver will never be dead while Mr. Solmes lives. The world, as I have often thought, ill-natured as it is said to be, is generally more just in characters, speaking by what it feels, than is usually apprehended; and those who complain most of its censoriousness, perhaps should look inwardly for the occasion oftener than they do. My heart is a little at ease, on the hopes that my mother will be able to procure favour for me, and a deliverance from this man. And so I have leisure to moralize. But if I had not, I should not forbear to intermingle occasionally these sorts of remarks, because you command me never to admit them when they occur to my mind, and not to be able to make them, even in a more affecting situation, when one sits down to write, would show oneself more engaged to self, and to one's own concerns, than attentive to the wishes of a friend. If it be said that it is natural so to be, what makes that nature, on occasions where a friend may be obliged, or reminded of a price of information, which writing down one's self may be the better for, but a fault, which it would never set a person above nature to subdue. End of Letter 17. Letter 18 of Clarissa, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ben Dutton, Lampeter, Wales. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 1, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 18. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, Saturday, March the 4th. Would you not have thought something might have been obtained in my favour, from an offer so reasonable, from an expedient so proper, as I imagine to put a tolerable end, as from myself, to a correspondence I hardly know how otherwise, with safety to some of my family, to get rid of? But my brother's plan, which my mother spoke of, and of which I have in vain endeavoured to procure a copy, with a design to take it to pieces and expose it, as I question not there is room to do, joined with my father's impatience of contradiction, are irresistible. I have not been in bed all night, nor am I in the least drowsy. Expectation and hope and doubt, an uneasy state, kept me sufficiently wakeful. I slept down at my usual time, that it might not be known I had not been in bed, and gave directions in the family way. About 8 o'clock, Shorey came to me from my mother with orders to attend her in her chamber. My mother had been weeping, I saw by her eyes, but her aspect seemed to be less tender and less affectionate than the day before, and this, as soon as I entered into her presence, struck me with an awe which gave a great damp to my spirits. Sit down, Clary Harlowe. I shall talk to you by and by, and continued looking into a drawer among laces and linens in a way neither busy nor unbusy. I believe it was a quarter of an hour before she spoke to me, my heart throbbing with the suspense all the time, and then she asked me, coldly, what directions I had given for the day. I showed her the bill of fare for this day, and to-morrow, if, I said, it pleased her to approve of it. She made a small alteration in it, but with an air so cold and so solemn as added to my emotions. Mr. Harlowe talks of dining out to-day, I think, at my brother's Antony's. Mr. Harlowe? Not my father? Have I not then a father? Thought I. Sit down when I bid you. I sat down. You look very sullen, Clary. I hope not, madam. If children would always be children, parents— and there she stopped. She then went to her toilette, and looked into the glass, and gave half a sigh. The other half, as if she would not have sighed if she could have helped it, she gently hemmed away. I don't love to see the girl look so sullen. Indeed, madam, I am not sullen. And I arose, and turning from her, drew out my handkerchief, for the tears ran down my cheeks. I thought, by the glass before me, I saw the mother in her softened eye cast toward me, but her words confirmed not the hoped-for tenderness. One of the most provoking things in this world is, to have people cry for what they can help. I wish to heaven I could, madam, and I sobbed again. Tears of penitence and sobs of perverseness are mighty well suited. You may go up to your chamber. I shall talk with you by and by. I curtsied with reverence. Mock me not with outward gestures of respect. The heart, Clary, is what I want. Indeed, madam, you have it. It is not so much mine as my mamma's. Fine talking. As somebody says, if words were to pass for duty, Clarissa Harlowe would be the dutifullest child breathing. God bless that somebody. Be it whom it will, God bless that somebody. And I curtsied, and pursuant to her last command, was going. She seemed struck, but was to be angry with me. So turning from me, she spoke with quickness. Whither now, Clary Harlowe? You commanded me, madam, to go to my chamber. I see you are very ready to go out of my presence. Is your compliance the effect of sullenness or obedience? You are very ready to leave me. I could hold no longer, but threw myself at her feet. O my dearest mamma, let me know all I am to suffer. Let me know what I am to be. I will bear it, if I can bear it, but your displeasure I cannot bear. Leave me, Clary Harlowe. No kneeling, limbs so supple, will so stubborn. Rise, I tell you. I cannot rise. I will disobey my mamma, when she bids me leave her without being reconciled to me. No sullens, my mamma, no perverseness. But worse than either, this is the direct disobedience. Yet tear not yourself from me. Wrapping my arms about her as I kneeled, she struggling to get from me, my face lifted up to hers, with eyes running over, that spoke not my heart if they were not all humility and reverence. You must not tear yourself from me. For still the dear lady struggled, and looked this way and that, all in a sweet disorder, as if she knew not what to do. I will neither rise, nor leave you, nor let you go, till you say you are not angry with me. O thou ever-moving child of my heart! folding her dear arms about my neck, as mine embraced her knees. Why was this task? But leave me! You have discomposed me beyond expression. Leave me, my dear. I won't be angry with you, if I can help it, if you'll be good. I arose trembling, and hardly knowing what I did, or how I stood or walked, withdrew to my chamber. My Hannah followed me as soon as she heard me quit my mother's presence, and with salts and spring water just kept me from fainting. And that was as much as she could do. It was near 2 hours before I could so far recover myself as to take up my pen, to write to you how unhappily my hopes have ended. My mother went down to breakfast. I was not fit to appear. But if I had been better, I suppose I should not have been sent for, since the permission for my attending her down was given by my father, when in my chamber, only on condition that she found me worthy of the name of daughter. That I doubt I shall never be in his opinion, if he not be brought to change his mind as to this Mr. Solmes. End of Letter 18. Letter 19 of Clarissa, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ben Dutton, Lampeter, Wales. Clarissa Harlowe, or The History of a Young Lady, Volume 1, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 19. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, in answer to Letter 15, Saturday, March the 4th, 12 o'clock. Hannah has just now brought me from the usual place your favour of yesterday. The contents of it have made me very thoughtful, and you will have an answer in my gravest style. I too have that Mr. Solmes. No, indeed, I will sooner, but I will write first to those passages in your letter which are less concerning, that I may touch upon this part with more patience. As to what you mention of my sister's value for Mr. Lovelace, I am not very much surprised at it. She takes such officious pains, and it is so much her subject to have it thought that she never did, and never could like him, that she gives but too much room to suspect that she does. She never tells the story of their parting, and of her refusal of him, but her colour rises, she looks with disdain upon me, and mingles anger with the airs she gives herself. Anger as well as airs, demonstrating that she refused a man whom she thought worth accepting. Where else is the reason either for anger or boast? Poor Bella! She is to be pitied. She cannot either like or dislike with temper. Would to heaven she had been mistress of her wishes. Would to heaven she had. As to what you say of my giving up to my father's control the estate devised me, my motives at the time, as you acknowledge, were not blamable. Your advice to me on the subject was grounded, as I remember, on your good opinion of me, believing that I should not make a bad use of the power willed me. Neither you nor I, my dear, although now you assume the air of a diviner, pardon me, could have believed that would have happened which has happened, as to my father's part particularly. You were indeed jealous of my brother's views against me, or rather of his predominant love of himself. But I did not think so hardy of my brother and sister as you always did. You never loved them, and ill will has eyes ever open to the family side, as good will or love is blind even to real imperfections. I will briefly recollect my motives. I found jealousies and uneasiness rising in every breast, where all before was unity and love. The honoured testator was reflected upon. A second childhood was attributed to him, and I was censured as having taken advantage of it. All young creatures, thought I, more or less covet independency, but those who wish most for it are seldom the fittest to be trusted either with the government of themselves, or with power over others. This is certainly a very high and unusual device to so young a creature. We should not aim at all we have power to do so. To take all that good nature, or indulgence, or good opinion confers, shows a want of moderation, and a graspingness that is unworthy of that indulgence, and are bad indications of the use that may be made of the power bequeathed. It is true, thought I, that I have formed agreeable schemes of making others as happy as myself, by the proper discharge of the stewardship entrusted to me. Are not all estates stewardships, my dear? But let me examine myself. Is not vanity, or secret love of praise, a principal motive with which at the bottom? Ought I not to suspect my own heart? If I set up for myself, puffed up with every one's good opinion, may I not be left to myself? Every one's eyes are upon the conduct. May I not be left to myself? Every one's eyes are upon the conduct, upon the visits, upon the visitors of a young creature of our sex, made independent, and are not such subjected, more than any others, to the attempts of enterprisers and fortune-seekers? And then left to myself, should I take a wrong step, though with ever so good an intention, how many should I have to triumph over me, how few to pity me? The more of the one, and the fewer of the other, for having aimed at excelling. These were some of my reflections at the time, and I have no doubt but that in the same situation I should do the very same thing, and that upon the maturest deliberation. Who can command or foresee events? To act up to our best judgments at the time is all we can do. If I have erred, 'tis to worldly wisdom only that I have erred. If we suffer by an act of duty, or even by an act of generosity, is it not pleasurable on reflection that the fault is in others rather than in ourselves? I had much rather have reason to think others unkind than that they should have any to think me undutiful. And so, my dear, I am sure had you. And now for the most concerning part of your letter. You think I must of necessity, as matters are circumstanced, be Solmes's wife. I will not be very rash, my dear, in protesting to the contrary. But I think it never can, and what is still more, never ought to be. My temper, I know, is depended upon. But I have heretofore said, that I have had something in me of my father's family, as well as my mother's. And have I any encouragement to follow too implicitly the example which my mother sets of meekness and resignedness to the wills of others? Is she not for ever obliged, as she was pleased to hint to me, to be of the forbearing side? In my mother's case, your observation, I must own, is verified, that those who will bear much have much to bear. What is it, as she says, that she has not sacrificed to peace? Yet has she, by her sacrifices, always found the peace she has deserved to find? Indeed, no. I am afraid the very contrary. And often have I had reason, on her account, to reflect that we poor mortals, by our over-solicitude to preserve undisturbed the qualities we are constitutionally fond of, frequently lose the benefits we propose to ourselves from them, since the designing and encroaching, finding out what we most fear to forfeit, direct their batteries against these our weaker places, and making an artillery, if I may phrase it, of our hopes and fears, play upon us at their pleasure. Steadiness of mind, a quality which the ill-bred and censorious deny to any of our sex, when we are absolutely convinced of being in the right, otherwise it is not steadiness, but obstinacy, and when it is exerted in material cases, is a quality, which, as my good Dr. Lewen was wont to say, brings great credit to the possessor of it, at the same time that it usually, when tried and known, raises such above the attempts of the meanly machinating. He used, therefore, to inculcate upon me this steadiness upon laudable convictions. And why may I not think that I am now put upon a proper exercise of it? I said above, that I never can be, that I never ought to be, Mrs. Solmes. I repeat, that I ought not. For surely, my dear, I should not give up to my brother's ambition the happiness of my future life. Surely I ought not to be the instrument of depriving Mr. Solmes's relations of their natural rights and reversionary prospects, for which the sake of further aggrandizing a family, although that I am of, which already lives in great affluence and splendour, and which might be as justly dissatisfied, were all that some of it aim at to be obtained, that they were not princes, as now they are not peers. For whenever was an ambitious mind, as you observe in the case of avarice, satisfied by acquisition? The less, surely, ought I to give in to these grasping views of my brother, as I myself heartily despise the end aimed at. As I wish not either to change my state, or better my fortunes, and as I am fully persuaded that happiness and riches are two things, and very seldom meet together, yet I exceedingly dread, the conflicts I know I must encounter with. It is possible that I may be more unhappy from the due observation of the good doctor's general precept, than were I to yield the point, since what I call steadiness is deemed stubbornness, obstinacy, prepossession, by those who have a right to put what interpretation they please upon my conduct. So, my dear, were we perfect, which no one can be, we could not be happy in this life, unless those with whom we have to deal, those more especially who have any control upon us, were governed by the same principles. But then does not the good doctor's conclusion recur, that we have nothing to do but to choose what is right, to be steady in the pursuit of it, and to leave the issue to Providence? This, if you approve of my motives, and if you don't, pray inform me, must be my aim in the present case. But what, then, can I plead for a palliation to myself of my mother's sufferings on my account? Perhaps the consideration will carry some force with it, that her difficulties cannot last long, only till this great struggle shall be one way or other determined, whereas my unhappiness, if I comply, will, from an aversion not to be overcome, be for life. To which let me add, that as I have reason to think that the present measures are not entered upon with her own natural liking, she will have the less pain, should they want the success which I think in my heart they ought to want. I have run a great length in a very little time. The subject touched me to the quick. My reflections upon it will give you reason to expect from me a perhaps too steady behaviour in a new conference which, I find, I must have with my mother. My father and brother, as she was pleased to tell me, dine at my uncle Antony's, and that, as I have reason to believe, on purpose to give an opportunity for it. Hannah informs me that she heard my father high and angry with my mother, at taking leave of her. I suppose for being too favourable to me, for Hannah heard her say, as in tears, "Indeed, Mr. Harlowe, you greatly distress me. The poor girl does not deserve—" Hannah heard no more, but that he said he would break somebody's heart, mine, I suppose, not my mother's, I hope. As only my sister dines with my mother, I thought I should have been commanded down, but she sent me up a plate from her table. I continued my writing, I could not touch a morsel. I ordered Hannah, however, to eat of it, that I might not be thought sullen. Before I conclude this, I will see whether anything offers from either of my private correspondencies that will make it proper to add to it, and will take a turn in the wood-yard and garden for that purpose. I am stopped. Hannah shall deposit this. She was ordered by my mother, who asked where I was, to tell me that she would come up and talk with me in my own closet. She is coming. Adieu, my dear. End of Letter 19. Letter 20 of Clarissa, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ben Dutton, Lampeter, Wales. Clarissa Harlowe, or The History of a Young Lady, Volume 1, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 20. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, Saturday afternoon. The expected conference is over, but my difficulties are increased. This, as my mother was pleased to tell me, being the last persuasory effort that is to be attempted, I will be particular in the account of it as my head and my heart will allow it to be. I have made, said she, as she entered my room, a short as well as an early dinner, on purpose to confer with you, and I do assure you that it will be the last conference I shall either be permitted or inclined to hold with you on the subject. If you should prove as refractory as it is imagined, you will prove by some, who are of opinion, that I have not the weight with you which my indulgence deserves. But I hope you will convince as well them as me of the contrary. Your father both dines and sups at your uncle's, on purpose to give us this opportunity, and, according to the report I shall make on his return, which I have promised shall be a very faithful one, he will take his measures with you. I was offering to speak. Hear, Clarissa, what I have to tell you, said she, before you speak, unless what you have to say will signify to me your compliance. Say, will it? If it will, you may speak. I was silent. She looked with concern and anger upon me. No compliance, I find. Such a dutiful young creature hitherto. Will you not, can you not speak as I would have you speak? Then, rejecting me as it were with her hand, continue silent. I no more than your father will bear your avowed contradiction. She paused, with a look of expectation, as if she waited for my consenting answer. I was still silent, looking down, the tears in my eyes. O thou determined girl! But say, speak out, are you resolved to stand in opposition to us all, in a point our hearts are set upon? May I, madam, be permitted to expostulate? To what purpose expostulate with me, Clarissa? Your father is determined. Have I not told you there is no receding? That the honour as well as the interest of the family is concerned? Be ingenuous. You used to be so, even occasionally against yourself. Who at the long run must submit? All of us to you, or you to all of us? If you intend to yield at last, if you find you cannot conquer, yield now, and with a grace, for yield you must, or be none of our child. I wept. I knew not what to say, or rather how to express what I had to say. Take notice, that there are flaws in your grandfather's will. Not a shilling of that estate will be yours, if you do not yield. Your grandfather left it to you, as a reward of your duty to him and to us. you will justly forfeit it, if— Permit me, good madam, to say that if it were unjustly bequeathed me, I ought not to wish to have it. But I hope Mr. Solmes will be apprized of these flaws. This is very pertly said, Clarissa. But reflect that the forfeiture of that estate, through your opposition, will be attended with the total loss of your father's favour. And then how destitute must you be, how unable to support yourself, and how many benevolent designs and good actions must you give up? I must accommodate myself, madam, in the latter case, to my circumstance. Much only is required where much is given. It becomes me to be thankful for what I have had. I have reason to bless you, madam, and my good Mrs. Norton, for bringing me up to be satisfied with little, with much less, I will venture to say, than my father's indulgence annually confers upon me. And then I thought of the old Roman and his lentils. What perverseness! said my mother. But if you depend upon the favour of either or both of your uncles, vain will be that dependence. They will give you up, I do assure you, if your father does, and absolutely renounce you. I am sorry, madam, that I have had so little merit as to have made no deeper impressions of favour for me in their hearts. But I will love and honour them as long as I live. All this, Clarissa, makes your prepossession in a certain man's favour the more evident. Indeed, your brother and sister cannot go anywhere but they hear of these prepossessions. It is a great grief to me, madam, to be made the subject of the public talk. But I hope you'll have the goodness to excuse me for observing, that the authors of my disgrace within doors, the talkers of my prepossession without, and the reporters of it from abroad, are originally the same persons. She severely chid me for this. I received her rebukes in silence. You are sullen, Clarissa. I see you are sullen. And she walked about the room in anger. Then turning to me, you can bear the imputation of sullenness, I see. You have no concern to clear yourself of it. I was afraid of telling you all I was enjoined to tell you, in case you were to be unpersuadable. But I find that I had greater opinion of your delicacy, of your gentleness, than I needed to have. It cannot discompose so steadily, so inflexible a young creature, to be told, as I now tell you, that the settlements are actually drawn, and that you will be called down in a very few days to hear them read, and to sign them. For it is impossible, if your heart be free, that you can make the least objection to them, except it will be an objection with you, that they are so much in your favour, and in the favour of all our family. I was speechless, absolutely speechless. Although my heart was ready to burst, yet could I neither weep nor speak. I am sorry, said she, for your averseness to this match. Match, she was pleased to call it. But there is no help. The honour and interest of the family, as your aunt has told you, and as I have told you, are concerned, and you must comply. I was still speechless. She folded the warm statue, as she was pleased to call me, in her arms, and entreated me, for heaven's sake, to comply. Speech and tears were lent me at this time. You have given me life, madam, said I, clasping my uplifted hands together, and falling on one knee. A happy one, till now, has your goodness and my papa's made it. Oh, do not make all the remainder of it miserable. Your father, replied she, is resolved not to see you till he sees you as obedient a child as you used to be. You have never been put to a test till now, that deserved to be called a test. This must be, my last effort with you. Give me hope, my dear child. My peace is concerned. I will compound with you but for hope, and yet your father will not be satisfied without an implicit and even a cheerful obedience. Give me but hope, child. To give you hope, my dearest, my most indulgent mamma, is to give you every thing. Can I be honest, if I give a hope that I cannot confirm? She was very angry. She again called me perverse. She upbraided me with regarding only my prepossessions, and respecting not either her peace of mind or my own duty. It is a grating thing, said she, for the parents of a child who delighted in her in all the time of her helpless infancy, and throughout every stage of her childhood, and in every part of her education to womanhood, because of the promises she gave of proving the most grateful and dutiful of children, to find, just when the time arrived which should crown their wishes, that child stand in the way of her own happiness and her parents' comfort, and refusing an excellent offer and noble settlements, give suspicions to her anxious friends that she would become the property of a vile rake and libertine, who, be the occasion what it will, defies her family, and has actually imbrued his hands in her brother's blood. I have had a very hard time of it, said she, between your father and you. For seeing your dislike, I have more than once pleaded with you, but all to no purpose. I am only treated as a too fond mother, who, from motives of a blamable indulgence, encourage a child to stand in opposition to a father's will. I am charged with dividing the family into two parts, I and my youngest daughter standing against my husband, his two brothers, my son, my eldest daughter, and my sister Hervey. I have been told that I must be convinced of the fitness as well as advantage to the whole, your brother and Mr. Lovelace out of the question, of carrying the contract with Mr. Solmes, on which so many contracts depend, into execution. Your father's heart, I tell you once more, is in it. He has declared that he had rather have no daughter in you than one he cannot dispose of for your own good, especially if you have owned that your heart is free, and as the general good of his whole family is to be promoted by your obedience. He has pleaded, poor man, that his frequent gouty paroxysms, every fit more threatening than the former, give him no extraordinary prospects, either of worldly happiness or of long days. And he hopes that you, who have been supposed to have contributed to the lengthening of your grandfather's life, will not, by your own disobedience, shorten your father's. This was a most affecting plea, my dear. I wept in silence upon it. I could not speak to it. And my mother proceeded, What, therefore, can be his motives, Clary Harlowe, in the earnest desire he has to see his treaty perfected, but the welfare and aggrandizement of his family, which already having fortunes to become the highest condition, cannot but aspire to greater distinctions? However slight such views as these may appear to you, Clary, you know that they are not slight ones to any other of the family, and your father will be his own judge of what is and what is not likely to promote the good of his children. Your abstractness, my child, affection of abstractness, some call it, savours, let me tell you, of greater particularity than we aim to carry. Modesty and humility, therefore, will oblige you rather to mistrust yourself of peculiarity, than censure views which all the world pursues as opportunity offers. I was still silent, and she proceeded, It is owing to the good opinion, Clary, which your father has of you, and of your prudence, duty, and gratitude, that he engaged from your compliance in your absence, before you returned from Miss Howe, and that he built and finished contracts upon it, which cannot be made void or cancelled. But why then, thought I, did they receive me, on my return from Miss Howe, with so much intimidating solemnity? To be sure, my dear, this argument, as well as the rest, was obtruded upon by my mother. She went on, Your father has declared that your unexpected opposition, unexpected she was pleased to call it, and Mr. Lovelace's continued menaces and insults, more and more convince him that a short day is necessary in order to put an end to all that man's hopes, and to his own apprehensions resulting from the disobedience of a child so favoured. He has therefore actually ordered patterns of the richest silks to be sent for from London. I started. I was out of breath. I gasped at this frightful precipitance. I was going to open with warmth against it. I knew whose the happy expedient must be. Female minds, I once heard my brother say, that could but be brought to balance on the charge of their state, might easily be determined by the glare and splendour of the nuptial preparations, and the pride of becoming the mistress of a family. But she was pleased to hurry on, that I might not have time to express my disgusts at such a communication, to this effect: your father, therefore, my Clary, cannot, either for your sake or his own, labour under a suspense so affecting to his repose. He has even thought fit to acquaint me, on my pleading for you, that it becomes me, as I value my own peace, how harsh to such a wife, and as I wish, that he does not suspect that I secretly favour the address of a vile rake, a character which all the sex, he is pleased to say, virtuous and vicious, are but too fond of, to exert my authority over you, and that this I may the less scrupulously do, as you have owned, the little string, that your heart is free. Unworthy reflection in my mother's case, surely, this of our sex's valuing a libertine, since she made choice of my father in preference to several suitors of equal fortune, because they were of inferior reputation for morals. Your father, added she, at his going out, told me what he expected from me, in case I found out that I had not the requisite influence upon you. It was this, that I should directly separate myself from you, and leave you singly to take the consequence of your double disobedience. I therefore entreat you, my dear Clarissa, concluded she, and that in the most earnest and condescending manner, to signify to your father, on his return, your ready obedience, and this as well for my sake as your own. Affected by my mother's goodness to me, and by that part of her argument which related to her own peace, and to the suspicions they had of her secretly inclining to prefer the man so hated by them, to the man so much my aversion, I could not but wish it were possible for me to obey. I therefore paused, hesitated, considered, and was silent for some time. I could see that my mother hoped that the result of this hesitation would be favourable to her arguments. But then recollecting that all was owing to the instigations of a brother and a sister, wholly actuated by selfish and envious views, that I had not deserved the treatment I had of late met with, that my disgrace was already becoming the public talk, that the man was Mr. Solmes, and that my aversion to him was too generally known to make my compliance either creditable to myself or to them, that it would give my brother and sister a triumph over me, and over Mr. Lovelace, which they would not fail to glory in, and which, although it concerned me but little to regard on his account, yet might be attended with fatal mischiefs. And then Mr. Solmes's disagreeable person, his still more disagreeable manners, his low understanding, the glory of a man so little to be dispensed with in the head and director of a family, in order to preserve to him that respects which a good wife, and that for the justification of her own choice, should pay him herself, and wish every body to pay him. And as Mr. Solmes's inferiority in this respectable faculty of the human mind, I must be allowed to say this to you, and no great self-assumption neither, would proclaim to all future, as well as to all present observers, what must have been my mean inducement. All these reflections crowding upon my remembrance, I would, madam, said I, folding my hands, with an earnestness in which my whole heart was engaged, bear the cruellest tortures, bear loss of limb, and even of life, to give you peace. But this man, every moment I would, at you command, think of him with favour, is the more aversion. You cannot, indeed you cannot, think how my whole soul resists him. And to talk of contracts concluded upon, of patterns, of a short day, save me, O my dearest mamma, save your child from this heavy, from this unsupportable evil. Never was there a countenance that expressed so significantly as my mother's did an anguish which she struggled to hide under an anger she was compelled to assume, till the latter overcoming the former, she turned from me with an uplifted eye, and stamping, "Strange perverseness!" were the only words I heard of a sentence that she angrily pronounced, and was going. I then, half frantically I believe, laid hold of her gown. "Have patience with me, dearest madam," said I. "Do not renounce me totally. If you must separate yourself from your child, let it not be with absolute reprobation on your own part. My uncles may be hard-hearted, my father may be immovable, I may suffer from my brother's ambition, and from my sister's envy, but let me not lose my mamma's love, at least her pity." She turned to me with benigner rays. "You have my love, you have my pity, but oh, my dearest girl, I have not yours." "Indeed, indeed, madam, you have, and all my reverence, all my gratitude you have. But in this one point, cannot I be, this once obliged, will no expedient be accepted? Have I not made a very fair proposal to Mr. Lovelace?" "I wish, for both our sakes, my dear unpersuadable girl, that the decision of this point lay with me. But why, when you know it does not, why should you thus perplex and urge me? To renounce Mr. Lovelace is now but half what is aimed at, nor will anybody else believe you in earnest in the offer, if I would. While you remain single, Mr. Lovelace will have hopes, and you, in the opinion of others, inclinations. Permit me, dearest madam, to say that your goodness to me, your patience, your peace, weigh more with me than all the rest put together. For although I am to be treated by my brother, and through his instigations by my father, as a slave in this point, and not as a daughter, yet my mind is not that of a slave. You have not brought me up to be mean." "So, Clary, you are already at defiance with your father. I have had too much cause before to apprehend as much. What will this come to? And then my dear mamma sighed, I am forced to put up with many humours." "That you are, my ever-honoured mamma, is my grief. And can it be thought that this very consideration, and the apprehension of what may result from a much worse-tempered man, a man who has not half the sense of my father, has not made an impression upon me to the disadvantage of the married life? Yet 'tis something of an alleviation, if one must bear undue controul, to bear it from a man of sense. My father, I have heard you say, madam, was for years a very good-humoured gentleman, unobjectionable in person and manners, but the man proposed to me. Forbear reflecting upon your father. Did I, my dear, in what I have repeated, and I think they are the very words, reflect upon my father? It is not possible, I must say again and again, were all men equally indifferent to you, that you should be thus sturdy in your will. I am tired out with your obstinacy, the most unpersuadable girl. You forget that I must separate myself from you, if you will not comply. You do not remember that your father will take you up where I leave you. Once more, however, I will put it to you. Are you determined to brave your father's displeasure? Are you determined to defy your uncles? Do you choose to break with us all, rather than encourage Mr. Solmes, rather than give me hope? Dreadful alternative! But is not my sincerity, is not the integrity of my heart concerned in the answer? May not my everlasting happiness be the sacrifice? Will not the least shadow of the hope you just now demanded from me be driven into absolute and sudden certainty? Is it not sought to ensnare, to entangle me in my own desire of obeying, if I could give answers that might be construed into hope? Forgive me, madam. Bear with your child's boldness in such a cause as this. Settlements drawn, patterns sent for, an early day. Dear, dear madam, how can I give hope, and not intend to be this man's? Ah, girl, never say your heart is free. You deceive yourself if you think it is. Thus to be driven, and I wrung my hands through impatience, by the instigations of a designing and ambitious brother, and by a sister that— How often, Clary, must I forbid you unsisterly reflections? Does not your father, do not your uncles, does not every body patronize Mr. Solmes? And let me tell you, ungrateful girl, and unmovable as ungrateful, let me repeatedly tell you, that it is evident to me that nothing but a love unworthy of your prudence can make you a creature late so dutiful, now so sturdy. You may guess what your father's first question on his return will be. He must know that I can do nothing with you. I have done my part. Seek me, if your mind change before he comes back. You have yet a little more time, as he stays supper. I will no more seek you, nor to you. And away she flung. What could I do but weep? I am extremely affected on my mother's account. More, I must needs say, than on my own. And indeed, all things considered, and especially that the measure she is engaged in, is, as I dare say it is, against her own judgment, she deserves more compassion than myself. Excellent woman! What pity that meekness and condescension should not be attended with the due rewards of those charming graces! Yet had she not let violent spirits, as I have elsewhere observed with no small regret, find their power over hers, it could not have been thus. But here, run away with my pen, I suffer my mother to be angry with me on her own account. She hinted to me, indeed, that I must seek her, if my mind changed, which is a condition that amounts to a prohibition of attending her. But, as she left me in displeasure, will it not have a very obstinate appearance, and look like a kind of renunciation of her mediation in my favour, if I go not down before my father returns to supplicate her pity, and her kind report to him? I will attend her. I had rather all the world should be angry with me than my mamma. Meantime, to clear my hands from papers of such a nature, Hannah shall deposit this. If 2 or 3 letters reach you together, they will but express from one period to another the anxieties and difficulties which the mind of your unhappy but ever affectionate friend labours under. Clarissa Harlowe. End of Letter 20. Letter 21 of Clarissa, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, or The History of a Young Lady, Volume 1, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 21. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe. Saturday night. I have been down. I am to be unlucky in all I do, I think, be my intentions ever so good. I have made matters worse instead of better, as I shall now tell you. I found my mother and sister together in my sister's parlour. My mother, I fear, by the glow of her fine face, and as the browner, sullener glow in her sisters confirmed, had been expressing herself with warmth against her unhappier child, perhaps giving such an account of what had passed as should clear herself, and convince Bella, and through her, my brothers and uncles, of the sincere pain she had taken with me. I entered like a dejected criminal, and besought the favour of a private audience. My mother's return, both looks and words, gave but too much reason for my above surmise. You have, said she, looking at me with a sternness that never sits well on her sweet features, rather a requesting than a conceding countenance, Clarissa Harlowe. If I am mistaken, tell me so, and I will withdraw with you wherever you will. Yet whether so or not, you may say what you have to say before your sister. My mother, I thought, might have withdrawn with me, as she knows that I have not a friend in my sister. I come down, madam, said I, to beg of you to forgive me for anything you have may taken amiss in what passed above respecting your honoured self, and that you will be pleased to use your endeavours to soften my papa's displeasure against me on his return. Such aggravating looks, such lifting up of hands and eyes, such a furrowed forehead in my sister. My mother was angry enough without all that, and asks me to what purpose I came down, if I was still so intractable. She had hardly spoken the words, when Shorey came in to tell her that Mr. Solmes was in the hall, and desired admittance. Ugly creature! What at the close of day, quite dark, brought him hither? But on second thoughts, I believe it was contrived that he should be here at supper, to know the result of the conference between my mother and me, and that my father, on his return, might find us together. I was hurrying away, but my mother commanded me, since I had come down only as she said, to mock her, not to stir, and at the same time see if I could behave so to Mr. Solmes as might encourage her to make the favourable report to my father which I had besought her to make. My sister triumphed. I was vexed to be so caught, and to have such an angry and cutting rebuke given me, with an aspect much more like the taunting sister than the indulgent mother, if I may presume to say so, for she herself seemed to enjoy the surprise upon me. The man stalked in. His usual walk is by pauses, as if, from the same vacuity of thought which made Dryden's clown whistle, he was telling me his steps, and first paid his clumsy respects to my mother, then to my sister, next to me, as if I was already his wife, and therefore to be last in his notice, and sitting down by me, told us in general what weather it was. Very cold he made it, but I was warm enough. Then addressing himself to me, "And how do you find it, miss?" was his question, and would have taken my hand. I withdrew it, I believe, with disdain enough. My mother frowned. My sister bit her lip. I could not contain myself. I was never so bold in my life, for I went on with my plea as if Mr. Solmes had not been there. My mother coloured, and looked at him, at my sister, and at me. My sister's eyes were opener and bigger than I ever saw them before. The man understood me. He hemmed and removed from one chair to another. I went on, supplicating for my mother's favourable report. Nothing but invincible dislike, said I. What would the girl be at? Interrupted my mother. Why, Clary, is this a subject? Is this a time? And again she looked upon Mr. Solmes. I am sorry, on reflection, that I put my mamma into so much confusion. To be sure it was very saucy in me. I beg pardon, madam, said I, but my papa will return soon, and since I am not permitted to withdraw, it is not necessary, I humbly presume, that Mr. Solmes's presence should deprive me of this opportunity to implore your favourable report, and at the same time, if he still visit on my account, looking at him, to convince him that it cannot possibly be to any purpose. Is the girl mad? Said my mother, interrupting me. My sister, with the affection of a whisper to my mother, This is spite, madam. Very spitefully she spoke the word, because you commanded her to stay. I only looked at her, and turning to my mother, Permit me, madam, said I, to repeat my request. I have no brother, no sister. If I ever lose my mamma's favour, I am lost for ever. Mr. Solmes removed to his first seat, and fell to gnawing the head of his hazel, a carved head, almost as ugly as his own. I did not think the man was so sensible. My sister rose, with a face all over scarlet, and stepping to the table, where lay a fan, she took it up, and although Mr. Solmes had observed that the weather was cold, fanned herself very violently. My mother came to me, and angrily taking my hand, led me out of that parlour into my own, which, you know, is next to it. Is not this behaviour very bold, very provoking, think you, Clary? I beg your pardon, madam, if it has the appearance to you. But indeed, my dear mamma, there seem to be snares laying in wait for me. Too well I know my brother's drift. With a good word he shall have my consent for all he wishes to worm out of me. Neither he nor my sister shall need to take half this pains. My mother was about to leave me in high displeasure. I besought her to stay. One favour, but one favour, dearest madam, said I, give me leave to beg of you. What would the girl? I see how every thing is working about. I never can think of Mr. Solmes. My papa will be in tumults when he is told that I cannot. They will judge of the tenderness of your heart to a poor child who seems devoted by every one else, from the willingness you have already shown to hearken to my prayers. There will be endeavours used to confine me, and keep me out of your presence, and out of the presence of every one who used to love me. This, my dear Miss Howe, is threatened. If this be effected, if it be put out of my power to plead my own cause, and to appeal to you, and to my uncle Harlowe, of whom I only have hope, then will every ear be opened against me, and every tale encouraged. It is therefore my humble request, that, added to the disgraceful prohibitions I now suffer under, you will not, if you can help it, give way to my being denied your ear. Your listening Hannah has given you this intelligence, as she does many others. My Hannah, madam, listens not. My Hannah, no more in Hannah's behalf. Hannah is known to make mischief. Hannah is known, but no more of that bold intermeddler. 'Tis true your father threatened to confine you to your chamber, if you complied not, in order the more assuredly to deprive you of the opportunity of corresponding with those who harden your heart against his will. He bid me tell you so when he went out, if I found you refractory. But I was loath to deliver so harsh a declaration, being still in hope that you would come down to us in a compliant temper. Hannah has overheard this, I suppose, and has told you of it, as also that he declared he would break your heart rather than you break his. And I now assure you that you will be confined and prohibited making teasing appeals to any of us, and we shall see who is to submit, you to us, or everybody to you. Again I offered to clear Hannah, and to lay the latter part of the intelligence to my sister's echo, Betty Barnes, who had boasted of it to another servant. But I was again bid to be silent on that head. I should soon find, my mother was pleased to say, that others could be as determined as I was obstinate, and once for all would add, that since she saw that I built upon her indulgence, and was indifferent about involving her in contentions with my father, she would now assure me that she was as much determined against Mr. Lovelace, and for Mr. Solmes and the family schemes, as anybody, and would not refuse her consent to any measures that should be thought necessary to reduce a stubborn child to her duty. I was ready to sink. She was so good as to lend me her arm to support me. "And this," said I, "is all I have to hope for from my mamma." "It is. But, Clary, this one further opportunity I give you. Go in against Mr. Solmes, and behave discreetly to him, and let your father find you together, upon civil terms at least." My feet moved, of themselves, I think, farther from the parlour where he was, and towards the stairs, and there I stopped and paused. "If," proceeded she, "you are determined to stand in defiance of us all, then indeed you may go up to your chamber, as you are ready to do, and God help you." God help me indeed, for I cannot give hope of what I cannot intend. But let me have your prayers, my dear mamma. Those shall have mine, who have brought me into all this distress. I was moving to go up. "And will you go up, Clary?" I turned my face to her. My officious tears would need plead for me. I could not just then speak, and stood still. "Good girl, distress me not thus. Dear good girl, do not thus distress me," holding out her hand, but standing still likewise. "What can I do, madam? What can I do?" "Go in again, my child. Go in again, my dear child," repeated she, "and let your father find you together." "What, madam? To give him hope? To give hope to Mr. Solmes?" Obstinate, perverse, undutiful Clarissa, with a rejecting hand, and angry aspect. "Then take your own way, and go up. But stir not down again, I charge you, without leave, or till your father's pleasure be known concerning you." She flung away from me with high indignation, and I went up with a very heavy heart, and feet as slow as my heart was heavy. My father is come home, and my brother with him. Late as it is, they are all shut up together. Not a door opens, not a soul stirs. Hannah, as she moves up and down, is shunned as a person infected. The angry assembly is broken up. My two uncles and my aunt Hervey are sent for, it seems, to be here in the morning to breakfast. I shall then, I suppose, know my doom. 'Tis past 11, and I am ordered not to go to bed. 12 o'clock. This moment the keys of every thing are taken from me. It was proposed to send for me down, but my father said, he could not bear to look upon me. Strange alteration in a few weeks. Shorey was the messenger. The tears stood in her eyes when she delivered her message. You, my dear, are happy. May you always be so, and then I can never be wholly miserable. Adieu, my beloved friend, Clarissa Harlowe. End of Letter 21. Recording by Ben Dutton, Lampeter, Wales. Letter 22 of Clarissa, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, or The History of a Young Lady, Volume 1, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 22. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, Sunday morning, March the 5th. Hannah has just brought me from the private place in the garden wall a letter from Mr. Lovelace, deposited last night, signed also by Lord M. He tells me in it, that Mr. Solmes makes it his boast that he is to be married in a few days to one of the shyest women in England. That my brother explains his meaning. This shy creature, he says, is me, and he assures every one that his young sister is very soon to be Mr. Solmes's wife. He tells me of the patterns bespoken which my mother mentioned to me. Not one thing escapes him that is done or said in this house. My sister, he says, reports the same things, and that with such particular aggravations of insult upon him, that he cannot but be extremely piqued, as well at the manner as from the occasion, and expresses himself with great violence upon it. He knows not, he says, what my relation's inducements can be to prefer such a man as Solmes to him. If advantageous settlements be the motive, Solmes shall not offer what he will refuse to comply with. As to his estate and family, the first cannot be expected against, and for the second he will not disgrace himself by a comparison so odious. He appeals to Lord M. for the regularity of his life and manners ever since he has made his addresses to me, or had hope of my favour. I suppose he would have his lordship's signing to this letter to be taken as a voucher for him. He desires my leave, in company with my lord, in a pacific manner, to attend my father and uncles, in order to make proposals that must be accepted, if they will see them, and hear what they are, and tells me that he will submit to any measures that I shall prescribe in order to bring about a reconciliation. He presumes to be very earnest with me, to give him a private meeting some night in my father's garden, attended by whom I please. Really, my dear, were you to see his letter, you would think I had given him great encouragement, and that I am in direct treaty with him, or that he is sure that my friends will drive me into a foreign protection, for he has the boldness to offer, in my lord's name, an asylum to me, should I be tyrannically treated in Solmes's behalf. I suppose it is the way of this sex to endeavour to entangle the thoughtless of ours by bold supposals and offers, in hopes that we shall be too complacent or bashful to quarrel with them, and if not checked, to reckon upon our silence as assent voluntarily given, or concessions made in their favour. There are other particulars in this letter, which I thought ought to mention to you, but I will take an opportunity to send you the letter itself, or a copy of it. For my own part, I am very uneasy to think how I have been drawn on one hand, and driven on the other, into a clandestine, in short, into a mere lover-like correspondence, which my heart condemns. It is easy to see, if I do not break it off, that Mr. Lovelace's advantages, by reason of my unhappy situation, will every day increase, and I shall be more and more entangled. Yet if I do put an end to it, without making it a condition of being freed from Mr. Solmes's address, may I, my dear, is it best to continue it a little longer, in order to extricate myself out of the other difficulty by giving up all thoughts of Mr. Lovelace? Whose advice can I ask now but yours? All my relations are met. They are at breakfast together. Mr. Solmes is expected. I am excessively uneasy. I must lay down my pen. They are all going to church together. Grievously disordered they appear to be, as Hannah tells me. She believes something is resolved upon.